This audiobook contains 149 censored sentences and 233 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Regardless of how long that takes, I believe Gene will ask us to return to the pocket dimension again soon enough. HL take us with him, won't he, Naya? Kuroka looks at me and Valerie. She sounded nervous and wasn't sure of the question she asked. We can only ask him when the time comes. Maybe when he comes home. We can certainly discuss it tonight along with everyone else. Rennie said she, Shigyun, and Natsum would try to finish their mission as soon as possible. Will we include Kanami-san? She doesn't know the full truth about Jean. Natsum's older sister, I am unsure. Jean hasn't shown any signs of interest towards the girl. However, Natsum has been praising him quite a bit, and Kanami has gained some interest in him. I'm sure it isn't romantic for now at least. I will text Jean and ask him. I took out my phone and sent a quick text to him. It didn't take long for him to answer. And it said, sure, I'm all for it. But have her promise not to tell here. He'll send something over. Shine. Suddenly a small flash of light appeared above me. I reached out and grabbed a pill. It had a note with it. Hey, this is a pill that will have Kanami swear to keep what she hears a secret from anyone. I do trust her since she's Natsum's sister, but safer than sorry, right? Anyway, I should be back by tomorrow if all goes well. I had some trouble with the Dark Elves realm. Anyway, love you, Jean. I read that out loud, and the two girls nodded. Kanami was currently out shopping for some clothes. Since she's living here with us, she needs brand new clothes for her stay. She didn't get a chance due to the Loki debacle. Gracie and Naya, how would you feel if Jean had more maids? I mean, it did take you a while to get used to Sharon Naya. I did not like it, truthfully. When Sharon first came to be after Jean revealed his creation of those women, we were shocked. For many reasons, but he did give me an apologetic look. It took me around a full year and a half to get used to Sharon. She was perfect in every sense. Cleaning, cooking, and other jobs a maid should do, she did it perfectly. But I did have one advantage over her. I was and still am Jean's partner. I could fulfill those specific commitments while she could not. However, she did mention, I can't fulfill those commitments yet, Gracie-sama. Yet, yes. She couldn't do them yet. Still, since she's with Yasaka-sama and Kunu-sama most of the time, she hasn't progressed a relationship that much since then. She has only physically met with Jean after his alliance with the West Yukai faction. I had my own worries during that first year, but Jean did reassure me even when he was still working through his own doubts and worries Graphia, even if in the future he'll have more maids, whether I get them naturally or by creating them, please remember that you're my first maid and also my lover. I won't forget about that. Those words have stuck with me since then, and I began to get along with Sharon. I do not mind. My heart is at ease. Kuroka gave me a confused and questioning look, but I just shook my head. She didn't inquire further, so we resumed our usual routines. Mount Olympus, Hestia, are you serious? Hep, you're really going? I was shocked. Beyond shocked. Hephaestus was heading out of our realm again. Where you might ask, Asgard. Zeus gave her the okay, and apparently, he was in contact with Odin because Jean is over there. He didn't mind a Greek goddess going over there. Yes, that's right, Hephaestus was traveling to Asgard to meet up with Jean. Jean himself doesn't know. Hep, you really should tell him otherwise. He won't have accommodations if you stay with him for the night. She immediately began to panic. She wanted to surprise him, but I guess that got through to her. She took out her phone and immediately started typing something. Ding. Her phone buzzed. She quickly checked it and hee-hee-hee. Hey, you dumb love-struck woman. I would appreciate it if you could explain it to me in words I can understand. Well, he said hell's wop. Just then a portal appeared beside Hephaestus. I can just assume Jean is responsible for that. Hephaestus wasn't dressed up or anything. She was just wearing her usual outfit. Apparently, she didn't want to come off as desperate. Ill get going then. Hestia. Feel free to use my house for cooking if you want. Why, see you later. She quickly entered the portal, and it disappeared. Love, huh? I looked at where the portal once was, and then at Hephaestus' kitchen. Hephaestus mentioned before that Jean wants to start a restaurant when he's in college. If I can become good at cooking, I can make delicious dishes. Will he hire me as kitchen staff then? Huh. Wait, why do I care? I mean, Gene's a good friend, no. I just want to prove to him I'm a decent cook. He did say my cooking sucked all right. Skyward will prove you wrong, and you'll definitely want me in your restaurant. I grin to myself and pull up my non-existent sleeves. Time to get to work. Ask our Dark Elves Island, Gene Skyward. I wasn't expecting messages from Graphia and Hephaestus all of a sudden, and that geezer didn't tell me anything about Zeus and him being in contact. Kanami will find out more about me. So, we'll bring her along to the pocket dimension to train. Now, to Hephaestus. Why did she want to come here and meet me? Simple, we did promise to hang out eventually, and she took this as an opportunity. Swap, speaking of the devil, she finally arrived. She was wearing her usual attire and was looking around. This was her first time here. The same with me though, Gene. Hephaestus, it's been a while. How have you been? Everyone else that was around us was looking at the new woman who came out of a different portal with curiosity. I'm fine. I've been busy with making armor and weapons for the tower. But all the orders are done now. I see, that's good. Ahem. Anyway, this is Hephaestus, the divine blacksmith, goddess of blacksmithing, and a Greek god. She, came to hang out with me, so she'll probably be with us until I leave tomorrow. A Greek goddess. Goddess. Hephaestus-sama, welcome to our realm. I hope you enjoy your stay. Sephora and Euanthe were shocked, while Rainier for some reason was freaking out. Girl, you saw what I could do as well as the Electa. Why are you more shocked to see a goddess? Anyway, we're in the Dark Elves and Dwarves Island in Asgard. I just came back from Svartalfheim. She tilts her head, and I tell her what just happened a short time ago. She was shocked to hear such a thing could occur, though when I told her about Loki and Hel encouraging such behavior, she understood and frowned. While I think gods are meant to generally not pry or take part in mortal matters, there are exceptions, especially if they hail from your realm. That's why we keep cordial relations with the races and tribes in our realm. Perhaps Odin and the rest will see this as an opportunity? Maybe, who knows? I'll ask him about it tomorrow. Anyway, the dwarves here are known for their blacksmithing and forgery. Euanthe, can you take me down there? I look at the sister of the queen, and she nods. Though they were looking at me with awe, why? Probably because I was conversing normally with a goddess. But they don't know I'm also a god. Euanthe and Sephora started to walk away and towards the church-like structure. The building was not far from us, so we arrived quickly and entered. When we were inside, it looked like your typical church, but there were two statues at the front. One was Odin, and the other was Frida. Euanthe turned to the right and opened a door. Once in there, it was a normal-looking room with a desk, chairs, bookcases, and candles. She walks over to one of the candles on the desk and pulls it down. Click-clang, krrrksh sounds suddenly started to appear out of nowhere, and a hidden staircase appeared on the ground. Euanthe began to descend, followed by everyone else. Sephora gestured for me to go before her, and so I did. Once I was done, she followed and pulled a lever, and it closed the door behind us. The stairs were made out of metal, and there were yellow lights around us. The stairs were also in a spiral. This'll take a while to go down. Won't it? No, we're nearly there, Gene-san. Euanthe answered me, and true to her word, around 5 minutes later, we finally arrived at a steampunk-esque room. There was a regular table, chairs, and a few hanging lights above us. There were a lot of paper with designs on them strewn about, a giant clock on the wall, and a calendar beside it. Euanthe looks around and shakes her head with a sigh. She then starts walking away towards the door. From what I can tell, it seemed foggy outside. We quickly leave the room, and once outside, there are lights above us in the darkness. Since this island is small, their little home here isn't particularly large or anything. There were oil stains on the streets in front of us, or some kind of wet substance. In the immediate vicinity, there were around a handful of buildings, none of which were large or too tall. They were mostly made out of metal, wood, or both, with some bits of stone. In all honesty, it looked a bit surreal. Looking up, I saw the dark sky filled with darkness with irregular circles of light illuminating the ground. But they were bright enough to illuminate large parts of an area, so the entire underground section was mostly lit. There seemed to be some sort of shop in front of us, as I saw many dwarfs and a few dark elves there. Perhaps it is their own tavern or bar. There was also an extension above it, that kept extending to the left side of the area and connected to another building. This certainly is something. It is. This is the dwarf's hamlet town inside the island. With the help of Baldur Soma, we expanded the space underneath here. In exchange, they helped him construct his house on another island. Jean-san, is there anything specific you want to see? The building in front of us is a bar that includes the upper half. That whole section is part of it. Whoa, it looks cool. A specific area? I mean, maybe the best-known smithy, I guess. The most famous or well-known smithy here. I mean, dwarves are known for that, after all. Wait, am I being a stereotypical asshole here? Sephora and Yuanth giggled at me and shook their heads. No, quite a lot of dwarves choose to do such jobs. However, there are some that choose not to. You met Razis earlier, right? He started out as a blacksmith but turned guard for the queen. So, they can always change their profession. Yes, Razis told me himself that his parents wanted him to try blacksmithing, but if he ever loses the motivation for it, they'll support whatever hell do in his future endeavors. They both explained. I see, the guy's lucky. Not many parents would be willing to do that, especially if their family is part of that business, but I'm just assuming that. Yuanth then points to the left. If you ask everyone, they will tell you that the shop down there is the best smithy on this island. They have made some magnificent weapons and armor for us. But if you ask me, a certain shop somewhere else exists, led by two individuals. You saw them earlier in the throne room. Sephora gestured for us to follow her, and we did. We went toward the shop, and a few dwarfs greeted us. They seemed to be heading towards the bar. The day was ending after all we got to the shop and entered it. The inside of the building was quite large with weapons and armor on display. The prices were also listed in human currency, the euro. A lot of them were quite expensive, ranging around 500 euros and up. However, when I used Observe on them, I would say it was justified. Many of them had physical or magical resistances or immunity up to a certain rank. The cheapest, which were the ones in the 500 range, would help protect against low-class to low-middle-class attacks. The expensive ones would protect you from middle-class all the way up to low-ultimate class. But there was no immunity, only resistance and defense. I would imagine it would be difficult to add those specific things to the armor. The weapons also had the same thing on them, except being able to bypass certain defensive thresholds. Suddenly, two male dwarves I saw earlier came out of the back and greeted us. Oh, if it isn't Yuan-sama, how can we help you? She brought the middleman and his companions. Here to buy something, lad? Yuan shook her head and explained why we were here. Apparently, the white-haired and red-eyed one is called Burin, and the long-bearded ginger one is Muvith. They were partners and ran this smithy together. They took pride in what they made, and they were well-crafted. Is that so? Well, please feel free to look around then. By the way, who is the woman with the red hair? She wasn't with Sir Middleman earlier. Burin asked, and Hephaestus was already looking at all of the things they had made. She had a curious glint in her eyes as she carefully examined them. That's the Greek goddess Hephaestus Sama, the divine blacksmith. Once Yuanth told the two who that was, their eyes bulged out. I don't blame them. It's not every day that you get a famous goddess that's known for being one of the most skilled in their craft around the world. The two of them became nervous as she kept on checking out their things. We started to look around as well, but since the girls weren't too knowledgeable about this kind of thing, we just waited on Hephaestus to finish up. I could also just create armor on par or stronger, so I didn't really see a need to buy any. She eventually finished and stood in front of us with her eyes closed. She eventually opens them after a full 2 minutes of silence and looks at the two dwarfs seriously. By comparing certain pieces to the prices that you put on them, I can say that they're appropriate. They do what's appropriate for the price range, while also having both functionality and design. The two of you are talented blacksmiths. Perhaps we can open a trade with my own shop in my realm? 70% of the profit is given to you, while I keep 30%. She liked them. She also proposed a business proposition. I look at the two dwarves, and they were shocked. But kudos to them. They can expand their reach with the things they crafted. So can we talk about this first, Hephaestus-sama? I see no problem with that. Jean is here for the alliance, after all. Once it's signed, it will make this partnership even easier. The two smacked their palms after remembering that part, yeah. I am here for an actual reason, take your time. You too. We'll be checking out your home for the next few hours. We'll be back when we're ready to depart. But if you don't have an answer by then, I summon my number and give it to them. My number, just contact me that way, and he'll give it to Hephaestus. Thank you, lad. Well, do that. Come here, Burin. Muvith dragged Burin back into the room they'd been in earlier, and we started to hear muffled chatter. Seeing as how we were done here, we quickly left the shop. As soon as I'm outside, I turn my head towards Yuanth. So about that other smithy. Yes, let's go there. Again, the two dark elves started to lead us to where this smithy was. It was on the other side of where we were. As we passed the bar, we could see many patrons inside. They saw us and raised their glasses and mugs in a cheer. Then they started laughing. Peace is a must. Just seeing dumb crap like that make them doing worth it. Even back in Rose's town, the tavern's atmosphere was friendly and lively. Even though I started this dumb middleman business for a lot of reasons, the longer I live in this new world, the more I appreciate it. Seeing everyone just going about their day, working through their hardships, overcoming them, and growing. Building new friendships, I don't know, it just feels right. Good. Samak. I look in front of me, and I had walked into a lamppost. I turned back to see everyone giggling at me, including Rainier. I guess they saw this and didn't stop me, laugh it up. What's up, Dad Thoth? Are you keeping an eye on me? I didn't get a response, though. What the hell was that about? Whatever, we continued our short journey until we arrived at a different place. It was tucked away in a corner of the small dwarf town. It had a small sign saying Smithy Witty, whatever that meant. Sephora pushed the door open and we stepped inside. Welchome iwanti sama. Sephora-san. Midlaman. Bonk. Stop screaming, Sherry. We were greeted by two energetic female dwarfs. The tall female dwarf from earlier and the other one who was quite small with purple-black hair. The smaller one is apparently called Sherry. I'm sorry, Kyoko. Kyoko? That sounds Japanese, sorry for that. Welcome to our humble shop. I didn't think Middleman-san would come here. The name's Kyoko Ogawa, and this is Sherry. What can we do for you? Just like the other smithery, there were a number of pieces the two of them had made. They were carefully placed on tables or shelves. Hephaestus immediately started to look at what they had made. Oh, I'm just here to check out your shop. Yuanth was the one who recommended it. Care to explain why? These two helped strengthen Gleipnir, of course. Burin and Muvith also helped. It was a combined effort. Both Queen Frida and I used that glowing tree in the middle of our island. If you wish to know more about it, ask Queen Frida. Even if I'm her sister, I don't think I can just divulge that. I'm sorry. I wave her off. I don't really mind. I can just examine it before I leave. Unless I can speak to Frida before I leave and ask her about it. That's right. Who's that, by the way? Kyoko points at Hephaestus, and we explain who she is and what she's doing, as well as what had transpired earlier. Kyoko becomes excited as Sherry became speechless. We made idle chatter as we waited for her to finish her evaluation. So, Kyoko, you have a Japanese name? She smiled and nodded. Yes. My father is a dwarf, and my mother is, or was a normal Japanese woman. She somehow got involved in the supernatural. I believe she summoned a devil. Anyway, she traveled the world and the supernatural world and somehow ended up in Asgard. One thing led to another, and here I am. She flexes her arm and showed a toothy grin. Sherry just laughed at her. I also got lucky. I'm a half-human, half-dwarf. So I gained the height advantage over some of my race. She certainly abides by her name. Kyoko means a child born with happiness or someone who meets the world with happiness. Seeing how she is right now, she's the type of person you'd get along with quite well. Kyoko started to pat Sherry on the head, and Sherry tried to swat her hand away. They certainly get along. Taking a closer look around the shop, I noticed that all the items looked distinct. So did Burin and Muvith, but these just looked, weird. Any of you interested in an upgrade to your battle suits or weapons? I can try making some tonight before we hit the hay. I turn to the girls, and they immediately get into thinking, though Rainier seems preoccupied and doesn't weigh in right away. The others look confused. Are you a blacksmith, Jean-san? Yuanth asks, but I shake my head. I helped Hephaestus a little bit during my trip to the Greek god's realm, but no. I just made this. I summoned Mjolnir, and their eyes bugged up. I made a duplicate, then undid the duplicate I made. I did help Hephaestus for a small amount of time when I first visited Mount Olympus, but I just hammered away at stuff. Nothing too complicated. No, 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 no. You can't just summon the legendary Mjolnir, create two duplicates, and move on like it's nothing. What was that? Kyoko freaked out and pointed at me like I was some kind of insane person. The girls that were used to it chuckled at it. Rainier was slack-jawed. It's no big deal. Anyway, I did make my own Gleipnir, which is a bit more powerful than the ones used in our fight with Fenrir and Loki. A bit stronger, he says. So, casually, is that a big deal? Velgrind, come here, Kuntuar, and I'll tell you a bit more about Jean's world. Before we could continue, Hephaestus came back to us and closed her eyes. How did it go, Faye? She opened her eyes back up and blankly looked at me. Was giving that nickname too much? She quickly composed herself and coughed into her fist. Ahem, these are incredible. Not to say what Burin and Muvith made was any less impressive, but I don't know how to describe them. Quality, craftsmanship, and everything else are spectacular. Kyoko and Sherry, was it? I shall propose the same deal to you as I did with Burin and Muvith. Hephaestus then proceeded to tell the two what she had told the other two dwarfs. These two were a lot more openly excited, as Sherry fainted and frothed at the mouth. I caught her before she fell. Yes. Right, Sherry? Sorry, Kyoko. She can't respond right now. Try again later. Hephaestus snapped her fingers and a sheet of paper appeared. She and Kyoko walked over to the counter and looked over the sheet of paper carefully. Jean, I hear Rose's voice and turn to her. Can you make me some brand new armor? And do that to them? In the future, Rosweiss will have access to a very powerful weapon. It's a wand called Mistiltine Wand. They're usually wielded by Norse gods, but she was gifted one by Shemhazai. It was created during the Evil Dragon War events, but I guess I'll make my own wand for her then. Sure thing, Rose. I have something else in mind, so look forward to it. She happily nods, and I look at Griselda. I had enchanted her clothing during the few weeks before the second term started, so that's fine. Unless you want me to make her a sword or something. Though I have no idea what she used to fight prior to being reincarnated as an angel. She did attempt to run after Zenobia and Irina during the Christmas elf events. I stared at Griselda, trying to figure out what she uses, then remembering my own dumbassery. I asked Kuntuar. Kuntuar, answer. Griselda is quite accurate when she uses her light-based abilities, especially light arrows. Perhaps she could have used a gun or a bow. I suggest giving her a weapon that can transform into 3 different types. A bow, gun, and melee weapon. Jean, you're staring too much. I came on my own head and saw that Griselda was smiling at me. My bad, but yeah, sure I'll go with that suggestion, Kuntuar. Thanks. I have an idea for you, Griselda. I'll keep it a secret, but I do hope you'll like it in the end. I trust in your judgment, Jean. During all this time, Sherry was completely passed out, and I was still holding her. I could feel Rainier feeling a bit dejected, but I can't do anything since Azazel has said nothing about your behavior yet. The same for her former subordinates. I glance at Hephaestus and Kyoko, and they're still discussing it, so they'll ask her about it then. Rainier, she looked at me confused. Tell me how you and your subordinates have been since I am responsible for your current situation. Depending on how things are, you know what I'm trying to say, right? She stares back at me and nods. She looks to her side and appears to be thinking about my question. The others were confused, and I told them what and who Rainier is. They were quite surprised and looked at the female fallen angel, making her squirm a bit. Middle hasn't changed. She's just become even more desperate toward Azazel. She just tries to get his attention every time she sees him. The most recent incident was she obeyed him without hesitation. He doesn't know what to do with her. You know, I want them all to redeem themselves, but what is up with that little blonde? Donasik is still working in the library, research, and science department. He's been given more privileges and responsibilities since Sahariel-sama, she noted. Penemu-sama, Amuro-sama, and Tamiel-sama have advocated for him. The same could be said for Kalawarna. She's been busy in the business department, and she's also been helping out at the research department. Cookie Samejima has also been advocating for her, though I suspect that he has feelings for her. Huh. Looks like Cookie is still after her, huh? Good luck, man. I wish you all the best, my man. I've been busy with the daycare. I'm an assistant and teacher, but I'm only a teacher when the other fallen angel that works with me is on a day off or busy with something else. Otherwise, I'm just assisting her during all that. I didn't feel her lie at all, so she was telling the entire truth. 3 out of 4 are trying to redeem themselves and are actively trying to improve themselves and their situation. That's good. I just need to talk with Azazel in the future. But if that time comes, I'll need to put them on monitoring for at least a few months before I fully trust them again. I have an inkling feeling that Azazel is pushing Rainair towards me, so I'll personally watch over her. I'll ask Cookie to do the same with Calawarna. I'll ask Penamu and Barrakiel to do it for Donasik. And finally Azazel for the raging blonde midget. I see, well, good job then. I put a hand on her head and ruffled it. She looked a bit annoyed, but didn't say anything. A bit of progress never hurt anybody. Keep it up. If I deem you okay in the future, the same with those 3, then I'll unseal your powers. Even if you do, I'll still be monitoring you for a few more months, just to be sure. She silently nods, and I remove my hand. Once I did that, the 2 of them came back to us. Sherry had also woken up during that time and had been listening in to our conversation. She woke up around the time I told them about who Rainair was. We're done. The deal is done. All that's left is for the alliance to be officially signed, and we can get started. Hephaestus looks at Sherry and smiles. Sherry, Kyoko has agreed to become my apprentice. She will come to the land of Greek gods every now and again. I will give you the same offer. What do you say? Sherry stared blankly back at Hephaestus. If I had to put a sound effect here, it would be the Windows XP shutdown sound effect. Sherry comes back to us, and she starts nodding her head furiously. I guess she's up for it. I see. Then I look forward to seeing the both of you in the future. Hephaestus looked at me and seemed hesitant. Please don't tell me you didn't think about how to get them there. There are legal, supernatural channels to do this, where you can utilize my services. I sigh and nod. I mean, why not? I summon a gun. It's a portal gun, like the one Rick Sanchez uses, but it only lets you travel from Asgard to Mount Olympus and vice versa. When I told everyone what it did and shot it to the side, a purple-green portal appeared. Hephaestus nods and pokes her head into it. She then pulls her head back and smiles at us. It seems like it connects just outside my home on Mount Olympus. This should make it easier. Thank you, Jean. Don't worry about it. Anyway, see this button here? It will desummon the portal, so press it once both of you are through. You just need to put a bit of your magic into it in order to use it. The portal will always connect to that part of Mount Olympus. When you go back, the portal made here will always be in the shop. After I told them this, I handed Sherry the portal gun. She starts to shake like a leaf and stares at the thing like it's some kind of legendary relic. Girl, chill. It's just a portal gun. HAAA. Another strange tool. Jean, makes what if someone steals it? Rose looked at the portal gun and shook her head. No worries about that part. Only Kyoko and Sherry can use it, well, me too, but that doesn't count. Anyway, I bound it to them. Anyway, we're done here. Let's go check out the rest of the town before we go eat dinner. The 2 female dwarfs thanked Hephaestus profusely as we left their smithy. Once outside, Yuanth and Sephora took us around the rest of the town. It wasn't large, but many open spaces were left since they were still under development. Apparently, they're trying to create some sort of community center, or at least a large store that carries all kinds of things, not including the typical weapons, tools, and armor the dwarfs make. When we walk around, there were only a handful of normal stores around that sold food, beverages, and other products. This resulted in some stores needing to buy in large bulk, but would generally run out due to demand. So those stores had to put limits on how many of a certain item they could sell. In the end, this worked out, but the construction of this large store could prove beneficial in the future. Other notable buildings they plan on building include a pool. A strange thing is that they built an inn with an open bath above ground. Consequently, one of the inns was on the surface. That's also where we would be staying for the night. I asked Hephaestus if she would be staying, and she was, so we'll be paying for an extra room. Open-air baths have become more and more popular lately. However, I believe that's due to Odin in this case. He was always interested in things in the human world. So, I guess his visit to Japan just amplified that curiosity. We were nearing the bar we had seen a couple of times since it was around 7 at night. Hey, how long did that open-air bath take to build? I would imagine not long if both dwarves and dark elves worked together. I was walking behind Yuanth and Sephora as Rose and Griselda clung to me. They started doing that somewhere during our short tour. Only a few days. Odin Sama visited our realm and suggested we create a thing at our inn. We heard that he also crossed over to other realms to make suggestions, such as Alfheim, Jotunheim, Midgard, Nidavellir, Vanaheim, and to us this should also extend to our realm Svartalfheim once things calm down over there. After she explained that we had arrived at the door, we stepped in. Some of the patrons we saw earlier were still here, and many of them were already drunk. There were a few waiters and waitresses who were working overtime as they tried to get food and drink to their customers. The inside of the place was a lot larger than I initially saw. The chairs and tables were the only things made of wood. Everything else in there was mostly metal. We walk up to the counter, and a large, bulky man with a medium-sized beard greets us. He wore an apron over his attire. "Welcome. Oh, if it isn't Yuan Sama and Sephora, come to my small bar, have ye? Got 'em?" Also, the middleman and his group. He grins and nods sagely. "Welcome. Welcome. Please order something. I hope my food is to your liking." "Hello. Ryman, we're here to have dinner." Sephora and I were just giving Jean a tour of the dwarf's town. Yuanth explained, and the dwarf now, called Ryman, nodded. They started ordering off the menu above him that had been put up on the wall. Likewise, the girls and I picked out our food. He jots them down on a piece of paper and heads back into the kitchen. There was a window back there so he could see what was happening out here. While we wait for our meal, we sit on the chairs. The patrons were too drunk to try and chat with us, as they just kept on drinking and blabbering nonsense to each other. I found it quite amusing, and around 30 minutes later, all our food came. I think we were en route to the inn now. The pub that we were in started to lighten, as many of the previous patrons started to go home. We stayed around for an hour and a half before leaving. Rainier ordered a few drinks and was a little drunk, so I was forced to carry her. You certainly are popular. Rose to my left, Griselda to my right. I was carrying Rainier, and Hephaestus was puffing her cheeks behind me, because, well, there was no room for her. She could potentially hug me from behind, but she's too shy for that. Welcome back. Once we reached the inn, which was on the right side of the island, it had a staircase leading up to the building. Brynhilde was waiting just by the stairs for us. "Oh, hey, did you wait long?" She gave me a strange look, but shook her head. "No, I ate before coming back, so I'm fine." Helsama is currently imprisoned underneath Odin Sama's home and will be questioned tomorrow. Odin Sama said to try to arrive by afternoon. Sure thing. I started walking up the stairs when Jean sang, "Good night. If you plan on leaving tomorrow, then I hope you enjoyed your stay, even if we requested something from you. And next time, we will be a lot more accommodating." Yuanth stopped me. "It looks like this is where we parted ways for the day." "Yeah. Good night, and it'll probably leave early in the morning since I have one more place to visit. I also doubt I can visit that island that Odin's sons' homes are on, though this is just me assuming. Maybe I can make time? But ITLL depend on how my visit to Brynhilde's home and that island unfolds." They wave at us before turning around and walking away. I watch them for a few seconds before we also make our way up the stairs. Once inside, there was a reception desk in front of us and a dark elf there. She had gray hair, brown skin, and golden eyes. She wore some sort of black and yellow uniform, almost like a maid costume. "Hello. You're the middleman, Jean, correct? I've been expecting you. We have a few rooms available, depending on how many you want to use for the night. We also have an open bath behind those trees. They're used as a cover. You saw them outside, yes?" I glanced at the girls waiting for their decision, and yeah, I saw those trees, so that's their purpose, huh? They're used as a sort of cover. Quite resourceful of them. I guess I'll take a dip in there before turning into sleep. I will have my own room, Brynhilde announced. The dark elf nodded and gave her a key. She then tells her the room number and where it is. Brynhilde nods at us and leaves first. Rainier, Hephaestus Sama, would you like to be in a room with me? This. Oh yes, I do not mind. Griselda turns to Rainier and Hephaestus and asks them if they wanted to be roommates with her. Rainier answered immediately, albeit drunk. Hephaestus was a bit hesitant, but said yes in the end. She took some glances at me. She came here today to hang out, but didn't have enough courage to join me tonight. but we did speak quite a bit during our tour. She did hold on to my sleeves a few times. However, that's all she got done. As I mentioned earlier, Griselda and Rossweiss were clinging to me for most of it. The dark elf took out another key and handed it to Griselda. I put Rainier down, and they said their goodbyes to the both of us. I guess Rossweiss and I will be sharing a room again. I see Griselda helping Rainier along. You two will be sharing a room, yes? Yeah, that's right. I'm just making sure that open bath is separated by gender, right? The dark elf's eyes widen and she blushes. Then she shakes her head. I'm sorry. I completely forgot about that. The only males here are the dwarves, and all of them usually retire back underground as they have their own homes. We're mostly females, so I see. Don't worry about it. They'll just tell the rest, and it'll probably take mine after theirs. She looked relieved and sighed. She thanked me and gave us our keys. Rose and I walked away. Our number was 6. We took a flight of stairs that was like 4 steps. We turned right, and our room was there. When we entered, the room was just like any other, with one large bed, a table, chairs, a wardrobe, and so on. Rose immediately detached herself from me and plopped down on the bed while making a tired sigh. Want to take a bath, Rose? Everyone else may agree, but I don't see Brynhilder Senpai agreeing to it. He'll have to talk to them about it. Chu Rose gave me a peck on the cheek and left our room. I lay on the bed and look up at the ceiling. I wonder what everyone else is up to. I hope nothing too crazy. The Kyoto events will be starting soon. How's that going to play out? Yasaka won't be captured. She's a dragon god class being and has Sharon, who's also stronger than her, as well as a shadow dragon knight in her and Kuna shadows, not including the rings and enchanted clothes they're wearing. Anyway, they'll visit the Shinto gods afterward, however the situation plays out. Their realm should be there, maybe. It's called Takamagara or AIM. Well, whatever it is, they'll head there after dealing with the stuff in Kyoto. I should be able to finish my trip there before my match with Serord. Then a week after that, the Grimoire versus Bale rating game should take place. I have no idea how that will play out. However, I do believe Serord will be the only one to give the Grimoire peerage a challenge. I wouldn't be surprised if he reached Super Devil status already. He should be training hard for our match. Open close, I sat back up as I heard the door open, and Rose had a shocked expression on her face. Rose? What's wrong? She chuckled nervously and looked back at me. Brynhilder Senpai agreed. We can all go together. What? Japan. Kuo Grafia Lucifuge? Kanami Managawa fell from her chair as we ate dinner. I told everyone when Jean was coming back, as well as Kanami, the truth about him. I asked Natsum to have her consume the pill earlier, saying it was to protect her from the shock, because we were planning to tell her some unexpected truths. It's a small lie, sis, a bit of an overreaction, you know, www. What do you mean overreaction? Multiverse, omniverse, reincarnation, and some overpowered god from outer space. And you expect me to not be shocked? Did that pill even work? This changes everything. It takes her another minute to calm down and compose herself as a few of the girls giggled at her reaction. Kanami sat back on her chair and looked at Natsum. Damn, your husband is like a cheat character in games. You're like infinite rich and can get whatever you like. We don't treat or use Jean like that. Sis, it's just an example. I know you don't, geez. I stop eating and look at Kanami. Kanami, I trust you will keep this a secret? Not many know this truth about Jean. Everyone here, and now, including you, knows the truth. Kanami stopped to stare at me seriously and nodded. I want, and even if I do, who would believe me? That sounds so outlandish, so fake, but seeing the things he's done and the things he made, like this, she raises her left hand and stares at her own ring. She sported a small blush while looking at it. Kanami had her ring on her index finger, unlike the rest of us who had them on our ring finger. Cinchuredo. Jean has said that before. Kuntuar also told us during the 5 years in the pocket dimension. Natsum started to cough. Valerie, who was to her left, handed her a glass of water, and she chugged it down. Once she was done, Natsum glared and blushed at her sister. What? Are you crazy? I haven't spent any time with him yet. Kanami gave Natsum a strange look and then looked at the rest of Jean's group. How about the rest of you? Rennie giggled and explained how Jean handles that situation. Kanami nodded sagely. It looks like Jean covered his bases with that. Cinceredo. I also told her about the pocket dimension and said she may be invited along since she's living here for the time being. She's also Natsum's sister, so there's a high chance of it happening for the rest of the dinner. Kanami asked questions pertaining to Jean or his abilities. We tried our best to answer her queries. Asgard Jean Skyward. It was strange. Back then I never thought Rossweiss would be like this. We were gathered together at a large hot spring area. Rainier, Griselda, and Brynhilder sat across from us, while Rossweiss and Hephaestus decided to sit nearby. The area was quite spacious, unlike the typical ones I've seen in Japan. Cinceredo and they were all in top shape, looking fit and confident. So, Bryn, why did you agree? I was quite confident in you saying no. It would be better than having you try to spy on us or peek. That's it. I wouldn't do that. What do you take me for? I gave her a strange look, and she blankly stared at me back. This woman, I swear Brynhilder looks at everyone else and asks, why did the rest of you agree? I can understand why Rossweiss agreed. Those two are lovers now after all. She said that with a bit of irritation and jealousy. Brynhilder, much like the other Valkyries I've met, like Helmwige, they didn't have boyfriends. I've shared a bath with Jean before. Griselda answered first, and the rest stared at her in surprise. She proceeded to explain how it happened, and they understood. It doesn't matter, Rainier said without any further explanation. When asked to clarify, she refused and simply looked away. Everyone else looked at Hephaestus as she turned away cutely. The goddess of blacksmithing was blushing quite hard. I just didn't want to keep Jean from bathing for too long. This was the most logical step. Yes. It is, she explains and mutters it more to herself, as if she's tried to convince herself that what she was saying was the truth. She was obvious, so no one really believed her, but no one pushed her either, so it was fine. Oh, this is almost deja vu, though. Cinceredo, but 5 times in less than a minute? Rainier started to look up at the sky as Griselda and Brynhilder started to chat among themselves. I have no idea at what pace Rose wants to take this relationship at. However, it's been a few days, and I still haven't found the right moment to talk to her properly. I felt her try it again, but I grabbed her hand and held it still. I kept a respectful distance between us, which made her pause. I then wrapped my arms around her and pulled her into a friendly hug. Cinceredo. I can't wait to share the news with everyone when I get back. Seeing them all like that was quite inspiring. A few minutes later, Rose came back wearing comfortable loungewear. She and Griselda had their things set up nearby. I was already resting on the bed, and she joined me, keeping things quiet and peaceful. I had taken out a light novel earlier and was reading it. It's called How to Raise an Energetic Girlfriend with Listless Girls in My School. But for some reason, they all have unique and weird quirks. Rose cuddled up to me and started to look at what I was reading. Jean. I put the book down and look at her. About earlier, let's take things a little slower, okay? Sure, I should have slowed down too. Sorry. No, it's fine. We're both still figuring things out. She smiles at me, and I bravado her gently, catching her by surprise. But she quickly returns the bravado. I gently deepen it for a moment, and she shyly responds. As we shared a romantic bravado with Rose, I could feel her squirming, so I ended the bravado. Cinceredo, it'll take that, as I liked it, haha. We chatted a little bit more before deciding to go to sleep for the night. Tomorrow is my last day here after all. Thank you. Please come again, Jean-san. It was the next day, and we had left the inn. The dark elf from last night was called Fafira. Cinceredo, they said he was around 49 or 51. Anyway, she went after him at full speed. But due to low birth rates for dark elves, no elves in general, they haven't gotten pregnant yet. Anyway, the husband of Fafira's mother died a long time ago, so she's a lot older than she looks. We were walking toward the center, as we could see Queen Frida was there with Sephora and Yuanth. Razis was also there, and he was already drinking from his gourd. Lad, I hear you're going to go to one last island before heading home? Razis greets us and I nod. Yeah, to the industrial and agricultural one. They'll take this time to help Brynhilder visit her parents, since they're from there. That place, huh? There are quite a number of dwarves there too. There is also another pub there like ours, but a lot more normal looking, unlike the metal thing down there. His name's Hermel. Tell him I send my regards. We're lifelong friends. Oh, the pub's name is Krakenkeeper. Don't ask why, he just liked it. Really? All right then. Thank you for the heads up. Gina's promised here. Queen Frida steps towards me and hands me a card. I look at it, and it was basically a lifetime pass into this island and their realm. I put in my inventory. All you need to do is show this to anyone, and you'll be fine. This will also extend to anyone you bring with you. This is our way of thanking you, as per your request. I see. Thank you, Frida. We'll get going then. I appreciate it. We turn around and start to walk away. Come again, Jean-san. Yes, please do. I wish to get to know you more, Jean. Yuanth and Sephora also bid their farewells. Razis just burped. He already gave his, but geez, man. We quickly enter the building and teleport back to the main island. Whoa, now that a lot of POP middleman. I was quickly surrounded by a lot of people who started to ask me questions and also asked me to sign things. I quickly did so, and the crowd started to die down. I guess they heard I was on the Dark Elves Island. I turned to Brynhilde, who looked annoyed by it all. What was that about? I recognized some of those girls. They were Valkyries. To answer your question, your deeds of liberating Svartalfheim from their tyrannic ruler has already spread through here. Odin-sama was the one to issue the order. That geezer, I want to avoid the spotlight for now. It'll turn us all invisible and we'll need to go to the west teleportapad, right? She nods, and I turn all of us invisible. It'll bask in whatever the hell this is when I come back from the last island. For now, I want to actually go there. I grab Rainier and carry her. Centuredo, my life, flashed before my eyes. Rainier leaned her head onto me since she looked out of it. Please don't do that without an actual warning next time. My bad. Anyway, let's go. Actually, what can you tell us about that island, Bryn? It's like Rossweiss's island, except it's the opposite. North is agricultural and south is industrial. It's slightly smaller, however. My parents, they never worked for our gods. They became farmers. I see. Let's go north first then. I'd like to revisit it in the future to explore it a bit more. I'll briefly visit that Hermel dwarf before I meet up with Odin. She nodded and accepted my plan. I was thinking that she might object to it, but she may want to see her parents. We stepped onto the teleportation pad and were whisked away. Once we were there, I canceled the invisibility. The building we were in was quite small. There wasn't anything there but a small little counter to the right and a bunch of windows. We go through the door, and in front of us was the train station. A bullet train was there, so we quickly bought our tickets and got on it. I got a quick glance around the surroundings, and it was mostly wilderness, much like the one where the border separated north and south on Rose's Island. The pub that Razis was talking about is down south, since that's where the dwarves mainly work. A few Valkyries are stationed here to help guard them and prevent robberies. While it's unlikely, it has happened a few times over the years. We had sat down on empty seats and took up our usual spots, Brynhilde, Hephaestus, and Griselda across while the other two sat beside me. Brynhilde started to talk about this island. Like Rossweiss's town, my parents and I lived in a slightly bigger town, more fields for growing crops, a few more buildings for processing said crops, and the like. I would like to say it's quiet, but it isn't. It's more modernized and makes a lot of noise on a day-to-day basis. Brynhilde looks out the window and sighs. We will arrive in 15 minutes. Try not to fall asleep. It's not a long journey. The girls chatted to Brynhilde more about her home as I looked out the window. It slowly became more and more open-spaced. I could see more farmlands out there and fewer buildings. Until Rhying. This is our stop. The bullet train rang out as Brynhilde got up. We followed her, and the train eventually came to a halt. We stepped out and could see not far from here it would be the end of the line, so they would be turning around soon. Huh? I turned back to look at what was in front of me, and it was an enormous area with many open fields, and from what I could see, a small town somewhere near the middle. 2 sunflowers were in front of us. Brynhilde walked over to it and crouched down to it. It's still here. We join her. Still here? My mother and I planted these many years ago. Normally, sunflowers only last 6 to 12 days with the proper care, but she imbued this with Norse magic that would extend its longevity. I had thought of it on occasion and assumed someone pulled it out, so these 2 sunflowers had meaning to her, huh? I believe sunflowers have the symbolism of loyalty and adoration. I can see some of that in Brynhildr, as she holds the Norse god in high regard and is very loyal to them. I look back at the faraway town. ITLL, take us a while if we casually walk. Let's take a ride to your town then, Kaisel. From my shadow came my trusty dragon Kaisel. My king. He bows and then lowers his body. I look at everyone as I stepped onto his back and then sat down. They were looking at Kaisel in interest, but eventually joined me on him. I felt someone hug me from the back and saw it was Rose. Rainier, come here. I smiled, and she walked over and sat beside me as I put my arm around her. If she was anywhere else, she would simply be blown off once Kaisel took off and increased his speed. Griselda joined me on my left and Hephaestus to my right. Looks like we were ready. Let's go, Kaisel, to that town in the distance. He made a gruff sound and got up. He spread his wings, then took off into the skies. Once we got up there, we could see this entire part of the island. In the far distance was completely different. Just buildings everywhere. But I can't check it out that much, damn. Fwash Kaisel starts to fly towards the town, and we enjoyed the view up here. Below, I could see many fields of different types. There were also some patches of water, perhaps small lakes, or just water from rain. Does Asgard rain? There were also small patches of trees, perhaps for apples. There were also solo homes near those fields, probably the farmers that wanted to live nearer to where they worked. It didn't take us long to reach the town as it came into a clearer view. Kaisel, land just outside of it. I don't want to scare or alarm the ones living there. He starts to slow down his speed and starts descending. Once we landed, there were a few people who stared at us in awe. I stood up, as did the girls. Good work, come back. Kaisel bowed his head and went back into my shadow. Once we were on the ground, oh my. It's Zelma. Zelma Wright, that's Brynhildr's real name. Brynhildr is just a title for the strongest Valkyrie. Zelma's back. People began to gather around her and began talking to her. She seemed a bit flustered, but that's the first genuine smile I've seen on her face. She seemed really happy to be back. I'm back. Everyone, are you all well? Of course. We live in a peaceful part of Asgard. We even have other Valkyries here. Why wouldn't we be in good health? She just smiled at the old man who said that and flexed his arms. The apparent wife just lightly smacked him as they laughed. I am here with the middleman and Red Dragon Emperor. He's here touring Asgard. He chose my hometown and island for his last spot of visitation. Brynhildr explains and points at me. I waved to them, and they smiled even more. Oh, the middleman. I heard you recently helped those dark elves. Such a kind boy. An old lady came over to me and started patting me all over the place. I had no idea in what to do, so I just let it happen. A few more came up to me and commented. They finally turned back to Brynhildr. The town's still the same, Zelma. Your family members should still be there. Head over and meet them. Don't forget to stop by the local tavern. Yes, I will. Thank you very much. She gestures for us to follow her, and she guides us into the town. Much like what happened to Rosweiss, Brynhildr, Zelma, she was greeted by many of the townspeople. Perhaps this was because she was already well known in her town, or because she's also known as the strongest Valkyrie. Brynhildr, or a bit of both. Likewise, in Rose's town, I was introduced as the middleman and the powerful dragon. The few kids that were present became excited, and I signed some autographs for them. Surzex has been busy lately, as a variety of toys and merchandise have already been released to the supernatural world. We stopped by a local tavern, and there were only a few patrons inside. It looked like the one in Rose's town, but had a different feel to it. I guess less rowdy, even with the small number of patrons in it. Brynhildr went to greet the owner, and they spoke for a bit. She points towards us, and the owner became excited. She goes back into the kitchen and comes back quickly with a plushie of the boosted gear scale male. Middleman, call me Jean. How can I help you? The owner was a tall lady around 58, muscular with blue and white hair. She had black and gray eyes, and she wore the same outfit as Mamma Mia. But instead, it's a white above-the-knee dress with long puff sleeves and a white collar. Call me Edonia. Could you please sign this and have a picture taken? My daughter loves your show. She puts out a piece of paper and brings out a smartphone from her pocket. Sure thing. I signed the piece of paper and added a little message. Once that was done, I gave it back and took a selfie with her. She thanked me profusely and shook my hands. Yes, she grabbed them both. She then hugs Brynhilder, thanking her as well. We'll get going then, Idonio-san. Come back anytime, Zelma. Jean-san. We nod and leave the tavern. Let's go meet my parents then. Once that is done, we can go south and finally back to the main island to speak with Odin-sama. Brynhilder announces and starts to walk away. We follow her, and she goes away from the town. I want to explore it, but time is limited. We followed her out of the town, and we turn right. There in front of us, there were a few trees and a large a front garden. They seem to be growing their own crops. I would assume these were just for them and not for sale. The house looked like an old house, since the wood that it was made of seemed old and worn. They had a couple of trees within their home area, and a few more beyond the fence they have around it. To the right, they had a shed with a small red tractor. Brynhilder stops there for a second, taking it all in. She nods to herself and walks forward. We pass by the little plant garden, and she knocks on the front door. Knock, knock, coming. We heard a voice from the other side, and the door opened. Out came a lapis, blue-haired woman with brown eyes. From behind her was a man with white hair and blue Arctic eyes. Were these two her parents? They both were wearing farmer outfits. They really played the stereotype. Mudzel. Her mother hugged her and stopped her from speaking. Brynhilder hugged her back. The father also joined in. I'm back and I brought guests. This is she gestures to us, and both her parents' eyes wide. No boy. Here we go, Augie, you brought home a boyfriend. Huh. Brynhilder looked back at her parents, not too sure in how to react or answer. The two of them look at her and me expectantly. And no, this is the middleman and Red Dragon Emperor, Jean Skyward. This time, she turned completely red. She was genuinely embarrassed and couldn't believe what she was hearing. Oh, so you're a part of his close circle? No. Her parents chuckled at her embarrassment. They started to bring her into the house and invited us as well. Hey, Race, some tea? Jean-chan. Thank you. Ma'am, we were in the living room as Brynhilder had her face in her hands. Rose was rubbing her back in comfort. It seems she gets along with her parents, but they seem to jump to conclusions a lot. They had brought some tea and snacks for us. I'm just here to tour this island, ma'am. After we're done here, we'll go to the south, and after that, they'll be meeting with Odin. Is it to sign an alliance, son? Yes. So? Geez, they're already treating me like family. We speak about a few more things pertaining to the supernatural world, my job as the middleman, and strangely enough, what I will be doing for my future. Brynhilder during this time was just embarrassed. They were quite surprised to meet a Greek goddess that was with me, so they asked for an autograph for some reason. Her parents are unique people. They mean well. Mother, father, we need to get going. Jean's a busy person, so Brynhilder says as the two of them got out her picture book, just like what Gondel did with Rossweiss. Oh, it's fine, Zell. Just a few more minutes is fine, right, Jean-chan? I look at them, then to Brynhilder, who is staring daggers at me. What to do? Sorry, Bryn. A few more minutes should be fine. Sorry for the sudden visit. We'll get going now, and thank you for the short hospitality. We were going to leave. We spent around an hour and a half in her home. Brynhilder chatted and caught up with her parents. We also spoke to them about random things, just trying to get to know each other. Brynhilder, or Zelma's mother's name, is Dices, while the father is called Durin. They clearly care for her, so in a way they spoil her in their own way and love. The girls went ahead of me, as the two of them were still talking to me. Jean. I turn around as I get to the door, and they both call out my name. When I face them, they look at each other and grab an arm each. I was confused. Zelma, or Brynhilder, is a good girl at heart. She may seem intimidating or strict at times, but she's doing it for everyone's best interest, right? Our daughter is a good individual. Yes, I am aware. While our interaction and the times we've met have been brief, that's the impression I got from her. She has my respect, and I hope she sees me as a friend, well, hopefully. They chuckle at me and nodded their heads. This may seem selfish, but please look after our daughter for us. Durin said to me with a serious yet worried look, and I could see the same was true for Dices as well. Well, friends look out for each other, right? Sure, she's an ally and friend. She's also Rose's senior, so they'll look out for her. They give me strained smiles like I didn't understand what they meant. Hey, I know what you mean. Gondel Rossweiss's grandmother also has the same worries as you too. I'm also aware that most people know of the many close companions in my life. but I want to take anyone that I don't at the very least feel mutually attracted to. If it happens, it happens. I want force at you to understand that, right? They smile at me and nodded. At least they're not pushy. Once again, thank you for the hospitality. We'll try my best and goodbye. I finally leave and join up with the girls waiting. You spoke to my parents? Yeah, just asking about when our wedding is at. Brynhilde froze and was just staring at me. I really shouldn't have said that. Geez, I'm joking, sorry, Bryn. They just asked a little more about me and my work. Anyway, let's get going. She then starts to seriously glare at me, and the rest of them shook their heads at me. Hey, come on. I can tease her at least, right? She just shook her head again and started to walk away. Thankfully, she visited a few shops before we left. A bakery, a farmer's market, and the tavern again. The owners of the bakery and farmer's market knew her very well. Apparently, they knew of her when she was still a little kid. They all made the same comment. Brought home a boyfriend, huh? Or something along those lines. Once we were done with those rounds, I teleported us back to the platform, instead of flying or using Kaisel. Tight schedule after all. It will be another 5 minutes until it arrives. Brynhilde says Rossweiss leans up against me as well as Hephaestus, but she was a blushing mess while doing it. Rainier was sitting away from us. She was weirdly silent during the meeting with Brynhilde. Her emotions were just confused. BZZT, I took my phone out, and it was Rennie who sent me a text. Coming home today? She added a sad face emoji with it. Yes, I am. Just one more place to visit. I'll meet up with the Norse gods and get that treaty signed. Yeah, we're all slowly dying back here. You know I miss all of you too. He'll be home soon. Are you busy? Just training magic with Shigyun and Natsum. I have to go. Our break is ending. I love you, G-I-C. Good luck. And I love you too, Rennie. The two of them were just staring at my phone while I texted Rennie. I felt Rose puff up her cheeks. How a little jealous, are we? I turned and kissed her head, and she was fine with that. It didn't take long for the bullet train to arrive again. It's been around 20 minutes, and we were nearing the industrial zone of the country. Even from here, I could see a lot of tall buildings in the distance. Are you all right? Just tired. I guess Rainier, since getting on, looked a bit out of it. I scanned her earlier, and nothing came up. Probably just psychological or a mental thing. She wasn't shy away from leaning her head against my shoulder. Anything to tell us about the place we're coming up on, Bryn? Just call me Zelma, but only when it's just us. I gave her a strange look, but she ignores it. I mean, I don't mind. But to your question, it's been mentioned multiple times, but many of its residents are dwarves or anyone that's good at creating things. It's an important place, so there are more Valkyrie stationed here, so the security is tight. Not much sightseeing, Gene. Just a lot of buildings, smoke, tinkering, and creating. The only place we can go to is the Hermal Fellow that Razes told us about. Right? We can just go straight there while taking a look at the city as we go. I don't think I can just waltz into a random building, even with my status. Right then, let's go straight over there. We had left the bullet train earlier, and while Zelma wasn't kidding, this place is just all buildings, smoke, and feels claustrophobic as hell. How the hell do I even describe this place? Piping everywhere, smoke coming out of God knows where. Multiple levels to the place, since not a single shop or building is on one level. Many of the buildings are a mix of metal, stone, and very little wood, or none at all. There seems to be some kind of mini tram system here. I could see multiple people using it. Is that a tram system? Griselda points at it and asks Zelma. Yes, once this place started to be built and becoming more complex than they made that. It runs underground, so mostly underneath the giant buildings of this place. It's a very hot and humid place. I can work something out with Odin to provide a cooling effect to the Valkyries and workers here. Zelma looks at me funny and lets her feel my close her eyes widen since it was cold. I tell her what I did to it. She looks at Rossweiss and Griselda as they weren't sweating. For the time being, let's do this instead. I point at Zelma, Hephaestus, and Rainier and add a cooling effect on their entire body. All of them looked relieved. Now then, let's get going to that pub called Kraken Keeper. Do you have any idea? Zell? She shook her head great. I spot a random dwarf, and Flash stepped towards him. I appear in front of him, and he jumps in fright. What the W, who are you? Sorry for the sudden appearance. Do you know where a pub called Kraken Keeper is at? The Kraken? I'm going there now, actually. You need to hop on the tram. I gesture for everyone to come here, and they quickly do. We're going there, actually. Mind if we follow you? Go right ahead, lad. I go buy tickets for everyone and enter the tram. It wasn't as packed as I thought. I give the tickets to everyone, and we sit down. The tram had soft leather seats, windows everywhere, and was rectangular in shape. It was also quite spacious. If I had to guess, maybe around. At least 90 to 100 could fit in here if they really pushed it. After a few seconds, the tram made a noise, and we started to move. We were on it for at least a minute before the dwarf from earlier got up and nodded at me. The rest followed me, and then we waited for the tram to stop. It eventually did, and we exited with him. Why are you folks here? It's mostly just sweaty people here doing work. A friend asked to check on a guy called Hermel. Hermel? He's the owner of Kraken Keeper, as well as his sister. Come on, we're nearly there. We entered a tunnel with a lot of shops, each of them different. A few sold food, a few sold what looked like gadgets, and some just clothing. I guess there are some areas here that are a little more normal. We kept on walking with the dwarf until we reached a bunch of stairs and went up them. Once at the top in front of us was a busy street with many people going about their business. There, the dwarf pointed in front of us, and in the middle of the street was the pub called Kraken Keeper. It looked unique as the sign that said Kraken Keeper had art of a kraken entangled around it and was blinking a couple of colors every few seconds. We made our way there when bang. Crash. And stay out. Stupid drunksome? Oh, Frank, you made it. Who are these? New drinking buddies? The now-named dwarf Frank shakes his head. Actually, they're looking for you, Hermel. Hermel is a massive man standing at 212 centimeters. He sports a large frame of exceptionally sculpted and well-defined muscles. He seems to have blonde hair. Hermel's head is completely bald save for a single lock of curly blonde hair hanging from just above his brow. His eyebrows, too, are bare of hair, and he sports a thick, blonde handlebar mustache, which hides his mouth while accentuating his strong, cleft chin. Though these characteristics give Hermel a rather menacing visage, his eyes are blue and kind-looking with notably long eyelashes. Ho ho, my, to think this many were looking for me, may I know why? As he says this, he flexes his muscle and rips his shirt apart and what? Razzus, he asked us to come here to just make sure you're doing okay. Imogene, middleman and Red Dragon Emperor. His eyes brighten and puts a hand out for a handshake. A weird glint in his eyes as he waited impatiently for me to shake it. Going with the flow, I reach out and shake his hand. He tightens his grip. I respond in kind, and his face then pales. He starts to put his other hand up in surrender, so I let go. Impressive. To think the middleman would personally come and check up on me. And my sister. Cool, mate. We have room in our pub. Have some food. He turns around and pushes the doors open. Frank was looking at me slack-jawed, and I awkwardly smile at him and followed Hermel inside. The inside was quite tidy, actually. Apart from the few chairs that had fallen over, it was clean. Wooden stools, chairs, and tables. Everything else was either glass or metal. The lights here were mounted to the walls and powered by magic. A few stains here and there, but nothing too serious. Hermel was already by the counter, and speaking to a woman, they strangely look the same. The woman is a beautiful, pale-skinned woman who has waist-length blonde hair that is noticeably curled at the ends despite being otherwise relatively straight with parts of her hair covering her right eye. A piece of hair strand resting on her left shoulder, light blue or dark blue eyes with long eyelashes, and her lips are clearly defined and depicted as being rather full. Although she is slender, she also sports a rather muscular build. Theta, that's the middleman there with his lovers? Hermel turns around and says in the last part in more of a question rather than a statement. The woman called Theta looks us over and nods. She gestures for us to join them. The other patrons in the bar had quieted down as they watched us go up to the counter. Middleman? The rumored Red Dragon Emperor? Why is he here? Hey, isn't that Brynhildr? Is she part of his GR High? Zelma sharply turned to the man who tried to say she was in my group, scaring him to near death as he fell over. Welcome, middleman. Why are you here? I tell her why, and it was Razzus who told us to stop by. She smirked and nodded her head. Theta. This is my stupid brother Hermel. We're siblings, and yes, we look quite different from your regular dwarves. Hybrids. Mother was human, father was a dwarf. You get what I mean, right? Yeah, not the first dwarf I met like this. Thank you for checking up on us. What can I get you? Any recommendations? We won't be here for too long. I gotta meet up with Odin after this. Theta nods and tells us the daily recommended dish. We order that and decided to have some extra grub. It didn't take long since they had other people hired as staff. They were quite efficient since they had things made to fasten the process. We began eating our food and looking around the pub. The place had gone back to what it was earlier. Everyone else was chatting and winding down after a day's work. Griselda, Zelma, and Theta were chatting away, which was a bit of a surprise. Rose was looking at her drink weirdly. She took a few sips and sniffed it. I look at her as she shakes her head. I wonder what that was about. I checked the drink, and it was normal. Nothing odd about it. Hephaestus and Rainier were with each other, but weren't talking. They were just quietly eating by themselves. Thankfully, they didn't ask about who Faye was, or this would have turned into quite a mess. Once we ate our food, I paid. Tight schedule today. I wish I could have stayed and checked the place out a bit more. They'll come back in the future. Worry not, Jean. You still have your job to do. Hermel flexes his muscles again while pouring a patron a drink before moving on to another one. With all the flexing he's doing, he's still being efficient. It's almost freaky. We will wait for your return then, Jean. Farewell. I thanked her again before leaving my seat. It was a short trip, and we didn't really do anything except for a very short tour of the place. I'm sure Zelma knows the place a bit better than we do. Rose seemed a bit lost, so I can assume she knew nothing of the layout. Back to the main island then. Are we taking the bullet train back? No. Gather around, it'll just teleport us back to save time. As we were teleported away, I saw something, a small flash of purple, almost like a rose. She was either following us since we left Ross Weiss's home, or it's a coincidence. Purple Rose Lisa growls over her. Rennie said Shell tried to set up a meeting between me and Mephisto. They'll ask her about that again soon. Comptoir, what can you tell me about this Lisa, Purple Rose person? Comptoir, answer. Currently older than Lavinia Rennie, as she's in her early 30s, Lisa, also known as Purple Rose, is one of the best magicians that has come out of Grauzober. Her genius is on par with or greater than that of Lavinia Rennie. Comptoir, answer. She got involved in the supernatural quite early in life due to her parents dying to some stray devils. She built herself from the ground up, creating, modifying, and perfecting her own magic circles. Comptoir, answer. This in turn gave Lisa her current moniker Purple Rose, as the magic circle has the symbol of a rose and is the color purple. She also has Purple Lightning as a moniker due to her speed and efficiency in combat. Comptoir, answer. She's also half German and half English. She was an independent magician before joining Grauzober around the age of 26. From there, she became quite well known, until a few years ago when she left. Interesting, but that doesn't answer why she has been following us. I had noticed earlier, but didn't want to say anything. Maybe I was mistaken? Barato, is she working for any organization right now? Like Cow's Brigade? Comptoir, answer no. No contact with Cow's Brigade, nor any signs of Azrael's blood within her. She may be following you for her own personal reasons. However, she hasn't followed you from that island to here. That makes sense. I did teleport here instead of doing it the normal way, Jean. It's nothing, let's go. I start walking towards Odin's home. This time a lot of eyes were on us, but since Zelma was with us and was giving off an aura that said back off, they didn't approach. We quickly arrived to his home and maneuvered our way through his home, and were back by those doors again. Let me bam. I stepped forward and pushed them open. The gods were just staring at me in surprise. I may have pushed them a little too hard. My bad. I put a bit too much strength into it. Gene boy, you finally made it. Going through all of those was a nightmare. I feel sorry for other factions and pantheons that have to go through those in the future. I nod and walk into the room. The others follow me. Zelma leaves our side and goes to stand behind Odin. So what's your decision, Odin? He looks around the table and then back to me, a dumb grin on him. He then spreads his arms out, almost looking like he's asking for a hug. Bring me the finest warriors and leaders of those pantheons and factions. We agree to this alliance. Jean skyward. Ho ho ho. I can't wait for you to go meet the Shinto gods. His sons facepalm at the words of their father. Everyone else had strained smiles as they hold themselves back at Odin's brazen bold attitude. Well, whatever the real reason he wants to join, at least he's part of it. I walk over to the table and summon one last piece of paper. They grimace, and Odin reels back, making me chuckle. This one is just a sign. It needs all your signatures. Once that's done, they'll sign it. If you have any other questions about certain parts of anything, do it now. I hand the piece of paper from the left to start. They start to sign it. Once Thor finished doing so, he pulls out of one the documents, and Jean, a moment, if you will. How about this, that? It's as a few more Norse gods had questions, and I answered them as thoroughly as I could. Once they all signed the document, I also signed it with that. It's done. I put it into my inventory as well as the other documents. They'll give this to Azazel soon. We're done here then. With this, the Norse mythology officially joined the alliance. They'll run this by the rest, and you should start getting certain things from each faction or pantheon. If you want anything specific, like how to make your own reincarnation system or artificially created sacred gears, then talk to Ajuka or Azazel. Oh, speaking of sacred gears, Jean. Thor speaks back up, and Odin looks at him with a knowing look. I turn to the god of thunder and wait for him to continue. Zenobia Corda, she said during her raiding game against the Sonacitri that you created a new sacred gear, correct? Yes, I made it. It's on par with the original 13 Longinus. I dubbed it Carnage Incarnate, Grand Chariot. Why do you ask? Do you want me to make a sacred gear for one of you? I glance at Vidar. He gets an artificial sacred gear in the future. With the help of Azazel and Grigori, they made their own sacred gear system, using Yggdrasil, letting Vidar store Midgardsormr's jewel, and dons his Ragnarok Acer Berserk the balance break for his sacred gear. What was his sacred gear? Well, they were boots that Odin created in order to counter Fenrir. But as I said earlier, once they got their sacred gear system, they modified them, and they became Ragnarok Acer Berserk. We had thought of it. Theoretically, if we did ask, what kind of compensation would you look for? Compensation? Huh? I close my eyes. Realistically, they can't really provide me with anything women. Where the hell have you two been? You guys have been pretty quiet today. Not much to say, partner. I was busy watching TV shows. I was reading crime novels. At least you're making good use of your time. Thanks anyway. I open my eyes back up and look at Thor. Dunno, it will depend on what type of sacred gear you want, I guess. State change, recovery, creation, defensive counter, attribute, time-space, barrier sealing, or independent types. There's more that can be made. Maybe new ones? Thor nods along to what I say, the others listening in carefully. In theory, Jean, could you potentially turn my hammer, the Mjolnir, into a sacred gear? I shrug. I don't see why not. I could always find some kind of lightning or thunder beast, creature or monster, and seal it in there. Change and modify Mjolnir to have the ability to reach a balance break, and probably break down the beast. I see. Thank you for answering my questions. Maybe in the future, we may request for something like it. However, we'll probably contact Azazel and Grigori first. Sure thing. Anything else? If not, then what happened to Hel? After she was found out and all that jazz. She has been restrained, sealed, and is in the same place as her father. We would appreciate it if you went down there to increase the seals on her, Jean. I nod. I was already planning on doing that in the first place, Odin. I see. Thank you. With that, we're done. What do you plan on doing now, Jean? Stay a little more in Asgard? Go home. Probably go home. I still have school to attend. I have a clone attending, but I need to do some of them time myself, you know? Odin strokes his bread while agreeing along with me. I see. Well, I hope to see you here again, Jean. Especially after you sign the alliance with the Shinto gods. Ho, ho, ho. Right, it'll get going then. Keep yourself safe now. I start to walk away, and the girls follow me. I hear them saying goodbye to me. However, my first stop is Hel. I want to add some seals to prevent her from escaping and from anyone from Cow's brigade breaking her out with Loki. We'll check on Hel real quick. You guys stay here. I didn't wait for their reply, and I teleported to the same place Loki was being held at. Once I was there, the room had a faint glow to it. Loki was still asleep, while Hel was awake and glaring at me once she spotted me. They'll be making you like your father. You have yourself to blame. I put her to sleep and add the same seals on her as I did with Loki. I reinforced the room again and double-check everything. Once I was satisfied with it, I teleported back to the girls. They noticed me, and we continued to go out of the home of Odin. Once we were outside, Jean, from behind, Zelma calls out to me. "What's up, Bryn? Need something from me?" She gave me a look that screamed, "Are you serious?" And I chuckled. I summoned a piece of paper and handed it over to her. "I'm not sure if I gave you one already, but here, just to be safe, and this." I summoned a ring and gave it to her. She held it in her hand, blinking slowly before she turned red. "Take it as you will, but it's just I did promise your folks I would look out for you." I placed my hand on her shoulder and cast a spell on her outfit. I tell her what I did, and she wasn't quite sure how to respond. She just stared blankly at me. "Anyway, we'll get going. See you around, Zelma." She started to say something as we teleported away. Underworld Grigori Institute. I had teleported to the new base of the fallen angels. It was in the underworld. I look around me and could see that they managed to replicate the old lobby from the human world down to here. Gotta say, it's almost one for one. But they did change some things. Anyway, I wanted to drop you off first, Rainier. "Thank you." I stepped towards her and put my hand on her forehead. She seemed confused but doesn't do anything. She acted strangely when we were in the industrial zone of that island. Just making sure. Actually, do fallen angels even get sick? I know devils and dragons do all right. You're good to go. Okay. I chuckle and ruffle her hair one last time before leaving. While it may have been brief, I saw her smile before I blipped out of there. Mount Olympus, last stop for Hephaestus. She didn't say anything but smiled at me. "Thank you, and I'm sorry, Jean." "No problem, but why are you thanking me while also apologizing?" "I imposed on you quite suddenly, so I feel like I should apologize for that. But also thank you for letting me stay and tolerating me during your business trip to Asgard." I wave her off, and I was fine. "Hell, you made it easier for me when I was meeting the dwarves." "It's fine, I had fun. You also made things easier, so you helped me more than anything." "Thanks, Faye." She smiled one more time, and I patted her head. I give her a thumbs up before leaving. Japan, Kuo Skyward Household, Jean Naya. I smell Jean. My Rennie senses are tingling. I feel Jean. The usual three suspects pounce on me once I came back into my own home. Also, when the hell did she get a Rennie tingle? Also, shouldn't Kuroka be the one sensing me through smell? Why is the fallen, whatever, I'm back later that night, Jean. I was in the bathroom as I just finished brushing my teeth when Graphia came in. "What's up, Jure? Hey." Without warning, she stepped forward and gave me a quick hug. "No, Cincheredo. All plans are prepared, and we just need a certain someone to arrive." "Oh, so you have that?" "Yes, it took us a while, but we broke the seals on the Seshoseki, or the Killing Stone, and unsealed her. Good thing, too. She's weakened and confused. We just put her back to sleep." "Good. We can make use of her for our plan. We have been hiding for too long. It's time for the hero faction to make its move. However, she is the backup if we fail to capture Yasaka. You know that, right?" "Yes, of course. We have Avetsa helping out with her cryptids, as well as the Monkai Association and the Hexenact. Our plans for Kyoto will go off perfectly. We also have countermeasures in place if those stupid 5 principal clans try to get involved." "How so?" "Thanks to Lapis Samus' genius, we have increased the speed in making her divine beasts. We have 6 ready, 5 for the clans, and 1 for, well, if things go wrong, which they won't." "Good. We start when she gets here. Prepare an assault team on Yasaka. I heard she will try to meet up with some Sakura messengers from Mount Meru." Chapter 4, Part 1. Peace is best, and back to Kyoto, Japan. Kuo Skyward Household, Jean Skyward. I was a bit stunned by Graphia asking in such a straightforward way. In the past, she was a little more subtle, but when I came back earlier in the day, I could sense tension in everyone leaving them. I guess I wasn't the only one missing them all. "Of course. Cincheredo, how can you be this sweet?" "Graphia?" I scan the house and make sure everyone's here. Rennie's in the main room. "Maybe we should, both of us will." She hesitates and can't finish her sentence. "I see. So, they'll get the 2 of you right now, huh? Well, I did say I was going to." "Works for me." Nodding and grabbing Graphia's hand. "Cincheredo, what a sweet moment," I say as I sit between Rennie and Graphia on the bed. Both women smile softly at me. "Graphia, Rennie, I have an idea. Both girls look at me with curiosity. I had laid down on the bed, and both girls sat close beside me as we enjoyed the peaceful evening together. Cinchuredo. Dreams do come true, don't be stupid. Jean Grafia scolded me, as both of them hadn't moved yet. They were mostly staring at me. I'm just thankful, Fia. Thankful? You're making this to be a bigger deal than it should be. I'm sure we've done this for you before. I shook my head. If you don't get it, do you? Individually? Yes. However, I haven't done that particular combination before. Other variations? Yes. Even triple, but not this before. Also, it's the both of you. She seemed confused, so I told her what I had said to myself previously, and she just sighed. Rennie giggled at my thought process. Grafia looks back at me and stares intently. You look as intense as ever, Jean. Did you do anything while in Asgard? Do it with who exactly? Ross Weiss did start dating me. So there's that, but we just spent some time together at a public bath. But apart from that, no Cinchuredo, both of them let out surprise sounds as they moved quickly, and the tension in the room grew. From the heat and excitement, their faces were flushed. I really am overwhelmed. Cinchuredo. Time for the main event then. So Humi, we decided beforehand, Rennie says as she walks over. I chuckle and wave my hand as the mess on her disappears. She seemed a bit upset, but got over it quickly. I sat up as Rennie sat next to me, leaning close. She wrapped her arms around me as we stared at each other. I quickly glanced at Grafia as she had a slightly jealous expression on her. When I looked back at Rennie, she had a cute grin on her face. We shared a sweet, gentle bravado, holding each other close. She was talking passionately to me about her travels. I had been away for a few days, not weeks, months, or years, in my attempt to keep the conversation engaging. I responded enthusiastically, my words flowing freely with hers. As my arms reached down to grab a book from the shelf, I picked it up, which prompted a small laugh from the blonde. Cinchuredo, hee. I did it myself again, I said with a grin. Rennie smiled at me and placed her hands gently against me as we swayed together to the music. She moved back and forth lightly, keeping her eyes closed and humming softly along with the song. Cinchuredo. I can't believe how freely I can move like this. I shout in surprise. Rennie's legs give out beneath her, and she loses her balance, collapsing gently against me. Whoa! I exclaim as she falls, catching her securely as her weight settles against me. Cinchuredo. I bravado her on the forehead and gently moved away from her before placing her by my side. I ran my fingers through her hair and felt a smile creep up on my face. Times like this, times when we just relax and play around like idiots, I really treasure them. The stupid stresses of life are always a second thought when I'm with them. I sat up and looked at Grafia. She looked pretty upset right now, with a desperate and expectant look on her face. Once we saw me place the sleeping Rennie on one side of the bed, she quickly crawled up to me. I hugged her, and we fell on our sides. Cinchuredo. Grafia shivers every time I hold her close. She was really trying her hardest, huh? Jean, I love you so much. You mean the world to me. Grafia started to pour her heart out to me. Cinchuredo. She didn't care anymore. Did I put a barrier around us? I don't think so. Whatever. They'll just apologize to everyone later. Grafia and I continue our quiet moment together, working through our differences and finding a deeper understanding between us. Jean, love me more, don't let me go. Of course. They'll always be there for you whenever you need it. Just come to me. Yes. Yours. Only yours. We'll have a wonderful future together, as bright as you want it to be. Darn, why bring that up now? Come on. I run toward Fia and hold her close. Her most recent words pushing me forward. My kids, huh? As many as I want, huh? You better keep those promises, Grafia. I felt a surge of emotion as she laughed loudly, caught off guard by my declaration. Grafia lets out a relieved sigh and softly says Rennie's name. I look over at the blonde as she stares at us with a smile and blush. It looks like she woke up. But kids? Huh. Grafia is the second one to promise such a thing. I wonder who else feels like that. They'll think about it another time. I look back at Rennie, and she seemed restless. I guess I have to keep going. I focused on the task at hand. Censored a while later, we finished what we were doing. I checked with Barato just now, and it's around 11 at night. The rest of the girls were aware of my time, spent with these two earlier in the evening, and they were currently asleep. Our conversation had been going on for at least 10 hours. I get dressed and go back downstairs. I felt everyone was in the living room and headed there. Once I was in the room, everyone was staring at me. Irina was sitting next to Zenobia. Did she fall asleep or something? Oh, hey there. Jean, did you forget to lock the door? I may have. Aquino smiled at me. I looked around, and the more shy ones were still looking away from me. Even though I didn't do it too often during those 5 years, I'm quite certain they've heard me do it a few times. Therefore, why are they behaving like this again? You said it yourself. They probably weren't used to it since it's been so long. I guess so. We should be going to sleep soon. I have school tomorrow. I joined Kuroka, and Natsum on their couch. Kanami was beside Natsum, and she was a lot calmer than I would have thought. Jinaya, how long were you practicing? 10 hours? Both of them are resting right now. Wow, Jean, I didn't know you had that much stamina. Haha, Natsu, you're so innocent. Being embarrassed and shy about this. Kanami started to tease Natsum beside me as she kept getting redder. I've had a few boyfriends while away. Never took it too far, though. I guess we just didn't mesh well. She shrugs and starts talking about her history over the past few years. After staying in different countries for a few weeks or a few months, she met a guy, dated him, and then broke up when she needed to move on. All in all, she was with 4 guys in total. No boyfriends in high school. Kanami had a strained look when mentioning one of them, but quickly moved on. We chatted about their time while I was absent, and vice versa. A few days later, Kuo Academy in a few weeks, the trip for the second years will start, and they'll be gone for a few days. They'll also meet up with them in Kyoto, since I have to deal with the hero faction mess. Yasaka and I have been in contact more recently, and Kunu is very excited about my plans to visit. I've been away from them for too long. They have not even visited. I miss them. Slam. No. During lunch, I was looking out the window in my classroom. Rias informed me that they were just reviewing their contracts for the coming days and weeks before and during the trip to Kyoto with our second years. So Ingvild and I didn't attend. She chose to hang out with her friends. The guys had put some chairs together and were talking about the hottest girls in school, while also playing the Yu-Gi-Oh! Ripoff. The guy from before? He was suspended for a few weeks. He wasn't back yet. Najima and Kuda were also part of the group yank. Skyward-sama, join us. We would like to hear your opinion. I was yanked out of my seat and dragged to the group by Kuda. I sighed and didn't really fight back. I was forced to sit in a chair and listen to them ramble. So, let's go over our top 10 right now. One of the guys said seriously, and the other idiots nodded. Najima brought out a list. Senchurito Sauna, Shurtarai, Tsubaki, Shinra Kyom Abe 3. Raswai Sensei, Griselda Sensei 4. Xenovia Quarta, Irina, Shidu, Asia Argento 5. Kaniko Tuju Momo Hanakai, Rhea, Kusaka 6. Ruruko, Nimura 7. Murayama Keites 8. Tsubasa Yura, Tomo Meguri 9. Aika Kiru Kuminen. Gasper Vladi, who the hell put Jaisuk on the list? I asked the group. There was also a picture of him in a school swimsuit, a girls one. We all looked at one guy, Riku, Onodura, short blue hair, baby face, a bit awkward, but was usually a good guy at heart, 55 and skinny. And part of the fan club, all right. Jaisuk has a fan club? Yes. It's called the Rise of Shota Vladi, and we're all proud members. That day, Gasper-chan transferred in. Something awakened that day for me. We will do anything for Gasper-sama. Whatever it takes. Hee ha 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 ha. The guys just gave him weird looks. HAA, good luck, Jaisuk. You have a bunch of weirdos after you. I hope your relationship with Coriana blossoms soon. Though seeing pictures of my own lovers annoys me. You know, I'm quite close with many of these ladies. I'm also good friend with Gasper. I'm his senior too. Do you expect me to leave quietly after this? Everyone in that group flinches and freezes on their spot. Senchuredo Riku, I am a proud believer. Ri got up and bellowed out with a primal screech, making the others cover their ears. Ri? Really? I guess this guy is a meme connoisseur. Slam! What in the world is happening here? Sona's voice resounded throughout the classroom. I turned to see her and Tsubaki glaring at everyone and eventually landing on our group. She looks at me and I shrug. Hey, you deal with them, I was just dragged here. The others who weren't part of it quickly explained what the hell was happening, and she glared at us even harder. You know, I would have expected this academy to have some kind of discipline committee to deal with this kind of thing. Sona marched over, and the guy who was responsible started to gather the materials up, but he came up short, and Tsubaki stopped him. Hi, I'm Sully. I just leaned back on my chair, and why you're also a suspect, Jean? Please, Sona, be reasonable. I was forced to come here, you know. I look at her, and she doesn't budge. Shoot. I sigh and slump back down on my seat. They'll wait it out then. Tsubaki walks around getting statements from everyone. She comes back, whispers to Sona, and takes everyone away. Sona glances at me, and I get up. Why me student council room? Did you really think sneaking photos of other students in private areas without their permission would be fine? Do you think it wouldn't get you in trouble once we found out? We confiscate these, and you also hand over your phone or camera you use to take these photos. She glares harder at him and points at a phone. At best, we do that and we give you an expulsion or you get expelled and move schools. Worst case scenario, Senchuredo the guy was pale and looked like he had seen a ghost. They'll take my expulsion. He took out a phone and practically threw it on the desk. Sona sighed, and she spoke for a few more minutes before telling the others of their wrong deeds. She told them to leave, and I was left there. Why do you even associate yourself with them? Those guys bring trouble to themselves, you know. I was dragged there. I just sat in a chair and didn't participate. Come on, Sona. Senchuredo. But try to do the right thing from time to time, like every other student in this school. Come on, Sona. You can't deny that the majority of the student body have a mischievous side. I mean, I do. Just look around. Sona just looked at me and shook her head. Saji was trying to contain his laughter, but got glared at. Lunch should be ending soon, so are we done? Lunch is going to end soon, you know. Yes, you're free to go. Cool beans. I got up and started to walk out of the room. Actually, Jean, I stopped and turned around to look at her. I heard you made the alliance with the Norse gods recently. Who's next? Shinto gods. I did get a letter from them after all. I pull the letter out of my inventory and make it float over to Sona. Tsubaki read over it and she nods. I took it back and placed it back. Will you need a leave of absence? I had my clone attend for me. No need. Thanks, though. I turned around and walked away. By the door, Saji held out his hand for a fist bump, and I chuckled and bumped fists with him. I have noticed that since the raiding game with the Gremory Peerage, he has been much more friendly and open to me. He sees me as a role model, and he regards me as a rival. However, he openly admitted that he doesn't see himself surpassing me or anything like that, but still holds me in that regard. I finally leave, and someone else follow me out? I glance back to see Momo Hanakai, one of Sona's bishop pieces, and has a crush on Saji. I see the door closing with Saji smirking at me, dude. What the hell? Jean Senpai, can I speak with you for a second? Then I turn around and face her. We walked away from the room when she gestured for us to do so. There weren't many students around, so it was safe to speak. For what I know, she's known about the supernatural since childhood. She became aware of the Citri clan mainly due to her father having a high position in a company that was affiliated with them. Somewhere down the line, she was reincarnated as a devil. What's up? One of my classmates, they approached me and asked me to ask you if you could help the volleyball team with the game tomorrow. They're quite busy with getting ready for it, and today one of their regulars injured themselves. I know it's a bit presumptuous of me and out of line, but sure thing. Since I won't be traveling to the Shinto gods for a few more weeks, it's fine. So tomorrow, right? They'll help them. They'll stop by the club after school. Thanks for telling me, Momo. Yeah. Haha, thanks, Jean Senpai. Also thank for helping Jinchuru-kun. She says that last part with a blush and leaves, what? Ginchiro-kun. Don't you start calling him Jinshan after your match against the Gremory Peerage? Oh no, what have I done? In recent days, I have seen Saji and Ruruko Nimura, Sonus, other pawn a lot closer. Don't tell me that little well. He better tell me. I watch her enter the room, and I then turn around and go back to mine. Citri Bishop get. They had a conversation. You imbecile. She blushed. Blushing means nothing. All right, calm down, you two. After school volleyball club at the end of the school day. The Grimmery Peerage headed to their clubs to do their club activities. After I talk with the volleyball team, I will stop by the clubroom. Ingvild joined me as we were outside the gymnasium. Excuse me, I shouted. It caught the coach's attention, and he walked over to me. Oh, Skyward Cohen, how can we help you? Someone asked me to help with tomorrow's match. Someone got injured? The coach flashed an excited look and nodded. Ah yeah, Kuriko Cohen sprained his ankle and couldn't participate. He's been a regular since this club started, but knowing you'll be helping us, it's reassuring. Let me tell the rest you can leave. You have your own club, right? Yeah, I do, and thanks, you'll be here then. Oh yes, it's here in our school, so you don't need to rush or anything. We'll be here around 6 to 7 for some warm-ups. The match starts at 9. Got it. I can make it around 7 or 8. He nods before turning around and getting the team together. I leave with Ingvild back to the Occult Research Club. Ingvild and I start holding hands on the way back. You think that's going to be enough for you to get used to the team? Yeah, I did play with them when we first both transferred here. They'll be fine. Yuri Kyoto, Yasaka-sama, Jin-sama will be coming here once the second years of Koho Academy go on their scheduled school trip. It's been quite some time since Jean visited us. I was with Kunu and Sharon mostly. She made my job a lot easier since she's quite literally a supermaid. She can do anything. I can see why Graphius sees her as a rival. Yes, please prepare some rooms for the ones that may stay here, Sharon. Yes. Sharon leaves with Kunu following her. Kunu has started to see Sharon as a sister figure and has started to act like a maid from time to time. I am not sure if it's a good thing or not. I haven't been able to go to Jean's home for a visit with Kunu. Since I have been in contact with Hindu gods, I am to meet with Sakura messengers in the near future. However, I received a message from Sharon to not do it. I was confused and asked why, and she said that Jean said so. Jean, he always had reasons for doing certain things. I assumed that he has his reasons for telling Sharon to tell me that. I replied that I would ask for a rescheduling. They have yet to reply to me back. How should I act around him? The last time we saw each other was when he helped me deal with my last husband. Why is my face heating up? I'm older than him, but now I feel flustered. Get yourself together, Yasaka. I'll be here soon, Ireland. Unknown location. It's been a while since I last saw Jean Skyward, the Red Dragon Emperor and middleman of the supernatural world. Many were skeptical of his goals. I mean, uniting the entire supernatural world? Who would even attempt such a thing? I had been traveling around the country, as usual, and I had come to Dunleagare. This is where Jean lived before he moved to Japan. I've been asking around about him, and he's quite popular, though I should have expected that already. Men could be terrible, nothing but trouble in the making. I will show the whole supernatural world that he's nothing different. That scammer dragon? Please, isn't that proof enough that he's a degenerate fraud? He may have manipulated those women for his own selfish purposes, building his own following of followers. He'll rescue them. He'll expose him to the whole world and show that he's just a con artist. I promise you that. Next day, Jean, Skyward, ugh, I shouldn't have agreed to this. I'm here with you, Jean. Chin up. It was around 7 in the morning, and I was on my way to the gymnasium to see how the team's male volleyball team was. Everyone else was still asleep, or just still at home. I had told everyone about it last night, and Ingvild was the one going with me. Ugh, Ingvild, you're the only one willing. Kia, I had suddenly grabbed her and hugged her while I kept walking. I felt her wrap herself around me as she giggled. Don't be silly, you better win this sure thing. For Ingvild, I shall win this game. We kept on messing around until we reached the school, and I let her down. We walked the rest of the way to the gymnasium. Once we were there, it was already quite noisy. We both go inside, and the coach spots me and runs over to me. Skyward Cohen, I'm glad you came early. Your jersey is in the locker room and ready. Go get dressed and go warm up with the team. You must be Ingvild Cohen. If you wish to watch, you can stand by over there. Now excuse me. The coach gave us a rundown, and I look at her. Ingvild nods and goes over to the stands. I go and get changed. I hope this goes smoothly. Going to show off a bit, partner? For you, Drake, sure. Ah, shucks. You're making me blush, Comptoir. Answer. Out of the way, dragon. That's my husband you're trying to court. Boom. Jaya. It was a joke, Comptoir, till I shake my head and join the regulars. Hey, just got here. Jean Senpai. Thank you for helping us. All right, let's get back to it. Hiroto was the setter, a third year like myself, and the team captain. He addresses the team, and they start on their drills. He turns to me and tells me what we needed to do. Kuo, Fido. It's around 9 now, and the gymnasium was already set up properly. The other team had also arrived. Kiko High School. It sounded almost like Taika Middle School. Like from Kuriko No Basket, we had a few students who cheer for us. I spotted the Gremory and Citri peerages. Ingvild had stayed with me during all that time. Thankfully, Rias had her excuse, so it was all good. Hiroto called us in for a huddle. All right, this is our first game without our usual regulars, but we're here to win. Let's get this tournament started in the right way. Okay. Yeah, everyone shouted at the same time. I look over at the other school as they had a diverse lineup, if I was honest. It's like the generation of miracles, but for volleyball, they looked quite intimidating. But a lot of them were quite tall. From glance, none of them were below 58. The highest was probably taller than me. Comptoir? Comptoir. Answer. He is 610. Jesus Christ, he also had a muscular build too. We lined up and did the usual greetings. The captains went up for a coin toss to see who would serve first. Hiroto won that one, and we would serve first. He looks at me and nods. All right then, let's start this with a bang. Earlier, I had meshed well with the team. Now I had the mindset of going into this game by relying on the team and going solo at times. If I see that we're losing, I'll take it all the way by myself, but if not, I'll let it play out normally. I spin the ball around my hands. Let's give them the Oikawa serve. I step back a little bit further from the court and throw the ball up. It felt like the entire stadium just went into slow motion. I felt a smile appear on my face. I heard muffled voices. I jumped up and bam. Thud. I look back and I hit a perfect jump serve. Quite a lot of people were looking at me in shock. The Devil's the ones part of the supernatural world, including Kyome Abe as she had arrived here too. They were smirking at me. I guess that's my greeting, huh? I grin at them, and I could feel the rest of my team's excitement rise. The final set, we easily won the first and second sets, since most of the points came from my serves. Since we were still in high school, we only needed to go through 3 sets. The other team were clearly angry and flustered. I heard during a short break that they were one of the favorites since their lineup was pretty monstrous. Somewhere down the line, I had to dial it back since it was just me scoring serves, so I did a few with less power, and we got on with the game. Though, we worked well since the other team never go over the 2 digits of points. Hiroto was amazing. His sets for everyone were perfect, and everyone else did spectacular. I even dubbed our libero in my mind as Nishinoya. That guided the splits twice to save the ball from hitting the floor bam. Hiroto gave me another good toss. As I jumped and spiked it down, it blasted past the blocker's hands and arms and hit the floor beneath with a loud thud. Whistle. Winner, Kuo Academy. The referee blew the whistle as we only needed 1 more point to win. Hiroto, wanting to be safe, gave it to me for an easy win. The other was in shock as we had dominated them. Our school had burst into cheers. Nice toss. Nice kill. Hiroto and I high-fived as the team went wild for our first win. We lined up and did the usual end-of-match gestures. We even went to shake hands. Even the rougher-looking ones didn't seem so upset. I reach a guy with pink hair. Damn, dude, you're a monster. You plan on becoming a pro? Nah, I'm just a substitute. I don't even play volleyball. I belong to another club. I let go of the pink-haired guy's hand as he stares at me, slack-jawed. The same with his team. I heard them start to complain about being beaten by a school that had a random join them. I shook my head and got dressed as the school populace at the gym were still celebrating. Lunch? Anyone in like Wapa? Drop down, say pa. It was lunch, and the whole school had heard of the news, the easy victory of the volleyball team, courtesy of me. My classmates were also talking about it, especially my 2 friends who were bragging for me. I sigh again, as they won't let this go for a while. You really led that team today. Huh. Rias and everyone else, the Devils, had stayed behind and were sitting around my table. I mean, I guess. I just did my thing, you know. Regular. Par for the course type of deal par for the course? If you mean getting the first 12 points in the first set as par for the course. Until you held back then, I don't know anything anymore. I just slumped down on my desk as I felt someone lean against my back from behind and a head join mine on the table. A fufu, you did well. Skyward Sama. How about a little celebration for tonight? I turned to look at Aquino as she winked at me. I felt the glares of the guys around us. Even though I helped one of the school's team win a match, I still get hate, bruh. The rest of the day was pretty hectic as I had many people approach me. A few days later, Underworld, as the date of the Kyoto trip loomed nearer. We were in the Underworld since we were invited by Rias' parents for some tea and snacks. I saw no problem with it and joined them. Rose joined me too, since, well, she's my secretary business employee, though I guess she wanted to be around me. Now a problem occurred. Well, not really a problem, but a few things have been ramping up, and we had to delay our trip to the pocket dimension. It's been rescheduled before I go to the Shinto gods. So after the events in Kyoto, whatever they may be, why? Yasaka and Sisuko, they couldn't make it since the next events in the world will involve them. They had been busy preparing for those things to come. Yasaka is still apparently meeting up with the Sakura messengers, and Suzaku was preparing some things for me to bring to Amaterasu. Rias, how many servants do you still need? Zeoticus asked as he sipped from his teacup. Venelana also looked at her curiously. She, Rias, was playing with Millikas as he had joined us too. I have 8 pawn pieces left, and single rook Jean promised to help me find some potential members for my peerage. She looks at me, and I nodded. Yeah, I planned on having her rook be Lu Geru. He was originally Sona's servant, but was traded. Formerly a werewolf-human hybrid, he was reincarnated by Sona to be part of her peerage. But I don't know how that will play out, so I need other options for that. I also want her pawns to be 1 or 2, so either have one person reincarnated using all pawn pieces of them, or have 2 and split it as 4 each. As to who, though, I'm not sure. Originally, I had thought of Ajamu, but according to Rennie, Natsum, and Shigyan, he's part of Team/Dog now, so he's out. I changed her remaining pieces to be able to reincarnate God-class beings, so anything is possible for them. I'm still to visit new factions, pantheons, and as well as revisiting other ones I've been to, I can find some candidates for her there. Is that so? Then thank you in advance. Jean Cohen, by the way. Jean Cohen, it seems the second years are going on their school trip soon, yes? Rias has mentioned you're also going? Ah, yeah, I am, Venelana. I plan on checking up on Yasaka, the leader of the West Yukai faction, and as well as meet one of the leaders of 5 principal clans, Suzuko Himejima. I have some business with her too. I answered her question as she nodded. I usually have to speak in a more formal, or fancy tone with them. I don't know why, but they insisted on it. Even if I marry Rias, I want to take over. Last year, Rias brought back some Japanese pickles from Kyoto, which were quite tasty. Rias' mother actually ate Japanese pickles? No, Rias ate them all the time at home. Still, I felt rather surprised at the revelation. It's impossible to associate the noble Lady Gremory with Japanese pickles. They'll bring back some souvenirs then. I have a few in mind. Ada, that's not what I meant. I apologize. You really don't have to do that, no? Hearing my answer, Venelana blushed slightly and brought her hand to the corner of her mouth. This response was unexpectedly cute. I don't mind. We'll bring a few. Thank you very much. We spoke a little more, and I played with Millikas a bit. Seeing him being more of a child was a welcome change. The little get-together ended on a good note. After the tea party, we were prepared to return home via Magic Circle. But because Surzex suddenly returned to the Gremory Castle, so we went to greet him before leaving. I'll go too. Millikas also wanted to see his father, so he came with us. On a special path used only when Surzex returned to the castle, Surzex was meeting with someone, a certain black-haired guest. I felt the same aura earlier, so I knew who it was. It was Serorg in noble attire. Thank you for your hospitality. Looking good, Rias and Jean. He greets us as we fist bump. He looks at Rias, and the both of them nodded to each other. Yes, it's been a while, Serorg. You look good too. Greetings, Oni-sama. We heard you came home, so we came here to meet up with you. Don't sweat the formalities. It makes me uncomfortable. Thank you all. Surzex picked up Millikas in his arms and smiled at us. The reason he returned had to do with Serorg? If that was true, then it must be related to the upcoming match between the two of us. Oni-sama, Saror came because... Yes, he came expressly to deliver some fruit, a specialty from Bale territory. Isn't that thoughtful of him? Our cousin, that is. We were talking about how Rias should visit the Bale household to express our gratitude sometime. Miss LaBelle would love to see you. Surzex says. Right, for Surzex. Saror was his cousin from his mother's side. Looking at it like that, Saror's status is pretty high up there. We were talking about a few things about the next match. Rias, he has no special requests about the rules, except that all complicated restrictions be lifted from the rules of combat. He turns to me and continues. The exhibition match between Jinkuin and Saror will happen a week before the rating game between the Gremory and Bale peerages. It will also be held at the same place. Hearing Surzek's words, Rias was surprised, but her eyes become serious. I also nodded along, so it's there, huh? The floating city of Agars. Saror, are you serious? No matter how many uncertain elements there are on our side, you will accept them all. Is that what you mean? Rias asks her cousin seriously, and he smiles fearlessly. That is correct. Whether the vampire that stops time, or the holy demon sword wielder, or the new sacred gear wielder, your other knight, I will take them all on. If I cannot handle all your attacks, how can I call myself the heir of the Bale family? Sarorg's open acceptance caused all of them to look at him in surprise. I couldn't help smirk as this guy just won an all-out fight with them, and probably me. With piercing eyes, Saror gazed at Rias and then shifted towards me. I also look forward to our rematch, Jean. I will go full power from the start, meaning I will use that. I do not fear the Gremory peerage finding out about it. I expected as much. He doesn't care if they see him use his sacred gear, Regulus Nemia. He'll come at me with everything he has in him. Whether he wins or loses, he'll do the same for his rating game. I see. Then I look forward to it, Sarorg. It was the day of a school trip. Around a week and a few days have passed. As this day loomed closer and closer, the girls plus Kiba got even more excited. This was supposed to be a big thing for the students of Kuo Academy. While I won't be able to experience it myself, or Ingvild, since we're both third years, I can still go to Kyoto, so I can meet up with them. I had offered for anyone to go with me, and Kuroka's going, Rennie. She had a pretty big tantrum when she found out she and Slash Dog had been called for a mission in the Greek god's realm. Rennie can act her age when the time is appropriate, but when it concerns me, she just acts differently. I personally find it cute, but she was scolded by Natsum and Graphia, so since then she's just clung on to me. I, along with Rias, and Rennie came to see everyone off. We were a little bit away from the rest, so we can say our goodbyes. We'll be there shortly, so don't go doing anything unreasonable now. Rose and Azazel will be there too. If you make contact with any of the supernatural over there, just mention me. You'll probably get a bit more leeway with that since I'm in good relations with them. They nodded. I turn to Kiba. You remember our rules? He nods, and I pat him on the shoulder. Good. While I can't stay with you guys during the entire time, since I'll be with Yasaka and visiting Shizuku to finalize my plans with my visit to the Shinto god's realm. They'll leave them to you, Kiba. He chuckled and answered me. Realistically, I probably won't need to do much, Jean-senpai. True, but you're a good friend of mine. Knowing you have their back gives me peace of mind. Yes, leave it to me. Ria steps forward and starts handing everyone a card. This is the so-called free bus pass. Aside from being good friend with Jean, this will help you as well. Since most of Kyoto's sites are temples, or in other words, Kyoto is full of sites heavy in spiritual power, this normally caused all sorts of inconveniences for devils. After all, shrines and temples are normally taboo for devils. However, devils can move freely using this pass, which was issued by existences like Onmyoji and Yukai, from the Kyoto office in charge of affairs there. Of course, a valid reason was required beforehand. I hadn't needed it since, well, I'm not a devil, so I was free to move as I please. Not including my current status and relationship with Yasaka, which had been spread by Sharon HAA. We used the same kind of pass last year. As long as there is a legitimate reason, they will issue passes even to devils. Gremory's servants, Citri's servants, and Heaven's messenger, do you realize how fortunate it is to have certain forces backing you all? Rias looks at me and then chuckled at Rennie, who was hugging my arm desperately. Ring Asia answered the phone and then bows to us. Jean-san, Rias Wani-sama, Rennie-san. We'll be taking our leave. Yes, we'll get going. We'll see you there, Jean. See you, boss. The church trio answered enthusiastically before leaving us to join up with their classmates. Kiba also bowed. I will also get going. I will see you there, Jean-senpai. We turn around and start walking away. Rennie hugged my arm tighter. Rias did the same thing. Even though I'm trying to hide it, it'll be as lonely as everyone else, you know? I'm not as bad off as Aquino or Rennie, but we'll still miss you. I'm starting to understand how they feel when I say it out loud like this. They'll only be gone for the same amount of time as the second years on the trip, you know. That's a day more than Asgard. Rennie complained beside me. She approached me a few times the last few days, saying that she was thinking of quitting being an agent for Grigori and also leaving behind Team/Dog since she wanted more time with me. I felt complicated about it, but she explained that since I was going to have a restaurant in Kuo in the future and probably more across the world, that I could hire her. She went on to explain that since SAE came back and was part of the team, as well as Ajima joining them, it's become quite large. I argued that they'd need her expertise. She is their skilled magician after all. But she answered back by saying that she was training SAE to replace her in that. She was happily surprised that SAE was a quick learner. She asked if I did something when I healed her. I did not. I just changed her at Sasimi, and that's it. I just removed any impurities and the like to make it easier on her. Anyway, I told her I would think about it when I do. She'll get her answer. Now, what should my answer be? Just a day longer, Rennie. They'll be back, as usual. Heck, they'll be meeting with Suzaku, so ITL'll be fine. They'll give her your and your team's greetings. This is also more than just meeting with the Shinto gods, after all. She nods. Yeah, it's also to get Shuri, Aquino, and Tobio back into the Himejima clan. They were all exiled after all. If I can be on good terms with Amaterasu, then maybe she can do something since those old corpses listen to her. My status, name, achievements, and deeds have become larger since I first met Suzaku. I doubt that would mean much to the elders and old farts of the Himejima clan. They're stubborn like that. Suzaku will need help in changing their rules and systems. Skyward household, everything ready? Yes, Naya. I had teleported back home with the other two. When I did, Rennie was dragged away by her team, and they left for Grigori. Kanami had been dabbling in joining Team/Dog, which only ignited an even bigger fire under Rennie. Now, she also got another offer, and that was to become a devil for Rias, whether that be a pawn or her other rook. Kanami said she'd think about it. Natsum didn't mind which path her older sister took. She just said that Kanami should choose one that she wouldn't regret it. All right then, we'll get going to Yurikyoto. We'll see you guys in 3 or 4 days. Zenobia Corda, it's been around 30 minutes since the train left, and since we last saw Jean, Rennie, and my King Rias. I was sitting in seats with my classmates as well as my peerage members. To my left was Asia, right Irina, and across from me was Aika Kiryu, who was mostly talking and insulting the famous perverted duo. Holy crap, this is the first time I've been on a bullet train. It's going so fast. Matsuda says in excitement. Kiryu left her seat and sat opposite of the boys and started teasing them. I felt a tap on my arm and turned to see Asia. Zenobia-san, why did you think Jean-san make you do that? I do not know, but I know he has his reasons. That also means all of us to have to keep our guard up while in Kyoto. It may involve them. Yes, the Cows Brigade. They're still a looming threat to the peace of the supernatural world. They're also being backed by that creature, Nyarlathotep's children. We are currently no match for them. Only Jean's shadows and the Electo are. As to what Jean made me do, I was originally going to leave both my weapons behind, Durandal and my sacred gear. But he insisted on me bringing my sacred gear, so I did, but I had to leave Durandal behind. But it was for good reason. Durandal was sent to the Orthodox Church. They had apparently found a way to suppress Durandal's offensive aura without making it weaker. That was what they had originally planned in doing. But after they saw how I handled Durandal with my sacred gear, they approached us with a different proposition. While they had found a new technique in sealing the offensive aura, they also have a way to increase it, giving it more power. So, I sent it their way. Kiba Yudo came over to us. Our classmates made a fuss about it. We are in the same club, so I don't see a reason for it. Kiba-san, how can we help you? Asia asks as she sits across from us. The two classmates and Kiryu looked over at us, and he says we were just discussing what our club was going to be doing for the festival. Satisfied with his answer, they go back to what they were doing. I wanted to know your itinerary once you get there, so that there's a plan in case of emergencies. I know Jin Senpai will be in Kyoto, but I just want to cover our bases. Yes, of course, after all, we're in different classes. Where do you plan to go tomorrow? Starting our tour from Sanjizanjin-do, from the temple of Kayamizadora, and then Ginkakuji and Kinkakuji. Though these three places are a bit far from one another, but if we put in the effort to go to those places then, we can hit them in just 2 days, then we can take it easy the third day and advance from Tenryuji. Tenryui? Our class is planning on going there on the third day too. We may very well meet at the Tagetsu Bridge. What about the last day? Just end it by casually walking around the Kyoto station and getting souvenirs. By the way, Irina mentioned about wanting to go to the Kyoto Tower. The schedules for each class were prepared beforehand and handed into the teachers. The students were even required to create travel guides for their own class to use. After exchanging details about our sightseeing plans, we changed topics and had a casual conversation before he left back for his class what's going to happen in Kyoto for Jean to go there at the same time as us. Yura Kyoto Jean skyward were her bang. Gyu Jean, here hey Kunu I'm back. Welcome back. Kunu starts to drag me away while Kuroka followed us while giggling to herself. I greet the Tengu guards as they also welcome me back. Kunu held my hand as we quickly go inside and start chatting. Kunu, how have you and Yusaka been? Anything happened recently? Everything has been fine. Shirane-san has been a big help around here. She's like everyone's big sister, even the other Yukai staff we have. Mother calls her the super maid. Kuna's smile went to a frown as she continued. But just a few days ago something happened. I wasn't with Mother since she told me to stay back, but Shirane went with her. You have to ask her about it. Did something happen? Did the hero faction try to abduct them? I nod and pick her up, making her squeal and giggle. Is that so? Cinchuredo knows, sir. As we banter back and forth, we quickly arrive by the room where I felt Sharon and Yusaka's auras. I push the doors open, and the two of them look our way with a smile. I let Kunu down as she went to sit beside Yusaka. Ada, Kuroka came with you? Yeah, she wanted so she came. Yusaka got up and came in front of me. She smiled at me, and we shared a warm embrace. It was a long one. I could feel that she definitely missed me. I share the same sentiment, Yusaka. We finally separated, and she goes back to the other side of the table. Well, Jome, Jin-sama, Kuroka-sama. Yeah, I'm back anyway, Yazaka. Kuna mentioned something happening recently? Yusaka frowned and nodded. Sharon's eyes became sharp. She had reported back to me when it happened, but I told her to hold off on it until I get there, so we hear it from Yusaka herself. But no one got hurt since she was there. Yusaka also held them off too. Yes, I was on my way to meet with messengers of Sakura from Mount Meru. However, we were ambushed and they tried to kidnap me. They were from Kao's brigade and were apparently from the Monkai and Nilrim. Yukai, monster, and human magicians worked together to try to capture me. However, the messengers of Mount Meru, Sharon, and I repelled their attacks. We even captured one, but all they said was even if we don't capture the West Yukai leader, we still have a backup plan. He then started laughing before killing himself. His body then crumbled into nothing. Backup plan, huh? Comptoir, any ideas? I have my own theory, but I want to run it by you real quick. Comptoir, answer. Recently, the Sesho Seiki, or Killing Stone in Japan, has been broken. Legend has it the legendary nine-tailed fox. Tamamo no Mei was the one imprisoned in that rock. Legend has it if the rock is broken, then it means Tamamo no Mei has escaped into the human realm. I knew it. They need a nine-tailed fox to be connected to the ley lines of Kyoto in order to open a dragon gate here. But Kao's brigade doesn't know that Great Red. Cinchuredo, she may be in a location where I cannot search, or she's been forced to consume Azrael's blood, making her invisible. In addition, before the sealing of Tamamo no Mei, she was residing in the Shinto realm. Could this be my ticket to getting a good reputation with the Shinto gods? If I can save her, then ally. Who can I meet in the Shinto realm? Kuntoir. Answer. The current gods within that realm are Amaterasu Mikami, the sun goddess and chief deity of Shinto, Fujin, the goddess of wind, Hachiman, the god of war, Junshur Daimujin, the god of provocation, Omoikane, the deity of wisdom, Raijin, the goddess of lightning, thunder, and storms, Raijin, the Japanese dragon of sea and storms, Sarada Hiko Kami, the god of earth, Susanoo, the god of the sea, and storms, Tenjin, the poetry god, Tsukuyami, the moon god, Kuntoir. Answer. Please note, much like the Greek gods, there are more gods, but they are away for the time being. If you proceed with your plan, then you will only meet those there, not including other supernatural beings in there. I see. All right, but 2 male gods have turned into females, Jin and Raijin. Well, it's this world. What can you do about it? I see. Thank you, Yasaka. I'll have the Gremory and Citri peerages be on alert, as well as Azazel and Rose. If Cow's Brigade, they won't just stop at that. They may be planning something big in the coming days. I'll invite them up here tonight for a discussion. I see. Then we'll hold off discussing it until tonight. Then what do you plan on doing now, Jean? I'll go visit Suzaku. If I have time after then, I'll go and join them when they're touring Kyoto. I felt them arrive not too long ago. They should be getting settled into their hotels for now and then going out sightseeing. Kuroka, I'll stay here, Naya. I turn to the cat girl and she gives me a firm answer. I give her a questioning look, but she just shrugged her shoulder. Well, I don't see any problems with that, but sure, why not? Are you sure? Yes, Naya, I want to explore Yurikyoto a bit. Kuna-chan can help me, yes. Leave it to me. I nod again as the 2 of them leave the room we were in. I was left in a room with Sharon and Yasaka. I join her side and let out a sigh. So many things to do. The crap with the hero faction, Pocket Dimension, the Shinto God's Realm, my match with Sarorg. And then the Baal and Gremory raiding game. Don't forget about the Egyptian gods. The majority of the supernatural will be watching your match with Sarorg. You'll need to visit Kurosagi to find out more about what's happening there. So a visit to the Greek god's realm again. Ugh, that sounds like so much work. I turned to see Yasaka was nuzzling my cheek. She had gotten closer to me and had my arm tucked against her, and she was smiling warmly at me. How about we spend more time together as a family? Jin, she said playfully. I looked at her as she kept smiling at me. I glanced at Sharon as she hadn't moved from her spot and was also smiling at me. I looked back at Yasaka. I had initially brushed her off because we weren't officially together, but is she teasing me, or is she being serious? Are you being serious, or just teasing me? Censuredo, huh? I inwardly chuckle and gently hold her and let her stay on my lap silently. Fufufu, Yasaka-sama. Jin-sama beat you in your own game. She had no response and just silently blushed. I teased her a little bit more and made her more flustered before leaving to meet with Suzaku. I'm in Kyoto, want to meet up somewhere. Why not visit my home? Can I? Won't the old stubborn farts have a fit? My home isn't within the clans. It's an apartment I bought. Oh, then sure, why not? Where is it? They'll send you the directions, and picture I had left Yurikyoto and promised I would be back by the evening. I was wandering Kyoto by myself and was texting Suzaku. I guess it's a home date. The apartment looked like it was in a fancy place. I nod and go to an alleyway before teleporting away. I arrived by the apartments. It was in Fudocho, Kyotoshire, Nakajoku, Kyoto. The door color was green. There were metal staircases that went up to different levels and different colored doors. So I just needed to go up one flight of stairs. I go up then and then ring the doorbell. I heard it coming from the other side of the door, and it opened to, "Is something wrong, Jean?" And no, it's nothing. May I come in? Yes, please do. I was taken by surprise by what she was wearing. She looked very charming and stylish. It was just a one-piece yellow dress, and knowing her proportions thanks to Akino, it was a simple and flattering outfit. I don't know if this is deliberate or if she's unaware of how she carries herself. It's like Rennie all over again. Until I pointed it out to her, she became a little bit more aware of it. I walk into the apartment, and it was big. The entrance was small, and then in front of me was the bedroom and living room combo. Her bed was to the right, and besides, that was the balcony. On the left side of the bed were a desk and chair. I walked further inside, and to my left again was another area, It seemed like the kitchen. I see another door and it said bathroom. The floor was made of wood, the walls were painted white, and in front of me was a giant glass window. Above to it to the left was the AC. I heard that Kyoto could get hot during the summer months. I didn't feel it though. You chose to live here? Any reason? Suzaku gestured for me to sit on her bed, and I did so. She goes into the kitchen and brings out some tea she had prepared. She looked troubled, so I summoned a table, and she put them on it. Yes, it's close to many facilities and makes it easy for me to go back to the base of our clan. I haven't made much progress as of late, since the elders know of my relationship with you. Well, we are friends, and knowing old traditions. I felt her grab both my hands. Suzaku, you do like doing that, huh? But she doesn't say anything. HAAA. After my little stay here in Kyoto, I'm here because the second years are having their school trip. I'm just watching over them. Seems like bigger things are happening. Cow's Brigade may be involved. Anyway, once all that's done, I'll go and visit the Shinto gods. After our time in the pocket dimension, correct? She corrects me with a little smile. Right, that too. Anyway, Suzaku, I spoke with my contact and found out a few things. Let me go over them. I cover the apartment in a sound-canceling barrier and tell her of what I had spoken about regarding Yasaka, the hero faction, Dragon Gates, Tamamo no Mae, and how she's related to the Shinto god's realm. If you rescue her then, yeah, ITLL make my visit a little easier. I don't know how well regarded Tamamo is in that realm, but I already got an invitation to their realm after I kicked Loki's ass and formed an alliance with the Norse gods. Of course, they'll still need to get in better relationships with all the gods, goddesses, and whoever else may be of noteworthy before I go and say hey. So, one of my friends, Suzaku Himejima, is working towards bettering her clan's rules and systems. One of my lovers, her mother, and her male cousin were exiled because of their strict rules. Can you help me out there? Or something like that. They would probably just laugh me out of there. Suzaku giggled while still holding on to both my hands. When's she gonna let them go? Suzaku, if you know any detail, no matter how obscure about the Shinto gods, I'm all ears. Anything will be of help, you know? She nods and steps closer, keeping her hand near mine as she looks at me. I glance at the tea in front of us as I wait for her to speak. Barato, you could always ask me, Jean. I can, Cinchuredo. Amaterasu-sama is the chief of the Shinto gods, their leader. Everyone listens to her orders. She is gentle and kind, but can also be cruel when necessary. Remind me a lot like Shuri. She has both Akino and you. Though, I've mostly seen that caring side from you, Suzaku. Fujin-sama and Reijin-sama are apparently close with her. They almost treat each other like sisters. Hachiman, the god of war, is apparently lazy. That's all of the rumors that I can remember right now. Many others contradict each other, but these are the ones that are consistent. Inari-sama has sadly passed away. That much I can say. Yasaka-sama has told me about it, and a monster you described to her during the 5 years in your pocket dimension. Jean, please help me. I wish to bring back Akino, Shuri, and Tobio into our clan. I had thought of marrying Tobio just to bring him back into the clan a few years back, but she stops and looks at me. I felt like time just froze. Holy, she thought of it. No, wait, she said she thought of it. Not went through with it. She's not even mine, but in this jealous. Crap. Ahaya. I hug her. Darn, what the heck's wrong with me? No, Tobio and I are good friends, but forget it. Fine. I'll admit it. Cinchuredo, will you go with me to the Shinto god's realm when I have time? I plan on asking Akino as well. Anyone else who wants to come, that's also fine, but I need you. But my schedule, I can make a clone to be in your place for a day. You already know how they work, right? I did explain that during that time too. She nods and looks down to think about it. I keep my hands on her shoulder as I wait for her reply. Come on. You can meet the goddess your family worships. Oh, okay, Jean. I'll go with you. Hell yeah. She jumped a bit at my sudden outburst, and I leaned in close to give her a big hug. She let out another cute surprise sound, but I felt her hug me back and start patting my head while giggling. You can act quite childish at times, Jean. Grafia says that to me from time to time. Maybe you'll be the next. She didn't answer me, but kept on stroking my head. We stayed like that for a little while before we started to drink the tea she served, while also catching up on what had happened since we last saw each other. By the way, how are the other clans doing? Know anything about them currently? The Nakiri clan. Current heir. Uryu Nakiri is the strongest yellow dragon user in all of their history. He inherited the yellow dragon, like I inherited the vermilion bird. Tobio said that if he and Uryu-kun fought, he wasn't sure if he would win. However, according to SCE and Cookie-kun, Tobio was powered up by a lot. Yeah, we had a little spar ourselves. After that, he got his ass in gear and got stronger. She nods and continues. However, Uryu-kun apparently is scared of me. She had a look of confusion and frown. I mean, Shuri and Akino, I've seen them when angry, and they can be quite intimidating to others. Though truly angry? I'm not too sure. I can only imagine what you would be like. Suzaka the other are Jinbu Dumen, Byako Shinra, and Sairyu Kushihashi. Jinbu-san inherited the black tortoise. Byako-san inherited the white tiger, and Sairyu-san inherited the azure dragon. I cannot tell you much about them, but they're all exceptional users of the sacred beasts. You may meet them down the line. I heard a devil from the Citri peerage is a Shinra. Yes? Vala Lucifer also knows of Jinbu-san. I know little about them, but the little I know are Byako can use Tuking naturally, not much on Sairyu. Jinbu, like Suzuka said, she knows Valley and has a crush on the guy. They'll ask him in the future about it. Uryu Nakiri, he's a lot of things, but a good kid at heart and looked up to ISC. He can use Tuki and has a technique called Dragon Man, much like Shiren Chiron mode and Akino's Fallen Angel mode. It boosts his powers by quite a bit by turning into a golden humanoid dragon. He also has two fiancées, one from the Kushihashi clan and Malarka Vordenberg, a pure-blooded vampire. She was born in the Carmilla faction and didn't harbor any arrogance toward other races and was quite kind to them. Well, maybe I can meet them in the future if all goes well with the Shinto gods. Maybe I can form alliances with all 5 principal clans. You know my answer already, Jean. Yeah. I look at the time, and it was around 4 in the afternoon. It was slowly becoming evening. Suzaka notices and invites me to stay for dinner. Ugh, I want to, but I have to go back to Yasaka's home. I fall to the ground on my knees out of pure despair. Jijin, what's wrong? I can't have Suzuka's home-cooked dinner. I have to go back to Yasaka's home, since I need to talk plans about what to do with Cow's brigade, darn it all. She let out a sigh and crouched down beside me while patting my back. I can always make you food another time. It's not the end of the world, Jay. You're right, but you didn't get a chance to cook in the pocket dimension, right? She giggles at me before helping me back up. I shake my head and sigh. I should get going, then I'll stay in contact with you if things start to get out of hand. I felt a certain energetic devil teleport in not too long ago. Now that I think about it, I'll need to invite Sarah Fall too. I wonder what she's been up to. She hasn't contacted me that much. Suzaka nods and walks me to the door. I stand outside, and the sky was starting to turn dark, and the temperature started to drop. I turn back to Suzaku. I'll get going then. Stay well, all right? Yes, of course. You too, Jean. I nod and turn back around, but was pulled back by Suzuka Gyu. She hugged me without saying anything. A little surprised, I also hugged her back without a word. We stayed like that for a full minute. Hey guys, look, a heartwarming sin smack. Bam. Doom. WY, you really need to learn to shut up at times like this. We only saw it because of Velgrind. Ugh. I'll just ignore that for now. Well, I'm off. Have a safe trip. It felt like I was a husband going off to work, leaving my housewife behind. Damn, I always wanted to say that line. I'm off, and here the have a safe trip line, one of my otaku dreams from the past fulfilled. I felt a dumb smile on my face while I walked away. Yuri Kyoto here, catch. I had stopped by a few vendors on the way back here in Kyoto, not Yuri Kyoto, and got some stuff for the Tengu guards. Once I got closer to them, I gave them the food I bought. They thanked me, and I kept going. I could feel Kuroka, Sharon, Yasaka, Zenobia, Asia, Irina, Kiba, Rosweiss, Azazel, Sajitomo, Tsubasa, Momo, Rhea, and Serafal. Seems like they already arrived, even though it's still quite early in the day. Comptoir. Answer. It's 7 in the evening. Huh. I didn't take that long, though. Comptoir. Answer. You spent an hour checking out food vendors, another hour looking up cookbooks, as well as high-priced kitchen utensils, and finally, you want to check on where the previous Inari Okami was laid to rest. WL, I was curious if I could revive her and bring back Temamo. Wouldn't that be even better? I also found out like some kind of miracle. She hasn't been reincarnated yet. Now, all that's left is to check if Shell want to be resurrected. It's a win-win for everyone. I shake my head and enter the room where everyone was at. It was the dining room. Joe, welcome back, Jean. Yasaka welcomes me back, as did everyone else. Seeing as how the only place left to sit was beside Azazel, I sat there. The guy already smelled of booze. Was he already drinking? Where did you go, Jean-senpai? I went to meet up with Suzaku and just discuss my plan for the Shinto gods. Her clan will be heavily involved. Anyway, are we ready to get jiggy? I answer Kiba's question, and he nods. A few of the girls were smirking at me. Yeah. Think what you want, all right. So this is what I know. I tell them of what Yasaka had said, my own conversation with Kantoir, and my own speculations. If the Monkai Association was involved, as well as the Nilrim and the Hero faction, this will be a bit bigger than usual. I tell them that I expect Avetsa might be involved, to which Azazel agreed with me. Yeah, knowing her, she may have cooked up a few of her divine beasts, as well as some artificial sacred gears. All of you stay on your toes. But Azazel looks at me and sighs. They don't even know that Great Red isn't even in the dimensional gap anymore. This idiot has her. So this is just reckless stupidity from them, not unless they saw Kamish, Belian, Mothra, or Godzilla in there, and are trying to summon one of them. Azazel knew of them since he did meet them. The same with the Gremory Peerage. The rest were confused save for Yasaka, Kunu, and Sharon. I tell them of whom those were, and they were quite shocked. Then they're stupid if they summon them, then, well, just have backup. But about Tamamo no Mei, what do you know about that, Azazel? Tamamo? Apart from the things humans say on the internet, she's a servant of the deceased Shinto goddess, Inari Kami. She always followed her orders, like many other kitsunes living in the Shinto god's realm. But once Inari Kami passed away, they were mostly left up to themselves. Many went to Amaterasu for guidance in their life, and so many kitsunes work for her now, as well as the other gods and goddesses there. Anyway, Tamamo herself became curious about the human realm and about humans. Anyway, you know about Emperor Toba, right? That's actually true. It's one of the genuine pieces of the supernatural recorded in human history. He chuckles and shrugs. But seeing as how dumb humans are, they just put it off as folklore and myth. Poor things. Anyway, this, that, and the other happened, resulting in her being sealed in the Seshoseki, or the Killing Stone, and that's where she laid sealed until you told us otherwise. We'll need to go and have people guarding those ley lines then. So they want to try activating it and causing trouble for Kyoto and us. Azazel says, but Rose puts her hand up and adds, but they probably gave up on Yasaka-san, so they can use their backup, to which we should assume that it's Tamamo no Mei. If that comes true, then we may not have time left. Jean can't sense them, so we want to know if they're already underground and setting it up. Azazel frowns and nods. I look at the second years as it dawns on them that their long-awaited school trip may be cut short. While they were a little annoyed at it, keeping peace and saving innocent lives is priority. All right, let's go with this. Azazel tells us his plan. I had no problem with it and would go with it. The same could be said for the rest. They'll go back to the underworld, then, and inform the other Satans, as well as the others were in alliance, to lend some aid. Seraphal got up and winked at me. She was wearing a kimono, and her hair was tied up this time. Damn, I wish I could see her a bit more in that. She finally teleported away. Should we go back to our hotel? Saji asked the room. Azazel looked at him, to Rosweiss, and back to me. He nods as everyone gets back up and starts leaving. It will be better to have them stay here. I did reinforce this place already, as well as add a barrier, but hadn't gotten around to expanding the rooms. Right, then I'll have Zeno, Silva, and Elsa do some scouting. You three come out. Shuring. The three of them appear in front of me, and the ones who were still there look at them in curiosity. I tap my head and relay what my plan was for them. It was an all-night scouting mission. They can come back around 6 to 7 in the morning. Ho-ho reconnaissance mission. I hope my brittle bones can keep up Pops. Let's go. Zeno and Silva leave, first while Elsa looks around the room. She spots Sharon and winks at her. Sharon nods at her. Can I get a reward for this, Jean-sama? Sure thing. But you have to find exceptional evidence if you want that reward. Elsa smirked before leaving. I sighed before sitting back down. Finally, I crawl around slowly until I come across Rose, as she hadn't moved yet. She let out a cute and surprised gasp as I plopped my head down beside her. Finally, inner peace. Just before I closed my eyes, I saw Rose blush but didn't say anything. I felt her start to stroke my hair. Was I being spoiled today? I mean, probably. TCH, I'm heading back to the hotel. You better be back, Rossweiss. The teachers are heading out drinking for the night. Yes I will. Rose didn't have that problem anymore. I gave her the immunity of being drunk. She can still enjoy alcohol, though. Once the girls knew about that, a few asked for it. Some were hesitant since they didn't drink yet. Did you guys eat yet? No. I was planning on inviting everyone for dinner, however. They all left already. Such a shame, I see. Let's have dinner then. Are you staying, Rose? Yes, I am. Yasaka looks at Sharon as she bows and leaves. It didn't take her and other Kitsune servants to come back with many plates and dishes and set them down on the table. I was still quite lazy, so I kept laying on Rose's lap. You have to get up. Jean, I begrudgingly do as Rose told me, and sat back up. I look at the food, and it looked pretty good. I look around the table, and it was only us left. Kanu, Kuroka, Yasaka, Sharon, and I checked my phone, and I had a few text messages from the girls who left. A few were a bit upset they couldn't stay the night. We'll talk to Azazel about that tomorrow. Depending on what those three find, I may just personally end this myself. Unless they just attack the entire Kyoto area, should I just do this myself? I want them to enjoy their time here. It is their once-in-a-lifetime school trip. Right? I already said it earlier, depending on what those three get in their recon mission, they'll decide from there. Good, this is good. During my inner ramblings, I was slowly eating away at my dinner. Once I said that Kunu had a look of excitement on her face. So did Kuroka. Kunoham looks like Jean likes our food. Naihaha, yes. I look at the two of them and smile. I then turn to Sharon as she also smiled at me. Yeah, they got help, but A for effort, right? Kuroka puts down her chopsticks and looks at me seriously. Jean Nyan. Kuroka looks at Yasaka, who knows. They look at Rossweiss, who looked confused, and then at Kunu, who blushed. I think I know where they're going with this. It's time for the famous open aerial pass for tonight. Kuroka froze and stared at me like I was some kind of alien. Yasaka, Rose, and Kunu were all doing the same thing. I'm sorry, I'm not always fully up for it, you know? I'll be up the rest of the day and wait for those three to come back. Depending on what they find, I may just end this attack by the Cows Brigade by myself. I know I gave a speech about not coddling or babying them months ago and letting them handle certain situations, but I don't know, and not everyone's up to the standard. I have to look after the Citri peerage. Cinturedo Kuroka tried to entice me a few times, but gave up when I gave her a serious answer. So they should have some bonding time again, like in the pocket dimension. It was around 3 in the morning. Yasaka, Kunu, and Rose were asleep. I had stayed with Rossweiss and let her fall asleep in my arms before getting up. Kuroka was awake the whole time, so she sneaked out after I left. Sharon was near me, just silently standing there. Rose skipped out on the teacher outing, so you'll need to explain that to Azazel. I guess she wanted to stay the night with me. Something bothering you, Naya? Kuroka. I had been sitting by a random veranda in Yasaka's home, drinking some boba tea I summoned. Honestly, I wasn't thinking about much, but just quietly waiting for those three to come back. Well, losing her Naya, she asked me seriously and sat beside me. I sigh and chuckle. No, not really. Like I said earlier, I'm just waiting for those three to come back, actually. Kuroka, do you think I've been babying all of you lately? I know I said I wouldn't do anything like that months ago, but what do you think? Personally? I don't think so. I mean, you're clearly worried about us since that happened. Rennie still haunts you, right? But apart from upping our own protection, the rings, enchantments, and having shadows in our well shadows, I think you aren't. Kuroka turns to Sharon and asks her, what do you think, Sharon-Naya? Sharon steps away from her spot and comes nearer to us. Jean-sama created me after those events happened. However, I did spend those 5 years with everyone, and I heard many stories before I came to be. I also heard of that incident. I, along with the rest of the Electa, observe Jean-sama quite a lot. Personally, I do not think so. Though, I am your bias mate. Jean-sama, she winks at me with that last remark before stepping back. I shake my head and grab Kuroka to put her on my lap. Nia, is this am I getting spoiled? If you want, or I can toss you off right now. Kuroka made a fake shocked face as we bantered for the new few minutes until she started to get sleepy. I helped her fall asleep by using a calming effect on her. After that, I teleported her back to my room since those two were sleeping with me. Now we wait, yes. Sharon came out and sat beside me as we looked up at the night sky. 3 to 4 more hours wait, so what you three have for me? Zeno, Silva, and Elsa kneeled in front of me as I'd stayed in the same spot for those many hours. Chapter 4, Part 2. Hero Faction, Children, and an Overdrive Hurts YMI. We're near the designated location. Chow chow. Shall we proceed with the plan right away? No. Bring her there, but we must scout out the area for any pests of that new alliance the middleman has created. According to Lapis, he should be in Kyoto, as well as some of the Gremory, Citri Devils, of Valkyrie, and the Governor-General of the Fallen. Do you think this will proceed smoothly? The middleman is here, after all, humph. With my true Longinus, as well as being the descendant of Chow Chow, I can win against him with my balance breaker, regardless of how he evolved his boosted gear. I own a higher tier Longinus after all. Not to mention we have your Dimension Lost and Annihilation Maker, as well as the others with us. We aren't operating this mission alone. We will succeed. Right, middleman? Red Dragon Emperor? Humans, I hate them. Please save me. Someone, if you're that confident, this should be easy. Right, George. Though, we did get lucky, didn't we? Yes, that's right. I lifted my head up as a human stood in front of me with a proud smile on his face. Isn't that right, Tamamo no Me? Kyoto Gene skyward, we have found traces of yokai, monsters, and magicians around Kyoto. However, none of the key individuals you have sent to us were there. They are still in the preparation phase. Shall we strike? Ho-ho, you would call them mob characters, young master? Silva and Zeno start. I see. So they aren't here yet? They must be cautious. I can only assume that Lapis or someone from those four informed them of me being here. Any signs of magic circles around Kyoto? Yes, I found them. I remember speaking to Leanne about the magic circles that were planted around Kuo Academy during the peace conference, and they were practically the same. They're scattered around the entirety of Kyoto, some by the 5 principal clans. I need to inform Suzuku and have her tell the other 4 clans. I followed them, and apparently 5 of those circles will summon the divine beasts made by Vetsa. They're specifically made to counter and keep the sacred beasts in check. The 6 they weren't too sure, but I can guess you have an idea in what they'll be used for, right, Jin-sama? 6 divine beasts, 1 for each clan, and an unknown 6 comptoir. What do you think? Comptoir. Answer. We came to the same conclusion, Jean. If they didn't capture Yasaka and force her into her giant fox form and have Saji fight her in his Vritra promotion, then they would most likely use the 6 divine beasts to cause destruction around Kyoto. Comptoir. Answer. Tamamo no Me has no form like Yasaka's, so they may have created the 6 for that very reason. If Lapis is there, those divine beasts may be stronger than before. Man, I ain't no commander or super planner. The hell do I do? Okay, hold up. Magic circles, I can assume we can destroy these ones, right? But if we do, they'll know that we're onto them. Let's do the same thing we did to the ones around Kuo Academy. Barato. Barato. That's fine. I would suggest that those 3 address those targets. I will create an item they can place nearby that will be untraceable to anyone. All right, do it. Meanwhile, I will inform Suzuku to have her clan and the others be on high alert and try to find some magical circles near their lands. Like Canon, they'll have Seraphal and anyone else in our alliance be the ones to stop the reinforcements of the Cows Brigade. Comptoir. Answer. Processing items. Creation complete, creating multiple copies, distributing to Zeno, Silva, and Elsa. In front of me, a small light appeared and moved towards the 3. I tell them what they are and what I expect them to do with them when they receive them. Zeno and Silva quickly leave while Elsa looks at me. I sigh and walk over to her and kiss her on the cheek. She smiles satisfied with her reward, then leaves. Now, then where is the most effective spot to control the ley lines? I felt multiple different locations with high connections. I can assume some of those are near the 5 principal clans. But The one with the highest concentration was in Niju Castle. That's also where Yasaka was being held at. We'll take a look at it. They may bring Tamamo there. I pull out my phone and send a text to Suzuko. Hopefully she's awake right now. Suzaku? She didn't answer straight away. So I waited for 5 minutes until Jean. I'm sorry, I was having a shower. How can I help you? So, about what we spoke about, there may be some magic circles and some territories in each of the 5 principal clans. Can you have a look around yours? And can I ask you to inform the other 4? Magic circles? As in ones that are not ours? I will have a look and order some of my members to search for some. Is it the Cows Brigade? Yeah, so this is what I found out. I sent multiple texts to Suzaku about what I had just discussed with Comptoir and the other 3. That is concerning very well. I will send out a notice to the other clans to be on high alert. Yeah, I know you won't have any problems with dealing with the divine beasts since you're powerful, as well as having a Shadow Knight. But the others may need help. It'll send Zeno, Silva, Elsa, and Aurelia their way. Yes, I will definitely do that then. I will text you back when I'm done, Jean. I nod and throw my phone back into my inventory before sighing and turning around. They'll call for another meeting later on tonight. They'll let them enjoy their trip more. They'll handle this myself. If I'm not mistaken, they probably didn't meet Chow Chow today. Breakfast Kunu sat on my lap while she ate and sometimes fed me. Everyone else was here, and we had another delicious meal. We made light chatter, and the 2 girls complained that I wasn't in bed with them when they woke up. Sorry, I didn't sleep last night. I found out a few things earlier. I'll run it by you guys. I then explained what I had already planned and what I had learned. They grew concerned. Rose, can you tell Azazel that when you go back? Yes, of course. Great, thank you. Sharon, stay by these 2, and don't let them out of your sight. I pet Kunu and glance at Yasaka. They're strong, but who knows if one of those 4 will appear? Maybe more? Who knows? Yes, Jean-sama. Let's make this easier. I already have them in Kuo, but it wouldn't hurt if we had more here in Kyoto. I turn to my right and open my right hand. Everyone looks at me in confusion. I start creating millions of nanoflies and order them to spread themselves across the city. They become a bit useless after Dimension Lost has been used, but it's still a start. They'll detect anyone that does anything within the human world, and they'll be notified. Even the ones with the blood. Nanoflies. They'll inform me of anyone entering or leaving all of Kyoto, even the ones with Azrael's blood. But they won't be able to travel into other dimensions like in Dimension Lost, so you'll need to redesign them later on. While I created them when I first came into the world, I didn't think much about them, especially with regards to their ability to enter other realms and dimensions. However, they'll serve their purpose for the time being. They'll go check up on Suzaku. I want to see how the alerts are coming along. Kunu put more weight on me, and 2 hands stopped me from getting up as I started to get up. It was Kuroka and Rosam after Naya. You worry too much. You have so many subordinates, and we are here as well. We can repel them quite easily, Jean. Finish breakfast first before you leave. All right. Do you want me to come with you? Nia. It'll be fine on my own if they decide to target this place, which is likely, but also unlikely. They would get past the new barrier I had over Yurikyoto, then she should stay here. I looked at Kunu as she had taken some peeks at Kuroka. Looks like she also wants her to stay. I think Kunoheim here wants you to stay. Kunu blushed as she was found out. She nodded while Kuroka giggled. Okay, Naya, it'll stay with Kunoheim Naya, but it feels less like me traveling with you and me staying with Yasaka Naya. Sorry, Kuroka. I'll make it up to you. If we get this done before the trip for the 2nd years is over, then we can explore more of Kyoto together. She gave me a thumbs up, and we continue to eat breakfast. Zenobia Corda, after having returned to our hotel last night, we were having breakfast. Jean had said that he wanted us to stay at Yasaka's home starting tonight. He told us to let Raswai Sensei talk to him about it. I think he'll allow it. We just need some excuses now, or we can use some magic to trick the humans. As expected of Kyoto, the food is delicious. Irina exclaimed as she happily ate her fill. Asia sat beside her as she also happily ate her breakfast. Everyone else on the trip was enjoying theirs. We had another day full of tours around Kyoto, and we plan on taking full advantage of it. Where shall we go today? Tenri Uji, Asia-chan. Aika Kiryu had walked over to us and sat beside Asia. She, along with Matsuda and Motohama, were in our group. Irina, Asia, and I had no idea about the structure of Kyoto, even with our extensive research in the coming days of the trip. So we decided to merge our group with 10k-15kThis. As we ate our breakfast, we discussed places we wished to visit today. Eventually, Raswai-sensei came back and spoke with Azazel about something. It looked serious, but he eventually sighed, and they parted ways. How do we get to Tenryuji? I asked Kiryu. She looked at the schedule and replied, "When we take the streetcar from the Kyoto station towards Arashiyama, then get off at the closest stop to Arashiyama, then walk in that direction." Got it. Then we're going to the station now. President mentioned it before, but there really are buses and streetcars everywhere. So, all the sightseeing spots are these kinds of places? Matsuda heard my comment and spoke. It was true. It was all like this. Our journey started at Kyoto Station, where we boarded the streetcar towards Arashiyama. This is it. After getting off, we had to walk to Tenryuji. There were signs, so it was impossible to get lost. And so we finally arrived at Tenryuji. The elegant gates greeted us. This is Tenryuji. So, does the name have any special significance? We entered the massive gates after paying for the free, and Kuroka-san, Kunu-san? Naya Hazanovia. Cinchuredo, but I did not think it was this serious. In part of Gene's large group of close friends outside his school, Kuroka says with a grin. We had strained smiles on us as thud. Dang it, I knew it. Darn you, Gene-senpai. Darn it, why does he get all the luck? Does that mean all the girls in the occult research club are surrounding him? I didn't think of that. Then is Ingvald-senpai also there? She was with him the entire morning of the volleyball match. The two boys fall onto their knees and start crying. They start to compare their lives to Gene's and also fall into despair. Kuroka awkwardly laughed, looking like she regretted telling these two about her being part of his close group. Kuna looked a bit disturbed by it all. So Gene-senpai does have quite the group around him. Cinchuredo, the last time I spoke with Gene-senpai, he kept his private matters to himself. But he let his guard down once we showed him a photo of someone special. He seemed quite surprised by it. Slam! Slam! Quit messing with me. WHYYY. The two boys fall into further despair as they started to slam their fists into the ground. They were starting to draw attention to them. Many were looking at them in confusion. However, I was not aware of the size. I had only seen it once. I looked at Irina as she had turned red and was measuring it with her arm. Asia had a calm smile on her face. She had told the two of us that she had become very close with him. Therefore, she's not too bothered by bold behavior or talks anymore. Asia has grown beyond the two of us. We must play catch up to her. She looked even more mature since that day. The aura of a true woman. Kunu, you and Yasaka live in Kyoto. Do you mind giving us a small tour? Naya, you're in luck. We're also heading out on our small tour, so you guys can join in. Kuna nodded, and Kuroka answered for us. The two guys got over what just happened really quickly, and Aika joined. They gave their thanks to them, and we continued our tour of Kyoto. And so, under Kuna's lead, we toured Tenryuji. Kunu confidently related stories she heard from others and tried very hard to present them to us. It made her extremely adorable. At the same time, it was comforting to see her trying her best to describe the various places in Kyoto. Kuroka tried to add what little knowledge she also knew about the place. She helped Kunu at times, seeming like an older sister to her. She definitely has experience with Chiron. Kunu also spent 5 years with us after all. The garden inside the large abbey was very beautiful. Autumn leaves decorated the Japanese-style garden, which brought out the utmost beauty of the fall season. The carp swimming in the pool was an excellent touch that completed this scene. This view is extremely picturesque. After all, it's a World Heritage Site. Kunu explained. World Heritage. Amazing, so that's why it's so pretty. I took out my phone and snapped a picture. I wanted to remember this trip for the rest of my life. It may seem small now, but if I'm to spend the rest of my life with Gene, then small things like this will matter over time. That's right, I heard it from Asia. She's become immortal. She hasn't told anyone else apart from Irina and I, but she told us when the time comes, Gene will definitely ask us that question. I know my answer. I do not know if Irina holds the same feelings as I do for Gene. After touring the garden, We were taken to the teaching hall. Entering, I lifted my head to look at the ceiling, and instantly a most spectacular dragon design came into view. An eastern dragon with a long, slender body. The dragon felt like it was glaring at me with a frightening gaze. This is the famous Unrazu, or image of the cloud dragon. No matter which direction, you will feel like the dragon is staring straight at you. It's the so-called watching the six directions. It was exactly as Kunu described. No matter which way you look at it, the dragon was staring straight at us. After touring Tenryuji, we stepped outside. Kunu, where are we going next? I asked. Kunu pointed to a good many directions and happily said, nice and in, the bamboo path. Yoyakoi. I will take you everywhere. Oh, how full of spirit. Now you're really acting your age. And so, under Kunis and Kuroka's lead, we continued to tour around Arashiyama. Gene skyward, I had teleported a few blocks away from Suzaku's apartment and was walking towards her apartment. She said she would be heading to her clan's base of operations, but since I contacted her, she was waiting for me. When I arrived, she was standing there wearing her usual attire. She noticed me and walked over to me. I'm ready when you are. Follow me then. So, we're going to your clan's home turf. Change of plans, they wished to meet in a neutral zone, so we picked a place in Kyoto. A park, Arashiyama Park. I nod and we continue walking. We walked to a bus stop to catch a ride. Once the bus arrived, we got on it and settled into our seats. Suzaku took the window seat and I took the one beside her. Who'll be meeting with us? The ones I've mentioned before. Uryu Nikiri, Sairyu Kushihashi, Jinbu Dumen, and Bayako Shinra. They have said they will come alone. I mentioned I will be bringing someone with me, but they do not know who. I see so. Some well-known names, huh? Didn't think I'd meet representatives of the 5 principal clans today. I chuckle as I felt Suzuka's hand touch mine. I grab it and hold it. She said nothing, but I could see her blushing since her reflection was in the window. Have you interacted with them much? No. Only a few times to discuss certain events of the past. If it means cooperating in protecting our territories, then they will usually put aside their differences for the time being. Some have clashed in the past because of our elders and previous heads. The old and bitter make the young and stupid fight their battles, much like human wars and conflicts in the normal human world. It's dumb. Suzaku had a sad expression on her face as she nodded along. Nothing in this world will change until the new generation steps up to change that. Unless we blindly follow it, they were just creating more problems for ourselves. It won't take long for the rest of the bus journey. We stayed in comfortable silence. Sometimes we look out at the scenery from the seats. Sometimes we play with the thumbs that we hold together. We're not too far, just a minute or two of walking before we arrive by the park and our designated area for the meeting. We walked side by side as Suzaku led me to the park. I hadn't been here before, so I had zero idea of the structure of the place. Once we got there, it was quite picturesque. There was a small waterfall and some trees around us and a few cherry blossom trees scattered about. There were even some boats on the river. Are those used for tours? I kind of want to do some exploring, but I was here for business and a couple of other things were still happening. We eventually reached the designated place as I could see 4 other individuals already there. When we arrived, they all looked at us. I used observe on them, and from left to right were Uryu Nikiri, Jinbu Dumen, Sairyu Kushihashi, and Bayako Shinra. Bayako had his fighting spirit on the back burner, but he had a wild look on him. He looked like he wanted to fight me. Took you long enough. Himejima, out on a date with your boyfriend? Bayako says while pointing out her hands. We were still holding hands. Noticing this, Suzaku let go and coughed into her fist while sporting a small blush. Uryu is a young man who has hair in a slicked back and a long bang in front of his forehead that extends in front of his left eye. He is dressed in a special formal attire of the Nikiri clan. Jinbu is a young girl with long silver hair. She has a series of bangs in front of her forehead with a single hair strand sticking out from the top. Also, she has 2 green beads on 2 tied portions of her hair, along with purple hair. She is dressed in a unique yellow outfit that has distinct turtle-like features, a white scarf around her neck, green turtle ear muffs, and a green turtle backpack. Sairyu is a bespectacled, handsome young man with attractive features. He wears a blue blazer. Bayako is a man dressed in a black tank top with gray jeans. He has a shaved head with gray eyes and has a wild look to him. It's been some time, everyone. I hope you're doing well. Stop with the pleasantries, Himejima-san. You said in your text that this was an emergency? Sairyu interrupted her and spoke up. Suzaka nods and looks at me, so I stepped up beside her. Before that, let me introduce you to the middleman and current Red Dragon Emperor Jean. He's the one who informed me of this emergency. Uryu freezes on the spot, making me look at him in confusion. The rest had varying reactions. Bayako and Sairyu became interested, and Jinbu looked at me curiously. Jean, middleman, anyway, hey, race the deal then. I told them about what I know and have found in Kyoto and how it will affect their clans. The majority of them had a look of shock. I'll send off my subordinates to aid you if the need arises. If not, then even if you do, our clan can handle ourselves. We appreciate the concern, but we can take care of ourselves. Sairyu adds, as Bayako nods in agreement. It seems these two have their clan's pride in them. Honestly, Bayako didn't look the type, but I guess looks can be deceiving. Very well, but if I deem that you cannot defend your territory by yourselves, I will send them in for reinforcements. Will that do? I see no problem with that. But I will need to speak to the elders about it. While I am the current head, many of the elders are still quite, you know what I mean, yes? Old-fashioned traditionalists? Yeah, Ido. I nod and I look at the rest. I have the same sentiment. The Shinra clan isn't that weak. So send them over if we can't fight back. I nod. I guess I have two answers from them. I look at Uryu and Jinbu. Jinbu steps forward and answers first. I can't speak for my clan since I'm just a Barato, even if I did inherit the Black Tortoise. However, I could try to convince them in allowing some help. Why are they all so incredibly stubborn? I mean, the old corpses, not these guys. Old traditions that aren't healthy should die. While I'm Irish and proud of it, I don't care for that vocal crap as of late. If pride can get you killed, why keep it? Uryu finally stepped up and spoke. I'm the next head of the Nakiri clan, Uryu Nakiri. My words carry heavy weight, so if I make a suggestion, they will be considered and taken seriously. However, much like everyone else here, the current head and elders are stubborn. But as I said, my words will carry weight. Forgive me for saying this as it sounds arrogant, but I'm the strongest Uryu in history so far. If push comes to shove, I am confident in defending my home. Confidence, huh? I know about you, Uryu, and if it were just normal enemies, I would trust you in that. But these aren't normal enemies. Are you confident in being able to kill God-class beings? I asked Uryu, and by default the rest of the group. What do you mean a God-class being? You should be aware of what's been happening in the supernatural world, right? Even if your clans are strict about interfering in others' business. You know about Cow's Brigade and what they've been up to? One of their members is a genius. She can create creatures called divine beasts, and their powers are around Satan class and up. However, my subordinates found out that the newest batch, the ones I mentioned earlier, are genuine God-class beings in power, so I ask you again, can you or your clansmen defend against an attacker with that kind of power? Uryu frowns and looks down. The others' expressions also become serious. I know that Tiamat and Bovatanen are in good relationships with Uryu. He calls Tiamat Tia, and while his relationship with Bova was rocky at the start, they become good friends later on. Jinbu, I know she likes Valley, so I don't want anything happening to her. The other two can go either way. I don't know how Vala feels about her. Sairyu at face value, he doesn't seem like a person I would get along with, but time will tell. Bayako Tsubaki is related to him, right? No matter what the case may be, the unnecessary destruction of these clans seems excessive. Even if some have done questionable things in the past, such as the Himejima clan. Suzaku is very dear to me. Even if she hates the old traditions and systems, I don't think she'll like seeing the destruction of her clan. As I mentioned earlier, I will run it by the elders and base my decision on that. Afterwards, I will contact Suzaku Himejima with the answer. I will get going then. I have some business to attend to. Sairyu says while walking away. I'm also in agreement with him. I'm the head of the Shinra clan, but since I'm still young, I need to talk to my clansmen about this decision. Young? Dude, you look like you're in your 30s. Bayako walks away but stops to turn back to me. He starts to release some aura towards me. Hey, middleman. How about a sparring match in the future? You seem a type to like fights. Maybe also I don't. I'm quite lazy. Anyway here, I summoned a card with my contact info as he grinned and walked away. All that was left were Jinbu, Uryu, and us. Hey, Valis doing good, you know? Even if he's become a terrorist. He's like a little brother that don't need to kick his ass back to the good side, you know? Jimbo blushes, but doesn't say anything and starts to walk away. I guess she's still sticking with what she said. Hopefully, that will give her a bit more motivation. Uryu sighs and nods. I'll try my best, Jin-san. He takes out a photo. Oh my god, it's me during the signing event. He was there? Or did he get someone to go for him? Please sign this. Drake's mark appears on my hand, and he starts to speak. Look at that. We have a fan here. Also, an heir to the clan. Huh? Ain't that special? Yes. I've kept up with your achievements as the middleman. I was already a fan since what you're doing is such a noble thing, even if it mostly involves getting a big following of admirers. But once the dragon show started, I get it. Uryu will sign it. I summoned a pen and signed the picture. The guy looked like he was on cloud 9. He'll be watching the exhibition match between you and Sarorg Bale, Jin-san. Please do your best. I'm excited to see where you'll take your sacred gear. Yeah, my brand new forms are also known now. I believe Ain told other supernatural beings, and it spread. I doubt Latia or Ajuko would do that, or Scathack. But he'll probably stick to the base balance breaker state for my boosted gear. But would that be an insult to Sarorg? He'll see by then. I need to hold back since many will be watching this, so I have to entertain them. Thank you for your support. Uryukin. Yes. He'll get going then. Suzaku and I watch him run away while looking at the signed picture he just got. I chuckle and shake my head. That's one way to end this meeting. We can only hope that they agree to your assistance. Yeah, at least the current head of the Himejima clan is willingly cooperating. Gotta be my favorites, you know? I glanced at Suzaku as she had a smile on her face while shaking her head. So, shall we get going? Lunch should be change of plans. I guess it was today. Jean? Sorry, Suzaku. Looks like they have started. They'll get going. They'll teleport you back to your apartment? Or do you plan on going to be fine, Jean? You'll be going to my clans, all right. Take care. Shinovia Quartawao. We really visited a lot of places. Matsuda sighed in relief. We were having lunch at a tofu hot pot place recommended by Kunu. After leaving Tenryuji, Kunu took us on a tour around Arashiyama, seeing Siddhartha Gautama and Amitabha's Buddha statues in Nisan, riding rickshaws through the bamboo path. Hearing the sound of wind rushing through the bamboo leaves was very elegant. It was the first time for me to ride a rickshaw, and it was very fun. The person who pulled the rickshaw was very talkative and described the scenery as we traveled along. Watching Arashima's scenery from a rickshaw was one of the most memorable experiences. It is really great that autumn has come. We also felt Jean's presence nearby, but he was also with Suzaku, so we didn't try to cross paths with him. He did say he was there for business. I say, the tofu hot pot here is quite a delicacy. Kanu fished tofu out of the pot with her chopsticks and distributed them onto our plates. Kunu seemed very happy. Kuroka had been spoiling her the entire time. She was, in a way, our little sister. The tofu Kunu gave me had to be eaten straight away. Kyoto's tofu was very fragrant, and it was even better than the hotel. I've heard that tofu is best eaten freshly made. Yes, it's different from the usual tofu. Its taste is very fresh and delicious. This tofu is delicious. Asia and Irina's faces were full of joy. We were enjoying our trip to the fullest. Zenobia, Asia-chan, Irina. Suddenly someone called me. This voice was, it's Kiba, right? You guys were going to Arashiyama today as well. Kiba's group happened to be having lunch at the neighboring table. Yes. Have you guys been to Tenryuji already? Yeah. There was a spectacular dragon on the ceiling. We planned to visit Tenryuji after seeing the Togetsukyu. I'm looking forward to it. Togetsukyu, we're going there after we finish eating. As we spoke, another familiar voice resounded near us. Autumn in Arashiyama is really quite elegant. That person turned to look at us and had a surprised look on him. Oh, so you all are enjoying Arashiyama? Azazel Sensei, drinking sake in the middle of the day. Azazel-sensei, you came too. But isn't it inappropriate for teachers to drink during the day? Just as I pointed it out, the woman opposite sensei agreed. It's Raswai-sensei, and she wasn't drinking, which was a surprise. Raswai-sensei makes a long and sad sigh as she holds a cup in her hands. All of us give her, and Azazel-sensei, a weird look. He just shrugs and sighs. She's like this when she's away from Jean. I didn't think she would be in that deep. I've seen Lavinia like that. She's basically attached to the guy. It's like a switch flipping between when she's with him and when she's working. It's weird. I guess love does weird things, huh? Jean-senpai, what does Raswai-sensei have to do with him? Wait, he's in Kyoto. We freeze. I forgot that we were with normal humans. Motohama asks as he looks at Raswai-sensei and Azazel-sensei. The other two, Aika and Motohama, look confused too. It's nothing. Anyway, let's keep going with our own tour. Dang it. I swear, if Jean-senpai is hanging around Raswai-chan. You'll what? You darn weirdo? The hell you say, eyeglasses? You also have glasses. Aika and Motohama started to argue as Matsuda didn't want to be in that crossfire, so he backed away. The rest of us, along with Kiba's group, walked along while looking around us. We were slowly coming up to the famous Togutsukiya Bridge. Did you know? It said that you shouldn't turn back in the middle of crossing Togutsukiya. Kiryu said after she stopped arguing with Motohama. Asia looked confused and asked her, "Why is that?" Asia, it's like this. If you look back while crossing the bridge, the intelligence granted by the heavens will be taken back. Once the pervert duo looks behind them, it will be over for them. They will become utter fools. Shut up. Matsuda and Motohama retorted simultaneously. Kiryu was unfazed and even continued. Another legend says that if you look back, lovers will be separated. But this one's a bit inauspicious. I will never look back. Asia interrupted Kiryu's explanation and clenched her fist seriously. She really loved Jean. It's okay. Asia, it's just a legend. I could try to backtrack, but Asia was already convinced and didn't change. Centuredo, I don't think you have to mind it. The legend about lovers is just superstition. Nyahaha, you two really need to reconsider some of your decisions in life. Centuredo, as well as spent time together on a regular basis. We finally finished and peacefully crossed to the opposite shore. Asia exhaled deeply, as if she were relieved, as did Irina. I looked at her as she blushed, but we have to cross again when we go back. Asia's epic adventure has not ended yet. Suddenly, a strange sensation washed over my entire body. What was that just now? I was surprised and looked around. Other than me, Asia, Irina, Kunu, and Kiba over there, everyone else had disappeared. Matsuda, Motohama, Kiryu, and all the other normal tourists were missing. What's happening? The other servants were also shocked, so we prepared ourselves. We surveyed the surroundings, and there were no suspicious characters around. After a while, a strange mist seemed to be floating up from under our feet. This mist is... All of us became alert when we saw the mist. We had been informed about this before. Jean-san told us about this. After all that happened, this is... Dimension lost. Kiba says this while summoning a demonic sword from his sword berth. One of the original Longinus, Jean-senpai, he told us to be alert. Everyone, be prepared for potential battle. Kiba knelt down and tried to touch the mist with his hand. Dimension Lost has the ability to create a special mist able to block any attack. It is also able to transport anything inside of it into an artificial space. The mist can also be used to reinforce dimensions, even those of others, such as Yasaka's Yurikyoto. Though it doesn't possess direct offensive capabilities, according to Jean and Azazel, Dimension Lost is the most powerful among the sacred gears related to barriers and space. Therefore, it carries tremendous power over dimensions. In fact, if the mist reaches the scale of countries, it can transport them along with their people into the dimensional gap to be destroyed. However, none of the previous users have reached that level. That's what Jean told us back then after the Diodora incident. Hey, are you all okay? A voice from the sky. Looking up, Azazel-sensei was flying in the sky, flapping his black feathered wings, and Raswai-sensei was with him in her armor. He landed where we were and put away his wings as he spoke. Everything except us has disappeared completely. Most likely we were forcefully transferred to an alternate dimension and sealed within it. From the way things look, this is an alternate dimension that is an exact replica of Togitsukiyu and its surroundings. Incredible! Like Jean's ability to transfer us to the pocket dimension, it felt seamless. Dimension Lost is truly amazing. So this is made of something like the Devil's Game field? I asked Sensei. I didn't sense any similarities between them. Yeah, probably. It appears that the technique for doing this leaked. After all, we use it quite often among the three factions. But damn, Dimension Lost is quite scary, huh? It's amazing to be able to transfer and then replicate an entire territory like this. To be able to transfer me and Ria's servants all together at once to this place without any warning signs. A Longinus truly is terrifying. Azazel Sensei explained. I see. So this kind of dimension really was an application of the techniques used by them. Their reproduction was just as good as the devil's. Beside me, Kunu spoke in a serious voice. She clung to Kuroka's obi. Not too long ago, Mother mentioned something similar happening to them. They were enveloped in a mist before being attacked by yokai, monsters, and humans. Something like that happened to Yasaka? Jean must be aware of it. Then that means the wielder has to be near us, and whoever they were with, more enemies. My ominous premonition seemed to have come true. Over at Togitsuku, the appearance of several unexpected presences could be felt. From the light mist, figures approached and revealed themselves to us. Pleased to meet you for the first time, Governor Azazel, Grimmery Devils, and Kuroka. Didn't think I would see you here. The one who greeted us was a black-haired youth wearing a school uniform. Wrapped around the uniform was something resembling Han Chinese attire. I think that's what it's called. The history teacher was very knowledgeable about Chinese history and explained to us in detail about their clothing. Carrying a spear in his hands, the spear gave off a most unpleasant feeling. It was definitely no ordinary spear. The black-haired man was very young. Looks like he was about a year or two older than us. No, it was impossible to tell from appearances alone. His companions were also wearing clothes similar to school uniforms. Male and female, also around high school age. They gave off a strange kind of presence, different from devils or dragons. Azazel Sensei stepped forward. Are you the rumored hero faction? The youth in the middle with the spear smirked and answered his question. I am Boom. Gua. Hai zonet dum spichet gao gao. Took you a while to reach us, Jean. Azazel Sensei says with a smirk. Jean was in his scale male balance breaker of divine dividing. Jean skyward, I had teleported into the dimension they were transported to and punched Chow Chow in the stomach. I was already in my balance break with divine dividing. I retract my helmet and look at the down descendant. Sorry for being late. I was talking to the 5 principal clans. The middleman with 2 Longinus, boosted gear, and another divine, dividing Chow Chow says, and gets up, wiping the blood from his mouth. You lot listen up. This weirdo has the strongest Longinus, the true Longinus. It's been said that it was used by Saint Longinus to stab Jesus Christ and can pierce God. His name is also Chow Chow, a descendant of the original Chow Chow of the records of the 3 kingdoms. That is the holy spear that the seraphim of heaven fear. Irina spoke, unable to contain her fear. Zenobia continued, whispering. I also heard about this when I was a child. The spear that pierced Jesus Christ. The spear carrying Jesus' blood. The absolute spear that pierced the body of God. That is the holy spear. Behind me, Asia's gaze seemed to be drawn to the spear as if her consciousness was being sucked out. Mesmerized clap. Azazel quickly covered her eyes with his hands. Asia, people of faith should not stare at that spear. They will lose their sanity. After all, it is one of the holy relics amongst the true cross, the holy chalice, the holy nails, and the shroud of Turin. I could feel Kunis' emotions going wild and her hair slowly turning white. She was beginning to enter her fox dragon mode, but I quickly flashed step beside her, put my hand on her head, and calmed her down. Arir? Why is the little princess so angry at me? You attacked Mother, didn't you? To that, Chow Chow laughed and answered her question. Yes, I did. Though she was a lot more powerful than I had initially thought, she, along with a maid, slaughtered our forces. Even the soccer messengers didn't need to move a muscle. Why are you upset? Our plan failed. We didn't capture her. Chow Chow explained and seemed confused in the end. Hello. You tried to kidnap her mother and my future wife, you pile of hyena scum. Nevertheless, we have a backup plan. We will be taking the liberty of using Kyoto, if you don't mind. Though we already did so, our plans will commence in a few hours. Azazel speaks up again. What are you planning on doing? We wish to have our backup, and if we succeeded, your mother to cooperate in our experiment. Experiment? To grant the wish of our benefactors. That is the main idea. Azazel already knew of Tamamo no May, but wanted to get as much as he could out of Chow Chow, so he played dumb and played along to question him further. Benefactors? Is it that Lapis fellow? And why have you appeared before us? Azazel asked sternly. No, there is no need to hide anymore. We just decided to say hi before the experiment. Let's play for a bit. I also wish to clash with the Governor Azazel and the legendary middleman and Dual Dragon Emperor. Dual Dragon Emperor? That's new, we got a new moniker. And it's not perverted. Both dragons cheered inside me. They really seemed relieved by it. Well, it doesn't matter. Well, Zwap. A portal opened up and a being stepped through it. He overall appears as a white, lizard-like, almost harmless-looking creature. His skin is pure, solid white with purple sections on his head, shoulders, forearms, abdomen, and shins. The purple-lined sections on the sides of his face vanish, though the lines on his cheeks remain intact, giving his face an almost mask-like appearance. Frisia. What the don't tell me, he's one of the children that Nyarlathotep made. Good grief, you pick him of all people? Frisia-san, why did you come? I was simply bored. I heard from Lapis-san that my father was here. I wish to fight him for a bit and then leave. Ho, it's nice to finally meet you, Papa-san. He was in his final form and smiled a cruel smile at me. He then unleashed his aura on everyone. Azazel looked mortified. The girls, Kiba and Kunu, were on high alert. The rest of you deal with the hero faction. I have this guy. I also feel the same way. Papa-san, I do not care for the weak. I can always snap their neck down. We disappeared from our spot, and our fists clashed. Powerful shockwaves were made each time our fists made contact with one another. Don. Frisia made a painful face and backed away. He looks at his fists and smirked. They were bleeding. Even while in my idle state, I was still using 1% of an outer god's power. While I do hold back most of the time, I was ramping up my power output. It's as Igneous-san said, you truly are a monster. Quite fitting for an outer god, no? Mama-san chose well. He smirked again, allow me to respond in kind. An enormous golden light erupted from him and covered the entire dimension as he spread his arms out and slowly began to transform. The entire place was shaking and rumbling. This guy, if he keeps pushing, Dimension Lost will break, and this will be brought into the human world to the dimensional gap. Then let us act. Dune, we're moving places, Frisia. I'll leave them to you guys. Aurelia, take point. Get them home safe. Aurelia came out of my ring and joined Azazel, Rose, and the Gremory group. I punched Frisia in the gut and created a portal behind him as I forced both of us through. Very well. Dimensional gap. Once through the dimensional gap, I launched him to the ground as he crashed there with enough force to destroy a large chunk of the land. Centurado, perhaps Lapis, turned herself into an item and is being used as a source to make his getaway. Then I'll stop him before that. Garrett, Amorous, Albion, let's do it. Yes, let's go, Jean. I've been waiting for this. I will lend you my help, Jean. Garrett shouted, and Amorous joined in. I've been waiting for this since I had that conversation with these three. I look at Frisia as my helmet was still gone and grinned. I started to chant Kyoto Aurelia Leguinum. Let's take care of this quickly, shall we? A short boy stood next to this person called Chow Chow. Chow Chow said to him, Leonardo, they'll let you handle the devils with your monsters. Chow Chow gave him an order. The boy remained expressionless but nodded. Instantly, shadows appeared from under his feet and rapidly expanded. Those shadows were not normal. Jean told us everything about this world, its powers, and the like. This boy possessed a sacred gear, Annihilation Maker. As the shadows grew, they reached the level of covering the entire Togitsu, and then they expanded and gradually took form. Arms, legs, heads, eyeballs, wide, gaping jaws separating not only one but 10, no, hundreds. Go, chomp, gobble. With a deafening roar, these monsters appeared out of the shadows. Shadows with monsters appearing out of them. Monsters with black skin and standing upright on two legs. Their bodies were solidly built with rough and thick hides. They also had very sharp claws and bared their teeth. These monsters formed a line and stood in the forefront. Such a powerful tool belonged to such a young child. He has potential, but his imagination is still quite limited. However, they meant nothing to me. I had to be careful not to destroy this dimension, otherwise I will endanger the normal humans beyond it. The governor spoke beside me. Annihilation Maker. Cao lovet in zet ponce. Correct, this child carries one of the Longinus. A different threat compared to my true Longinus, but a deadly sacred gear nonetheless. I summoned my weapon and made a stance. I then said this to everyone. It matters not. Azazel, governor of the fallen angels. Save your speeches and technical know-how. We are more or less informed of this sacred gear. It's a time of action. He nodded beside me and summoned his artificial sacred gear, down fall dragon spear. Ha, what can you do, Ugg? I dashed in front of the leader and struck him hard with the flat of my great sword, sending the young man crashing into a building. The women of the middleman are quite dangerous, aren't they? Very well, Aurelia. Was it? He'll engage you for a while. Zenobia Corda. I summoned my sacred gear and held it with my hands. I don't believe using my balance break is necessary, but we will see soon enough. Zenobia, Raswai Sensei with me. Irina and Kuroka-san provide support as rear guards. Asia-chan support us. Kunaheim, I would normally say to stay back, but seeing your progress there, please destroy as much of those monsters as you can, but within reason. Yes, everyone answered Kiba Yudo's orders, and we went about our roles. I felt the enchantment magic from Asia as my strength, speed, and endurance were increased. I also felt a passive healing effect was on me. Asia then covered herself in Tuki and joined Kunu as she entered her Fox Dragon mode. BZZZT. Boom. A beam of light appeared from its mouth and shot at us. We quickly dodged it as the attack destroyed a nearby building. Jean said that Annihilation Maker targets their opponent's weaknesses, so those attacks will have light imbued within them. Don't get hit, I shout as the others acknowledge it with a nod. I dash in front of monster and slash it apart. Slice. Slash. However, another few appeared after I killed one. We need to aim for the wielder. I could see everyone destroy one as more appeared, all of them coming to the same realization. We need to aim for the kid, but I don't want to kill him. Knock him out. Do anything to render him unconscious, but don't kill him. Azazel lands in the middle of us as we jumped back and regrouped. He gives us an order, and we agree with it. Kiba and I look at each other and dash for the young boy, named Leonardo, but more monsters appeared in front of him. Kiba and I slashed through them, but once they disappeared, he was gone. I look around to see he was at a different spot. He was fast. He didn't look like it, but he was on the other side of the weight. Don't tell me they. You came to the right conclusion, Knight of Gremory. We, the hero faction, pride ourselves in being descendants of heroes and yushas. However, might makes right, and so we were forced to drink that vial or be killed. Leonardo puts his hands on the ground, and out came Guru. A giant dragon. It roared as the other monsters he made from his sacred gear vanished. He looks at us and smirks before disappearing. On me, our enemy is a dragon created from the Longinus Annihilation Maker. Focus everything you have on it, but don't destroy this dimension. Everyone nodded to Kiba's orders as Azazel Sensei whistled at him. Kiba wryly smiled. I doubt he thinks of himself as someone to give orders, but he was doing his best. All right, kids, he'll be joining in this time. Let's take down that thing. Balance break. Azazel announces to us as he's consumed in a gold light and was covered in golden armor with purple-colored jewels. Azazel summoned a light spear in his hands and also let out his wings. What does Gene say again? Let's get jiggy? He says with a snort and points a spear at the dragon. Let's doom. Crash. You wretched creature. Humph. Chow Chow suddenly crashed into a building beside the dragon. He comes out of the rubble with a look of fury and was badly damaged. His arm was twisted and he was missing an eye. It seems like your eye was quite useless, as well as your balance break. Is the wielder of the true Longinus this week? The leader of the hero faction, Chow Chow, readies his spear again when a portal suddenly opens beside me. Chow Chow, come back now, or else you'll be useless to us if you die now. You still need to get that mission done. An all-too-familiar voice resounds from the portal. It was Lapis, one of Nyarlathotep's children, but her voice sounded a little different. Chow Chow looks at us and then to the portal. I will make you pay the next time I see you. Chow Chow announces towards Aurelia as he steps through the portal. As he was about to be fully gone, Aurelia-san appeared in front of him and struck him down. Ag! He was sent tumbling back as he disappeared into the portal. Aurelia-san then looks at the dragon, and she swings her great sword in a downward motion. A large green slash comes forth and hits the dragon. Multiple slashes appear all over his body before it crumbled away. Perhaps I shouldn't have toyed with the Chow Chow descendant. I shall report my mistake to Jean. It seems the other two also escaped earlier along with that Leonardo child. Aurelia announces as she dispels her great sword and crosses her arms. Lady, you are way too powerful. But who the hell was that alien-looking thing from earlier? Chow Chow called him Frisia? Is he one of Jean's kids or something? We can assume so. Azazel Sensei. Kiba answers as he dismisses his sword. Everyone else also powered down. The only person left to come back to us was Jean. He should be fine. I hope Dimensional Gap Jean skyward. I appeared in front of Freeze and kicked him away. He blocked it but was sent backwards. He grins at me and nods. You interrupted me earlier, Papa-san. I shall start my transformation again. He skipped the fancy transformation and slowly started to turn golden. It was his golden Frisia form. Is he looking down on me? You want to use his black Frisia form? Fine, whatever. He gestures with his hand. Your turn, Papa-san. Unlike you, I have some common courtesy in letting his opponents transform. The original Frisia wasn't anything like that. What in the world did Nyarlathotep do to you? I didn't sense him lying at all. Whatever, he'll get to it then. I, who am about to awaken, I could feel the thoughts of two individuals I'd spoken to a few days ago. They were flowing into me. Let's do this, Jean. Time to show the world how this new white dragon operates. Bring the current limits of this sacred gear to new heights. I.am the White Dragon Emperor who will dominate the law to seize the darkness. The Red One abandoned domination. We shall take hold of it. I walk the road of domination with infinite destruction, and by piercing through the imaginary dream, a road that's yet to be trodden upon by the White Dragon Emperor. But we shall pierce through it and conquer it. I shall become a god emperor of pure white dragon. A look of excitement and panic appears on Frisia's face. My body was starting to become brighter and brighter. And I shall have you obey the silvery white illusions and the perfect evil ways. Juggernaut, overdrive. Shine. A large portion of the dimensional gap was covered in a silver-white pillar of light. Frisia kept on watching me, feeling a lot more nervous than before. Juggernaut Drive removes the seals that were placed on the heavenly dragons temporarily. Valiant, I walked different paths, while he conquered the past hosts of divine dividing and got this new form I upgraded on a long time ago, so I didn't need to deal with them. But Garrett and Amorous are still with me. I shared with them the chant, and they modified some words, but were generally okay with it. Our Juggernaut overdrives should look different from one another. I had turned into a humanoid dragon with silver-gray armor. The jewels were replaced with blue, glowing lines around my armor, a single red diamond shape in the center of my chest. I spread my wings, and yellow energy wings appeared behind my back. This certainly felt new. Sorry for the wait, Frisia. Oh ho ho, worry not, Papa-san. You certainly look fancy. Now, then, shall we start this little dance of ours? Yeah, divide. Starting like that, are we? I put my hand out and used divide on Frisia as his powers were cut in half and added to me. I expel the extra power through my wings since I didn't need it. Boom. Dawn, 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 gun. The both of us disappeared from our spots as we clashed, our fists and our kicks collided as enormous shockwaves were created in the dimensional gap. Certain parts of the dimension were starting to crack and shatter. Comptoir, repair them as we fight. Doing as I say, the damage around us was being repaired as we fought. I didn't want this place to be destroyed. I also hoped to spook the Wizards of Oz with this little scuffle of ours. Dawn, Dawn, this is it. I haven't felt this alive since my creation. Father. I sent a fist to Frisia, and he matched it. They collided as another shockwave was produced. However, Frisia's fists were starting to become damaged and bleed. He grimaced as we kept on exchanging blows. Dawn, Dawn, gun, bang. He flew backwards and fired several key blasts at me. I slapped a few away while also using Divide on some, rendering them useless. Ha 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 ha. Frisia summoned millions of giant balls of ki behind him and launched them towards me. That won't do since it's limited to a single target comptoir. Answer. It is not. You have upgraded it, so it can target all of those, Gene. Is that so? Then thanks. Compress. Compression divider. The balls of ki behind Frisia started to become smaller and smaller until they vanished out of existence. He had a look of disbelief, but then grinned at me. Compression divider. In this state, I can use an enhanced version of Half Dimension, which has a specific target constantly until they vanish from existence. Since it was upgraded, I guess I can target more than just one thing, or being, lucky me. Frisia starts to fire his death beams at me, and I start dodging them. I kept getting closer to him as he started to fly away backwards while still firing at me. I put my hand out, his eyes widening at what he knew was coming to Divide. Don't use cheat abilities, you jerk. Frisia visibly cringes as he felt his power get halved again. He then powers up again to gain it back. He also stopped calling me father after losing his cool. What charming guy. I felt my eyes roll to the back of my head. Bye-bye, Daddy Compress. Compression divider. I targeted Frisia as a portal appeared beside him. He started to disappear into it. Seeing as how it wasn't going to reach him on time, I redirected my ability to the portal. A woman's voice screamed instead. Frisia gained a surprised look as he briefly glowed pink, and out came Lapis. She looked pissed off, but also crying. Her right arm had shrunk. It wasn't by a significant margin, but it was still something. I guess my compression of the portal attacked that part of her. Whatever it was, she looked very annoyed at me. Why? Why are you mean to me? Cinceredo, she grabs Frisia and quickly jumps into the portal. I was a bit taken aback that I sort of froze. What kind of reaction was that? What was that about? Do not be fooled, Gene. She may use any method to try to get you to let your guard down. It worked there. You have a point, Rudra. They'll try to treat the rest of her tantrums as a facade or like she's faking acting it out. I look around the dimensional gap, and a lot of the current surroundings were fine. Thanks for doing that, Comptoir. Now then, I seriously look weird like this. I haven't even used Juggernaut Drive yet, but just skipped to Imperio Juggernaut Overdrive with Divine Dividing Dam Partner. I want to see my new ultimate form now. When are we doing that? Soon, Drake. Just have a little more patience. Well, use it soon. I'm holding you to that, partner. Time to go back, then good thing too. The others didn't come here, otherwise they would have been caught in the crossfire, though I doubt they'd get hurt. I punch my side and create a portal. I step through to join the others back in Kyoto. Kyoto, you guys still haven't come out of Dimension Lost yet? Huh, le fait? When I came back, I looked around, and they were still in the replica of the place of Kyoto. What I didn't expect was Le Fay Pendragon to be there. I hadn't left my new armor and landed in front of everyone. Jijin? Huh, what's up? Rossweiss asks, confused, and everyone gave me strange looks. Azazel shakes his head and points at me. What the hell is that? Oh, this? It's my Imperio Juggernaut Overdrive. An evolution or another form of Juggernaut Overdrive for Divine Dividing. Confident Valley can reach it if he suppresses the previous consciousness of the wielders of his sacred gear. His form should look a little different since I got this form a little bit different than the method I just said. Feel free to pass that to him if you want anyway. This should be my your abyss side balance breaker, right? HAAA, more and more surprises from you. Well, whatever. We're not out of the woods yet. Chow Chow escaped, but Aurelia here banged him up real good. Apparently, Lapis helped him escape. Huh? Lapis was with Frisia, though Azazel looks at me in confusion as I dismissed my Imperio Juggernaut overdrive. What's going on? How could she be in two places at once? Does she create clones of herself or something? Well, deal with it another time. They said their assault on Kyoto will be tonight. Get everyone back to Yasaka's home and go by that plan on more time, Azazel. He nods, and I cancel the dimension we were in by snapping my fingers. We were brought back to Kyoto, and what the Jin-senpai? Motohama screamed as he was beside me. Matsuda points at Aurelia and then starts screaming. Hot lady! Hot lady! Luffy approached me as everyone started to calm themselves after the adrenaline rush they just had. Will it really be fine telling Valasama this information? Yeah, I started seeing him as a little brother as of late. So it's fine. Rinny's like a surrogate older sister to him, after all. This prompted Luffy to giggle, and it confused me. She stops herself and explains. Valasama has started to refer to you as Aniki, or Jin Aniki. I believe you two understand each other in a weird sense. Jin-sama. Is that so? Well, you better get going. They'll see you around, Luffy. Yes. Can you sign this? She brought out a plushie of my boosted gear scale mail and asked me to sign a little card beside it. My mouth twitched, but I did so. She was happy with it and walked away. She couldn't exactly just vanish in front of these three humans, Jin-senpai. Who was that? And why did she ask you to sign something? Motohama asks and points at me. I just sign, shake my head. I don't have time for their stupidity right now. I'm just that great. I deadpan at them as they started cursing at me. Aurelia clings to me and makes it worse as they started to curse me to death. Aika kept silent while taking notes of everything. I could see Rose's eye twitching as she held herself back from doing the same thing. You guys go enjoy the rest of your day. They'll get going. I announced to them, and they nod. I then started to walk away with Aurelia. I just need those guys to return to me. How many magic circles are there? I could feel them appearing and disappearing at multiple points around Kyoto. Experiments? On us and on the innocent. Don't mess with me, you bunch of kids. Azazel quietly says to himself and punches a pole near him. He looked pretty pissed off. I could see some veins popping out of his forehead. I share the same sentiment, Azazel. Yuri Kyoto on our way here. Kunu and Kuroka joined us. I picked up Kunu and was carrying her. We walked through the streets of Yuri Kyoto while being greeted by many yukais. I even bought some food from them. Kunu, they'll have you and Yasaka stay here, since I have a barrier here that will prevent them from reaching you. They'll have Sharon and Greed stand by you guys, all right? She nods. They'll also run this by Yasaka when we reach their home. Jean, is something wrong? Suzaku's here. I increased my pace, and so did the other two. I quickly reach where Sharon, Yasaka, and Suzuka were at. It was the meeting room I met Yasaka for the first time. Once there, they turn to look at me as I let Kuna down. Suzaku, is something wrong? Why did you come here? She smiles and shakes her head. Kuroka and I go over to join them. Once we were seated, they continue their conversation. Sharon pours the both of us some tea. I am here on personal business and not for my clan. Did you take care of the problem from earlier, Jean? I nod and tell them what had happened, including my end. Kuroka tells it from her perspective, and Aurelia also adds in her own bits. Kunu nodded along, silently agree with what was being said. After I let her down, she waited until I sat down and joined me on my lap. I'm waiting for Elsa, Zeno, and Silva to come back. According to Chow Chow, tonight they commence their plan. I believe it will be at Niju Castle. Azazel will be bringing both peerages here along with Rossweiss. He'll personally deal with the 6 divine beasts, rescue Tamamo, and send the Electa over to the 5 principal clans. He'll leave the rest to everybody else, beat whatever reinforcements they bring, and do whatever else is necessary. I am the one that will deal with Chow Chow if he comes back. He has a grudge against me for besting him at his strongest. Even in his balance break, none of it worked on me, Jean. Did you make it so that sacred gears do not work on us? I tell everyone what my own plans were. They didn't give me answers, but listen in. Aurelia adds her bit. I don't mind. You played games with Chow Chow from what I could tell, so we'll leave him to you then, who knows? Maybe you're just that amazing, Aurelia? I smirk at her as she does it back to me. I feel Kunu pull on my arm and I start petting her. Jean, can you leave, huh? Sazako asks me, and I was stunned. She quickly explains herself. As I said earlier, I came here on personal business, so I wish to discuss it with just women. Sazako looks at Aurelia, and she nods. They all start to shoo me away, and I reluctantly leave along with Kunu. Kicked out. It's finally here. Im love it. I dramatically fall to my knees as I felt Kunu comfortably pat me on the back. You're such a good kid, Kunu. Yasaka is lucky to have you. Jean, let's go explore Yurikyoto. Can Fiz and Renee come? Renee? Oh, Irene, when did she give her a nickname? I don't see why not. Hey, Ophis Irene, want to hang out with Kunu? I do not mind. Ophis didn't give me an answer, but Irene did. Both dragon heads start to glow and both of them come out. Once Ophis was, she quickly averted her eyes from me and looked at Kunu. She was sporting a small blush on her. Irene had a smug look on her. She taps me on the shoulder, and I look at her. She leans in close to my ear. I have been having many conversations with Ophis to think the dragon god of infinity could be that cute who. Why not try interacting with her, Jean? I guess it won't hurt. We also have a few more hours before everyone gets here. A bit of unwinding won't do any harm. Let's go. Kunu announces as she holds Ophis' hand, and they start walking away. Irene and I follow them. Care to tell me about it? Unless I have to get it out of her myself. You already know the answer, Jean. I sigh. Fine, sure. Then care to explain that other interaction you had with me? Playing dumb now, are we? Fine. I firmly share with her what happened during that strange conversation we had. Bonk. Irene became a little flustered and smacked me on the head. No. Don't be a tsundere. I don't like that trope. Well, I don't like how they handle it nowadays. Tsunderes were meant to act like that, and then slowly have their own character development and come out of it. They're not meant to be like that indefinitely, but I guess in the media today, just see them as tropes. Huh? I shake my head as Irene glared at me. Where's my plushie, Irene? Silence. Irene turned away from me in annoyance. I just chuckle at her expense. As we bantered back and forth, we eventually reached the city of Yurikyoto. It's the same as ever, and Kunu leads us to more interesting parts of it. Oh, Kunoheim, it's been only a day since you came here, you know? A wolf yukai says with a hearty laugh. There were other yukais there that also greeted and welcomed her warmly. I look up at the sign in front of the shop. Har Har Clothing. Interesting name, their Har Har Aji-san sells clothes here. They're sold at affordable prices and are handmade. If you order something, he'll have it made in a few days. The quality is excellent. Oh, Har Har Aji-san. This is the middleman Kuan, right? I've heard a lot about him. Welcome to my shop, kid. Take a look around and see for yourself. Sure thing. I scanned the place using Observe on its items. Many of them were made using common material, but they were quite high quality. As Kuna mentioned, the guy made it himself. He must be a master of his craft then. Kunu and Ophis walk over to one of the clothing racks, and Ophis takes one of its hangers to look at it. She seems to be fixated on it. It was a pink, black, and purple kimono. Kunu looks over it with her. She takes it from Ophis and puts it against her, and then hands it back to her. It looks good on you, Fiz. Well, take then, Har Har-san. He smiles as Kunu and Ophis go up to the counter to pay for it. I join them and pay, also adding a little tip, shocking the guy. Thank you. Don't worry about it. Ophis puts the dress into her ring as we left the place. I look around, and in front of us was a little river. Kuna goes down towards it and stops by the edge. This river is usually higher during the summer, but lower in the autumn and winter. I don't know why. Mother never explained it to me. We go around Yurikyoto more as Kunu explains little facts and tidbits about her home. Time slowly passes by like this, and the day was coming to a close. Ni-san. I turn around to hear a familiar voice. It was that little yukai I met from before. He also brought his friends. They came up to me, and I gave them high fives. They also became a little stronger since their stats went up. Look at you guys getting stronger. How are things? He grins and closes his eyes. Suddenly, he covered himself in Tuki. Oh wow, this little dude is a monster himself. He opens his eyes back up and puffs his chest. You can use Tuki? Now that's impressive. You've done a lot of training, huh? How about you guys? No one close. I did it for a second. I got back varying answers from them, but they seemed hopeful and determined to keep on improving. Well, I'll catch up with the great dragon in the future, Gene-san. He announces. I ruffle his hair as he laughed. I see. I'll look forward to seeing that then. We'll get going. They'll come back here again in the future. I hope to see more improvements from you guys. They laughed and cheered before running away. At least the future generation is motivated. I turned back to see everyone looking at me. Irene had a smirk while the rest were just smiling at me. I picked Canoe up. Everyone should be coming to your home again soon. Let's go back and wait. Shall we? I turned to the two dragons. What do you two plan on doing? I will watch observe from the necklace. They both answer at the same time and then go back into the necklace. I didn't get to speak with Ophis much. Maybe I can do it before we start the mission tonight. Canoe and I quickly go back to the castle while I had her on my shoulders. We're on our way now, Jean. We still need to get a few things. Sajiko ate something, and his stomach is upset. Rosswise texted me. When I looked at it, Saji, my man, what the hell did you eat? Most food I've eaten in Kyoto and Kyoto has been fine. You are immune to literally everything. If you ate poison, you would say something like tastes like chicken. Yum, partner. He has a point, Jean. All right, fine, whatever. I have time, so you'll just go visit Ophis. I see, you'll go visit Ophis. If I'm not back by then, tell them that. And send me a text, Rose. Okay. I put my phone into my pocket and go into the necklace. Dragon necklace Ophis. Once I got in there, I heard a loud thud. I look over to see Ophis on the ground hugging a pillow. She seemed to be muttering and tossing restlessly as if she had just woken from a bad dream. Ophis? I called out her name, and she shot up while still holding the pillow. She quickly composed herself and forced her usual stoic look back on her face. Jean, she says, my voice in her usual monotone voice. She tilts her head, acting like I didn't just see what she was doing. I chuckle and walk over to her. I grab her and lead her back to the couch, and we sit there. How have you been? Good. Read anything lately? No, so. I heard from Irene. Ophis freezes beside me and doesn't answer me. HAAA. She really is flustered. I could tell from her emotions, geez. From being nearly emotionless to this. All right, let's help you out. I gently steady her by the shoulder so she doesn't float off. Ophis, are you embarrassed? She nods. Do you know why? She nods again. Because I love Jean. When I think about it, my chest burns, but it feels good when I think about you. My face becomes hot, and my thoughts become disorganized. I can't face you anymore. Ophis buries her face into my chest. After saying that, my God, that was adorable. I felt a smile creep onto my face. Please don't look up, otherwise you'll see me like this. I hug her back and pat her back. Well, we just need to get you used to it. She looks up at me confused, and I bravado her. Her eyes widen as she sat there for a few seconds before she smiled warmly at me. As we shared a tender moment, Cinchuredo, playful activities with my adult form, and everything else with my smaller form? Is that what she wants to do? I guess she's also thinking about Kunu. She's made friends with her in her smaller form, and Kunu now knows who Ophis is. It was revealed to her after the 5 years. She was quite surprised by it, but it didn't change her perspective on Ophis, and the dragon god felt a sense of relief at the time. Kunu also know about Irene. She likes him a lot, though. She likes every one of my lovers, or most people that are around me. She's a good kid. Well, if that's what you want to do, then I won't stop you from doing so. Ophis gets off me and hops down to the ground. She touches her ring and palm. Her body was covered in a brief bright light, and she was wearing the kimono. I summon a mirror beside her. As she looks at herself, she twirls around and had a small smile on her. She turns to me and tilts her head. Is that her way of asking, how is it? If so, you look great, Ophis. Do you want me to enchant it? She nods, and I touch the kimono and enchant it. Cinchuredo will protect Kunu and Yasaka like before, so you can concentrate in your assignment. I see. Thank you, Ophis. Let's go then. She nods, and we leave the necklace. Kyoto. Once I leave the necklace with Ophis, Zeno, Silva, and Elsa appear in front of me. Done? Yes, young master. All those circles around Kyoto should be rigged. Miss Barato is as efficient as ever. She made them able to transport into another dimension. Ho, ho, ho. There were a few members of Cow's brigade I saw on my rounds. I defeated them and brought their remains for you to extract their memories from, young master. Jesus Christ, Silva. A bit extreme, there he brings them out, and I look through the memories, nothing of significance except for that the Monkai Association, Nilrim, and Hero Faction will be doing the assault tonight. They'll tell them that during the meeting. Good job, that gave me something more. Zeno and Silva nod before disappearing into my ring. I look at Elsa as she stood up. I also tampered with those magic circles. However, I also saw that the 5 clans have been busy preparing for whatever may come their way. Frankly, I do not believe they will be able to repel those divine beasts. The Uriya boy may be able to push it back and hold his own for a little while, but won't really be a match, huh? All right, they'll have you guys stand ready for when it all begins. Yes, she walks over to me and pecks me on the cheek before disappearing. As she did, the Grimmery group, Citri group, Azazel, and Rossweiss show up. I turn around and walk to the door in front of us. We were just in front of the meeting room. Everyone arrives and sits down at the table. I look around to see the Citri group with uneasy expressions. Saji was also quite nervous as he was visibly sweating. Suzaku also hadn't left yet. Let's get started then. We don't have much time. Chapter 4, Part 3, 2 Shadows and 2 Foxes. Yuri Kyoto, Jean, Skyward Sharon started to pour tea for everyone as both Kunu and Ophis sat on my lap. That place is destined to be a war zone soon enough, not including the usual suspects of Chiron, Rini, Kuroka, Aquino, and whoever else. As Azazel glanced at everyone, he nodded at me, and I snapped my fingers. A 3D holographic map of the entire Kyoto area appeared in front of everyone at the table. So, let's start explaining our battle plan. The region surrounding Niju Castle, Kyoto Station, and the territories of the 5 principal clans are now in a state of high alert. All devils, fallen angels, and clansmen of those clans stationed in Kyoto have been mobilized to search for suspicious characters. The Kyoto Yukai are also providing us with assistance. As of now, we have not been able to confirm the movements of the Heroes faction, but we have detected an ominous presence that is centered around Niju Castle. Jean did mention this before. I interrupt him. Before you continue, my subordinates have collected more information. Apparently, the Monkai Association and Nilrim faction of Chaos Brigade will also be participating. We also can't rule out Frisia or Lapis showing up again, or even Ignia, or whoever the last sibling is. Azazel frowned and nodded. All right, we'll keep that in mind going forward. They'll send the information to the ones cooperating with us now. He takes out his phone and starts texting. Once finished with it, he puts it away and turns back to everyone. Kiba raises his hand and asks, "An ominous presence?" Yes, from ancient times, Kyoto was a city constructed using the principles of yin-yang and feng shui like a large-scale magic circle. As a result, there are many special power spots, like Saimai Shrines, Saimai Well, Suzamushi Temples, Kafukojizo, Fushimi Inari's Pine, Tree Hizamatsu-san, and others. Locations with incredible auras are too many to count. However, the flow is currently turbulent and is gathering at Niju Castle. Saji gulped nervously and asked, What will happen?" No idea, but definitely not something good. Since they plan on utilizing Tamamo no Me, a legendary 9-tailed fox that used to be a part of the Shinto realm before she was sealed. Additionally, she has the ability to manipulate the ley lines of this city to carry out some kind of experiment. We will use this key point as the basis of the entire plan. Hearing Azazel's words, everyone nodded. And then Azazel officially began explaining the plan to them. First are the Citri servants. You will be on guard in the area around Kyoto Station. You are also responsible for guarding the hotel where we are staying. The hotel itself already has a strengthened barrier, so if anything happens, there will be a safeguard. Still, if anyone suspicious approaches, you Citri servants will be responsible for handling them. Understood. The entire Citri group replied. Next is the Grimmery group plus Irina. I'm really sorry for putting you all on the spot every time, but you guys will be spread across the entirety of Kyoto, seeing as how 2 more factions of the Chaos Brigade will be joining in this experiment. We'll need you to spread out. We also don't know the number or extent of their powers. Azazel turns to me. Jean, you said you'd be taking on the divine beasts, right? They'll also leave the task of rescuing Tamamo no Me to you. You'll have Aurelia fight Chow Chow if he shows up. I nod. Right? It'll have my other Electa help the 5 principal clans when the time comes, since there will be a total of 6 divine beasts coming our way. They'll deal with the 6th. The Electa and clans with the other 5. We also have further help. Seraphol has gathered troops to help. While the Norse and Greeks couldn't send help this time, the Irish gods did. Jean, you should know her well. You two fought, didn't you? Scathack? She's coming? Azazel nodded to my question. I see. I'm a little surprised, but I welcomed it. I also have others coming. Let's call them exceptional helpers for now. Finally, some bad news. This time, I managed to obtain 3 Phoenix tears. Well, I was hoping Jean here could help. Whatever, they'll have the slime pills ready. Saji looked horrified, but calmed down once I said that. I can produce an infinite amount, so they should all be fine. I know we couldn't produce more on our part, but it's been in high demand. As you know, Cow's brigade uses guerrilla war tactics against us, teleporting into the area, causing havoc, and then leaving. They're powerful, so they could do a lot of damage. This means the prices for Phoenix tears have shot up by quite a lot, since they need to keep producing more to sell, to not just us, but to other factions and pantheons, and Skyward Sama here won't sell his slime pills. I deadpanned to Azazel and produced around 50 Phoenix tears and 50 slime pills on the table. He stares at it for a few seconds before trying to punch me. I dodge it, and he lets out a sigh. Do that in the first place. Anyway, he shifts back to sitting normally and crosses his arms. This is a secret, but now the various factions have banded together and redoubled efforts to find users of Twilight Healing. Though it is a rare sacred gear, it is not unique, and our investigations have discovered there were several others apart from Asia. Finding them will be a significant advantage, as well as denying the Cow's brigade their use. Gaining powerful healers would be extremely unfavorable. However, the current Beelzebub Ajuka has also been carrying out personal research on new ways of recovery. That's about all I can say. There's also Grigori's own research into recovery-type artificial sacred gears. In fact, Asia, SCE, and Lavinia have been secretly helping us out with our research, and promising results have been obtained repeatedly. A few people look at me. Yes, I know about it. I signed off on it. It happened when the alliance between the 3 factions started. It only started up more once the others joined. West Yukai and Irish gods. I also believe Asia will reach her balance break sooner or later. So that's the situation. These tears and pills will be divided among the Citri and Grimory peerages. Please use them with care. Azazel told them, and I added to that. Citri group, you guys take the Phoenix tears. Azazel, you keep the 3 you obtained. Grimory group, take the slime pills. I can create more if we somehow use them all. Yes. They all answered enthusiastically. Right, Saji. You'll help the Grimory group as well as the other 5 principal clans with your Dragon King transformation. Your black flames conceal movements of enemies as well as absorb their powers. Azazel informs Saji as he points at himself looking nervous. But I can't control it fully yet. I can help with that. Don't worry about it, man. Ah, yes. Saji looked at me with a thankful look. Irina then raises her hand. What other factions have been informed? Azazel nods and answers her question. As mentioned earlier, the Witch of Duin Skaith, Scathack, will be here to provide direct support. Apart from her, devils led by Seraphol, angels, fallen angels, and Yukais, led by Yasaka Haim, will be outside of Kyoto to prevent any of them from escaping. She isn't here right now as she's getting everyone in position. Yasaka Haim is here as she's left it to Seraphol to get them all in formation. Asia puts her hand up, and Azazel nods. Will Riaswani-sama be coming here to provide support, or President Sona? No, I wanted to tell them, but it looks like the time is not right. They're currently back in Grimory territory. There are reports of riots in some cities located within Grimory territory. They have most likely been dispatched to handle that. They were incited by some old Satan supporters. It looks like there was a group that did not have direct communications with Cow's brigade. Even so, they're causing trouble, and that's an undeniable truth, so the girls have taken action. After all, it will be their own territory in the future. Also, I have received news that Astri-san was participating. Yes, since Astri-san is taking action, Those rioters can kiss their asses goodbye. I don't know if it's accurate or not, but it is rumored that even the current family head's wife, Lady Gremory, was present at the scene, along with Grafia. Even if she's only the head maid now, once infuriated, the Gremory ladies are quite a force to be reckoned with. I know that all too well. Grafia is, well, Grafia. Rias has become a fine woman in a short time. Astery is quite powerful and dominates in their marriage. I don't know much about Venelana, but she does have a moniker called Flaxen-Haired Madam of Extinction. Azazel continues. If all of them gather their ITLL be an easy fix. The star of Gremory, the priestess of thunder and light, the crimson-haired ruined princess, and the silver-haired queen of annihilation. I don't think those riders will have a chance. I feel Azazel place a hand on my shoulder and look at me in pity. It only grows bigger, but with ladies with fearsome and scary titles like that, you're the only one I know so far to be able to handle them all, in every situation. Dude, what the hell? They're not that bad. So these are the plans I proposed. I will also search for those terrorists directly from the skies. So everyone will be taking their positions in 1 hour. If you find anything suspicious, report to one another immediately. And try not to die. Until the moment you get home, a school trip is still a school trip. We will protect Kyoto with our lives, because they're part of the alliance. Understood? Affirmative. The strategy meeting ended with everyone's response. Everyone started to leave, and I was left with Yasaka, Kuroka, Aurelia, Sharon, Rossweiss, Ophis, and Suzaku. I look at Suzaku as she looks at me back. Will you be going back to prepare? I can have Leon escort you. It's fine, Jean. I have my ring and shadow with me. I shall get going. Suzaku gets up and walks out of the room. I get up and follow after her. Once outside of the meeting room, Suzaku looks at me and sighs. You're worrying too much, Jean. It'll be fine. Suzaku hugs me and then creates a magic circle. She had been taught by Rennie and Rose during the 5 years in how to use magic. She's become quite efficient at it. I watch her as she teleports away and left me there by myself. I sigh and go back into the room. Will you be heading out to Kyoto to take command, Yasaka? No, I have left it to my 2 Tengu guards. I will stay here and protect my people if they somehow break through the barrier into our realm. Yasaka answered my question firmly as she glanced at the table and sighed. It should be fine. With Ophis, the 4 Shadow Dragon Knights, Kuroka, and Sharon Hirai will stay here with Kunu and Yasaka. Mitunaya, keep them safe for me. Ophis, Kuroka. They'll leave them to you too, Sharon. Yes, Jean-sama. As soon as I heard their answers, I nodded and turned around. I felt Rose and Aurelia get up to join me. I leave through the door again and make my way through the halls of Yasaka's home. We have an hour before our own mission starts. They'll set up a few things too. I reach the entrance hallway and see the Citri group there. Momo, Rhea, Tomo, Tsubasa, and Saji were there. Jinchuru-kun, stay safe, okay? You'll be playing an instrumental role here. That's right, Jinchuru. If Sona-sama finds out about you failing, you better come back alive. We still need to buy some things for President Sona. Run away if it gets too tough, okay? Saji's fellow peerage members were worried about him. They were mostly responsible for keeping an eye on the hotel, while he had to fight alongside everyone. But some should be calling him Jin-chan by now. I wonder why they hadn't. As far as I could remember, Ruruko was the one who called him that as of late. No one else, though. Did I change things too much in a rating game between Gremory and Citri? Oh, Jin-sanpe, Rosue-sensei, Aurelia-sama. Saji sighs and sees us. He calls out our names, and we approach them. I put a hand on his shoulder. Aurelia-sama. I looked at her as she had a smirk on her. You'll be a key player in helping fight those divine beasts depending on their size. But what I call Vritra promotion is quite powerful. Do your best, and he'll be there to bail you out if necessary. Vritra promotion, I like it. And yes, they'll be relying on you again, senpai. I nod to Saji and look at the Citri girls. The same with all of you. Stay safe, don't push your luck, and know your limits. I would rather not go back to Sona and tell her she lost some servants after tonight 4 Dragon Knights retreat into their shadows. They'll have Saji's back tonight, so that won't be necessary. 4 shadows leave mine and enter the girls. They looked a bit shocked, and I explained that ITLL helped them when and if things get shaky. They seemed relieved and nodded. They wished Saji a good luck one last time before leaving. Well, not all of them. Momo stay behind. She tells them she'll join them soon and wants to speak to me. Good luck, Jean Senpai. Saji puts his hand on my shoulder and gives me a thumbs up. Dude, why? I'm planning to speak to her, not mess around with her. He then leaves with the rest of his group. I walk over to Momo as Rose stays there. Jean Senpai, thank you for helping the volleyball club. I didn't get a chance to thank you for helping them. It became a bit too hectic. Don't worry about it. I enjoyed myself. If you get more requests, feel free to throw them my way. Yes. Excuse me. After bowing, she left after her group, lightly jogging out of the building. Helping juniors out as a senior feels good. I turned back to Rose as she was shaking her head. Why? Did I do something wrong? I still like you. Even if you're being deliberately dense or not, partner. No. I refuse to think that somehow I have managed to win her affection. What did I do? All I did was help her. They're still teenagers, you know. They fall in love for any reason. Anyway, are you using me or Albion for this fight? They'll decide once I see what we're up against. However, I might also use the dual balance breaker. I shrug and walk out of the door. Just outside, I see the Gremory group. Jean Senpai, Raswai Sensei, Aurelia-san, good evening. Kiba greets us. The others turn to look at us and also greet us. I saw a sword that Zenobia was carrying. Is that? Durandal. Azazel Sensei gave it to me. Apparently, the upgrades were finished and he handed it to me after the meeting. I will need to use it during a real combat situation rather than be able to test it, but that fits my style, so I don't mind too much. I see. Then do your best. You guys better get moving and get into your positions. They'll also start on my part. Yes. They answered determinedly. Asia and Zenobia came up to me, and we shared a quick kiss. They then joined up with the rest and walked away. Rose, you'll be supporting them, right? Yes, I am their teacher, so I will have to make sure they make it back alive. I will also be using the new things you gave me, right? A day or two after we got back from my trip to Asgard, I got busy and made those items for Griselda and Rose. While I didn't have a name for it, she defaulted to calling it her own Miss Stiltine wand. Additionally, I made her some custom armor and asked if she had any particular designs in mind. Her words were make it Jean-like, please. Since I did not know what that meant, I just made the color palette red, white, and black. More or less. It resembled her old armor, but in different colors. Rudra and Velgrind had a lot to say about how I designed it. Therefore, they helped me, since you suck at this was thrown around a lot by the Scorch Dragon. I had put the usual enchantments on her new armor to the wand. Well, it was an omniversal class to a weapon. So, it was a little bit higher than Rose's current output. So, I adjusted it. I changed it into a growth-type weapon. It will match Rose's current power and rank. Yeah, go show them what you've got, Rose. Smack. Hiya. I gave her a playful pat on the back, and she let out a surprise bravado, and I laughed. She glared at me, but gave me a quick peck on the lips before leaving too. As I sighed, I looked up at the sky of Yurikyoto. It was already dark, and many yokai were flying about doing their daily activities. Now then my ring glowed as Zeno, Silva, Antares, and Elsa came out. I tapped my head and sent them my plan. You guys pick which clan you would like to support. Aurelia will deal with Chow Chow if he shows up. But if not, you can help a clan instead. She nods but seemed a bit annoyed at the thought of Chow Chow not appearing. These old bones of mine can take me out on an evening walk. I will go with the Kushahashi clan. I will help defend the Shinra clan. Dumen clan for me. I shall go to the Nakiri clan, Jin-sama. Zeno will go to the Kushahashi clan, Silva to the Shinra clan, Elsa to the Dumen clan, and Antares to the Nakiri clan, which leaves Aurelia to the Himejima clan if Chow doesn't appear. All right, let's go with that then. Go take your positions. All of them nodded and disappeared from my sight next. You, the remaining Dragon Knights, spread yourselves around Kyoto. You will help the Citri, Gremory Peerage, or the Yukai, Devils, Fallen Angels, and Angels there. Inform Seraphal, so our allies don't try to attack you. Once said that I felt the majority of my shadows leave me, leaving me with Greed, Kaisel, Tank, and Jima. I'll make my way to Niju Castle, then I lightly flash and step my way out of Yurikyoto as I stop by to chat for a little bit with the locals. They're aware of what's going on, but not fully, so there was some tension in the air. But they're trying to carry on with their daily lives as usual. I reached the barrier and passed through it. Once through, oh, if it isn't Jean. A familiar voice called my name, and I glanced to my right. There was Scat Hack in a black pea coat, black leggings, and knee-high black boots. Scat Hack, I didn't expect you to be helping out. What about the other gods? You've heard of those creatures attacking factions and pantheons around the world, yes? Well, they're preoccupied at the moment, and not just us. That's a reason why the other pantheons couldn't help. Maybe even the Alliance of Hell is also messing with the Greek gods' realm, I see. Anyway, this is our current plan. I tell her what was discussed in the meeting room, and she nods in agreement. Then I shall accompany you. It seems things will be a lot more interesting on your end. But however, if you wish for me to aid the other groups, I have no problem in doing so. She interrupts me to say that last part, and I look at her strangely. Didn't she say she didn't take orders from others? So, that's why I was surprised by her participation in this as well as her last line. She saw this and continued. You bested me in combat, and you were quite bold and unrestrained in your behavior toward me. Aren't I taking steps towards that relationship goal of ours? What goal? I asked you to be the girl's teacher. I am interested, but I haven't really made my intentions clear, right? It's fine. My shadows are already spread out around Kyoto, as well as the Electa. You can come with me to Niju Castle then. Electa? Right. Cinchuredo in a few days or a week's time, they'll be heading to the Shinto god's realm. But before that, they'll be going to a different place to train with the girls. Do you want to join? She looks at me and then back forward. She appears to be thinking about it, and finally nods. Very well, just tell me when and I will be there. I nod, and we continue onwards to Niju Castle. As we approached Niju Castle, a mist appeared from below us. Scat Hack looked at it in interest, but I just stomped it away from me. So, they activated Dimension Lost? Huh? Some kind of power? Dimension Lost. It's a sacred gear and one of the original 13 Longinus. Seemed like it's starting then. Everyone else should have been transported too. Suddenly, multiple monsters and cryptids appeared. They all varied in size and shape, but one thing was for sure. The cryptids ranged from middle class to ultimate class, and the monsters were from high class to ultimate class. But suddenly, other circles across Kyoto started to explode. They became alarmed and made magic communication circles and told them to stop teleporting him. I guess they did it a lot faster this time around. They turned to me with even more fury. Stop them from reaching Niju Castle until the experiment is complete. Before the divine beasts are transported in, the monsters cheered and rushed towards us. I glanced at Scat Hack as she smiled. Her casual outfit was discarded, and her battle gear was on her. She summoned her Gale Bold alternative and pointed it at them. Come, you fool. Jean, you go ahead, this won't take long. I nod and dash past the cryptids and monsters. They didn't expect me to do so, and they didn't react in time. Like led you arg. Bam. I heard a loud thud sound behind me, but I kept running towards the castle. I ran past the giant gates and into the courtyard. Even more cryptids, monsters, and humans were there. I could tell some were magicians, and some had sacred gears and innate abilities. It's the middleman. Stop him. One of them shouted, and many of the humans started firing their attacks at me. Fire, ice, wind, water, and earth elemental attacks were launched towards me. I swiftly dodged them and balled my right hand into a fist. Control, not too much, not too little. Don't blow away the castle. I punched the air in front of me. Boom! A large pressure of air is sent towards the large crowd of enemies, and they were blown away. Quite a few of them were knocked out, but the ones not near the center of the attack were left standing. Darn it! Cryptids attack him. The same with you monsters. Don't order us around. Human, brethren advance. They started to charge me. I scanned the memories of the ones I knocked out, but they were mobs, so they didn't have anything relevant for me. There were a lot of hate speeches and conversations between one another. Can't waste any more time here, sorry for the delay. I let them live, I knocked them out and restrained them. Scat Hack appeared beside me, and I nod there's no guarantee they won't commit suicide once they wake up, you know? Sorry, got more important things to do. Nothing cool, just efficiency, I guess. I snapped my fingers, and a larger, much more powerful shockwave blast in front of me. Once it touched the bodies of my enemies, they were completely destroyed. A mass scanned them all, but their memories proved useless again. Let's go. Scat Hack nodded as she evaluated the scene with a complicated expression. We ran into the castle past the dead bodies. They'll clean them up later. If I'm not mistaken, Chow Chow, if he participated in this attack after Aurelia cut off his arm, he should be in Hanmara Palace, within the boundaries of Niju Castle. We walked past the gardens of Nainamaru Palace and could already see the moat around Hanmara Palace. We passed through the Yagurman Gate that connected to Hanmaru Palace. The place we reached was full of rows of ancient Japanese eaves. The garden was swept nicely and clean. These were all illuminated by lights, so even in the dark world of the night, it was as bright as day. I see you made it. Middleman, you also brought a companion with you. The Witch of Duin Scathe? How flattering. A person was in front of us. He was tall, lean, and had the appearance of a young man. He wears a smirk, and he has dark purple hair that is long and wavy. His hair reaches his shoulders, although the majority is tied up in a very large ponytail. Additionally, his messy bangs mostly obscure his dark, slanted eyes. For clothing, he dons a long, black jacket trimmed with a light-colored flame pattern. The lapels are a matching lighter color as well. The cuffs of his jacket are rolled up, revealing a light-colored inside, which contrasts the black outside of his jacket and have a black line cutting through the edge of the fabric. The jacket itself is tattered and splits into 4 torn fabric segments at the tail. Beneath the jacket, he wears a frilly black V-neck shirt, lined in a lighter color, that closes down the middle and is adorned with a buckle just below his clavicle. Just below this is a piece of fabric that he keeps over this shirt but under his jacket that circles the majority of the lower half of his torso. The rest of his attire is simple, consisting of light-colored pants that lay lazily over the top of rather plain black boots and have, on each leg, a seam running down the middle, as well as 2 pairs of buckles that form an X on the thigh and lower calf. However, the buckles on each thigh later disappear, leaving only the ones on each calf. Beside him was a kitsune. Tamamo has yellow eyes and long pink hair that she keeps tied up. She was wearing her typical blue witchcraft clothes that strangely looked like some sort of kimono variation. But she didn't look good. She was clearly physically abused, but showed no other signs of mistreatment. She was also unconscious at the moment. The idea that you would come here with only 2 of you is astonishing. Though, being able to repel Lapis-sama and Frisia-sama, I can understand why. Worry not, the experiment is nearly done. Don, crash. I appeared in front of him and punched him in the face. He flies into a wall and crashes into it. He comes out of it with a calm look of rage on his face, attacking me before I could finish talking. How rude of you. I am Argir, a new addition to the Monkai Association, also part of the Seekers of Truth. I am a mix of monster, yokai, and devil. The pleasure is mine. He smiles and bows. He dusts himself and continues. As he does, I destroy the device that had Tamamo in place and catch her. I jump back to where Scat Hack was. It doesn't matter. We should have collected enough to put it into it, as well as the other parts of the experiment. If you were wondering where Chow Chow is, that woman, Aurelia, he kept shouting and cursing that name. She did a lot of damage to him. He is getting a prosthetic arm as we speak, so he is out of commission for the time being. A stubborn fellow, the fool refused to consume the blood, even though the rest did. He will, however, drink some in the future. I am done here. He stops and thinks for a moment and looks back at us. The existence of Kyoto itself is actually a large-scale magical device surrounded by powerful ley lines. There are various places known as famous sites, which contain a lot of spiritual, yokai, and demonic power. The ancient In and Yang masters, on Myoji, hope to mold the city itself into a kind of massive power. Well, precisely because of that, all sorts of existences have been attracted to this place. Our current pseudo-space is located in the dimensional gap, both infinitesimally close to and infinitely far away from Kyoto at the same time. The power of the ley lines is now flowing here. As a member of the highest level of existence amongst yokai, the nine-tailed fox is said to be on the level of the dragon kings in power. The relationship between Kyoto and the nine-tailed foxes is also intricately linked in a variety of ways. That is why our plan must be carried out here. Exhaling, Mardgear continued speaking. Using Kyoto and the power of the nine-tailed fox, the plan is to summon Great Red to this place. This would normally require a dragon gate as well as multiple dragon kings, but gathering several of them by force is virtually impossible even for God and Buddha, so Kyoto and the power of the Kyubi will have to do as substitutes. Great Red? Why do you want to summon that massive dragon? That fellow, all it wants to do is swim and fly around in the dimensional gap, but it is harmless to everyone, right? Scathach asks and looks at him with curiosity. Correct. However, our current leaders have plans for both that dragon and Ophis. Ophis, the former boss of the terrorists and one of my lovers. Azazel and Surzex know where she is. Her position as leader of Chaos Brigade has ceased to exist, and new leaders are well known in the supernatural realm. She has nothing to do with anything and wishes to calmly and peacefully live with me in her new home. So you're planning to summon Great Red and kill it? Mardgear shook his head at Scathach's question. Well, maybe we won't go that far. Anyhow, we'll catch it first and then decide what to do. There are so many unknowns about its existence, and there is so much to be learned. For example, what effect the Dragon Eater will have on the Apocalypse Dragon. Anyway, no matter what, it's just an experiment to see if we can summon a powerful existence. That was the initial plan, but seeing as how you have Tamamo no Me, this part of the experiment is complete. We'll begin the other part later. We got what we wanted after all. Dragon Eater, they found Samuel? Are they seriously targeting Ophis and Irene? Also, it's more than one part. The information provided was valuable to us. We do have minds as bright or brighter than Azazel and Ajuka after all. He snapped his fingers and rumble. Rumble. Shake. Shake. The entire area started shaking and rumbling violently. I felt an enormous no. Multiple enormous magic circles begin to appear and activate. Scathach looks surprised as I grab her and pull her nearer to me, then teleport away from where we were standing. Mardgear was grinning at me as we left. Boom! The entirety of the replica of Niju Castle was no more. It had been destroyed, and a giant monster was in its place. It's one thing targeting me. I really don't care. I could take care of myself. Not that I'm saying they can't, but I took a deep breath and calmed myself. Losing my cool here would do no one any favors. The divine beast in front of us was massive. It resembled a dragon with no wings, hundreds of spikes on its back to its tail, and was on all fours. It had sharp teeth and red eyes. Gene, what's the Dragon Eater? He'll explain later. Scathach, can you bring Tamamo somewhere else? Go and help the others out too. Leave this thing to me. Scathach stares at me for a few seconds before nodding her head. She takes Tamamo off me and disappears. Now then, how should I deal with you? Perhaps I'll make a shadow out of you, Zenobia Corda, Irina. It looks like we're back in Dimension Lost. I can also feel multiple other signatures around us. Be careful. All right. Irina summoned her angelic wings and a light sword. I also summoned Durandal, or what it's now called X-Durandal. Whoosh! With a violent sound, the mobile portions of a sheath began releasing a large amount of holy aura. It covered the entire length of the sword, and a massive aura shaped itself into a blade. So this is the result, huh? Combining all the current Excaliburs we have using alchemy. It can use the abilities of the Excaliburs and Durandal's original powers. This is my new holy sword. Doom! Suddenly, we heard a sound in front of us, and then we looked at it. In front of us was a person. He is a 2-meter-tall man with a well-built body, sporting shoulder-length gray hair, wearing what appears to be a Japanese school uniform. He is protected by what might be Greek-style armor. Hello, devil. Angel. I'll come a play. Let's dance, shall we? Call me Heracles. I carry the spirit of the Greek mythological hero, Heracles. Whoosh! He dashed in front of us. He's strong. Irina can't fight him. I have to do it, but the monsters around us boom. Boom! Boom! Shadows? I see. Jean has his other Shadow Dragon Knights around Kyoto. They'll surely protect Irina if she's struggling. Clang. KSHSHSHSHS. Durandal met with Heracles' fists. They were covered in spikes? Is this some kind of weapon? Boom! It suddenly exploded, and I jumped back. The blast didn't hit me directly, but I was caught by surprise. I glanced at Irina as she was fighting off several monsters and cryptids that range from low class to high class in strength. Irina had attained at least high class status. She had been joining us and training in Jean's training facility, as had Sister Griselda. She can hold her own, zing. Eyes on me, devil. Huh. Heracles jumped towards me and tried to punch me again. He kept up his assault as I easily dodged them. I twist around and hit him with my sword. Bang. Crash. Arg. Ha ha. This is so awesome. All right, balance break. Balance break. Does he have a sacred gear? The aura around Heracles' body glows, transforming into numerous missile-like objects on his hands and arms, while smaller missile-like objects cover his legs. The hero faction is the most powerful faction within Chaos Brigade, and today we prove it. He says with a confident grin. I ready X Duran now as I plan to finish this quickly and help Irina out. Yudo Kiba Clang. Down. Catching. Boom. 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 I clash swords with a hero faction member called Siegfried. Asia-chan and Raswai-sensei were with me, as they also had their own battles. Asia had used enchantment magic on me and Raswai-sensei earlier. Not bad, Knight of Gremory. You can match me without using your sword of betrayer. That's quite a feat, Siegfried says with a smirk. He was using a demonic sword called Graham. Earlier, he said he had others as well as a sacred gear. He was quite skilled with the use of swords too. I was only using normal demonic sword for my sword birth. While I had refined and fine-tuned the use of sword birth, and my normal swords were strong, they could only last a few attacks against Graham. It truly does live up to its name. Graham, known as the Demonic Emperor Sword. It is a demonic sword with the same properties as Ascalon and Durandal, but unlike the latter, it doesn't need to charge up to release its destructive aura, thus making it much stronger than it. It can't be helped. I summon my sword of betrayer as Siegfried smiled balance break. Balance break? He's using that now. Multiple silver arms appear on Siegfried's back. He then summons more swords with 3 additional arms. He had 2 in his normal ones, while the other 3 held their own. Meet the rest of the demonic swords. I have Bombung, Nothung, Turfing, and Danesleaf. This one here is just a normal light sword, unfortunately. A twice critical, so it doubles his power, but he achieved a subspecies balance break, giving him 3 extra arms. I de-summon my sword of betrayer. Arira? What's wrong? Giving up? No, I shall use something else. Then I'll use my other sacred gear, the one that I got from my former comrades, and the one I trained with during the 5 years in the pocket dimension. In my hands I drew a holy sword, and dragon knights appeared beside me. They were equipped with demonic or holy swords. Glory Drag Trooper, a subspecies balance break from my Blade Blacksmith sacred gear. It was inspired by Jean Senpai's Shadow Dragon Knights. I have another technique for them, but I won't use it since I hadn't used it before nor am I close to mastering it. You have another sacred gear? And you also achieved a balance breaker for it? Ain't you special? This makes it even more special. Let's go. Clang. Clang. Down. BZZZT. I, along with my Dragon Knights, begin attacking Siegfried. While the swords they hold break after a few hits, a newly made one replaces them immediately, the same as the ones I have. But it slowly starts to overwhelm Siegfried, as I am by Jean Senpai standards, a super devil in raw power. My Dragon Knights also imitate my power and speed, so in a way, multiple Kibayudos are attacking Siegfried right now. Regular humans beyond this space may be harmed if we use too much power. For that reason, I had to be careful and not use too much power. KCH, darn it. I don't want to use that, but I might have to. What was this guy saying? Raswaisa, what the hell is wrong with this nun? Isn't she supposed to be a healer and support? How can she fight? The blonde woman named Jean complained. Another member of the hero faction stood next to her. George was also using multiple magic circles and firing numerous attacks at us. But I matched them, even without the use of the new one Jean gave me. Asia was the one dealing with Jean. I had heard stories of her being timid, docile, and did not want her to fly. However, during the 5 years in the pocket dimension, she became a lot more willing. Asia had been chasing Jean-san down while covered in Tuki. With each punch and kick she gave the hero faction member, she destroyed large amounts of our surroundings. Crack! Boom! Jean was sent flying after the debris, and Shockwave pushed her back. Asia, please hold back more. We don't want to destroy this dimension. Upsilon, yes, I'm sorry. Every time Jean-san used her sacred gear blade blacksmith, Asia would just destroy it with her Tuki and fists. Centurado. And fairy magic. He has a diverse skill set and can use them effectively. So why would someone like him join a terrorist group? I matched his attacks with mine, causing them to collide and explode. We weren't really fighting per se, but observing each other, analyzing each other's magic to see how we could rumble, shake. Looks like it's about to start. Jean, Siegfried, and I completed the experiment. It's time to retreat. The rest of Leonardo's forces are engaged in combat with the alliance of the Middleman. Fallen, Angel, Devil, and Yukai are battling his monsters. A magic circle appears beside George, and he nods. Marred Gear-sama has also retreated. Let's go. George tells his comrades, and both of them jump back towards him as they teleport away. Experiment finished. I look towards the shaking and rumbling, and the boy with Annihilation Maker is the one fighting our allies outside. What is that? A dragon? A dragon-based divine beast? It's toward Niju Castle, wait. There are other magic circles appearing everywhere, more cryptids and the other 5 divine beasts. Asa, Kida-kun, let's know. Yes, sensei. Bayako Shinra Dagnabit. What is this? Why does this thing look like the sacred beast, White Tiger? It's humongous. We had been dealing with weaker enemies earlier, and I thought that what the middleman said was a joke. But is this what he meant by God-class being? I am confident in my power and fighting, but I don't think I can win if I come up against that. It's like I'm fighting the Empire State Building, but stronger fwash. Who are you? Silva. Young Master sent me here to provide aid. Young Master? The middleman? Who is this guy? He looks strong, but I can't sense his aura or power. His name is Silva? Silva's body glows with a mysterious violet energy as he floats up. He summons 2 large glowing balls of Tuki around his hands and throws them at the beast in front of us. That's not going to war boom. The creature was consumed by a large explosion. Once the explosion was over, the beast was no more. It vanished, killed in an instant. A God-class being just killed off like it was nothing. The middleman said he had more subordinates. Are they as strong as this guy? I felt a chill when he landed and stared at me. He had sharp cat-like yes. He stayed there for a few seconds before vanishing. The sounds of fighting around me had returned. I look around me, and there are still other creatures attacking us. I slap myself hard on both cheeks. The world's a big place, huh? More monsters out there. Let's do this then. I covered myself in Tuki and charged at my adversaries. I'm even more excited in fighting him and watching that exhibition match between them. Red Dragon Emperor. Baal. Sire Kushahashi, a clone of the Azure Dragon. A large magic circle had appeared above our clan's territory, and a dragon appeared within it. It resembled our clan's sacred beast, the Azure Dragon. I slammed my hands to the ground, and millions of roots sprouted. They shot at the dragon to restrain it. It succeeded, so I fixed my glasses and shot bolts of lightning at it. Many other members of my clan were also fighting other beasts that appeared. I was the one left to confront the replica of the Azure Dragon. Ho-ho, you're doing quite well, boy. But it won't be enough. I turn to my right and see an old man. Who is he? What does he mean, Gaboom? The roots that held the dragon in the sky in place were destroyed easily. No way, is that what he meant? I was sent here by young Master Jean, the middleman, as many know him by. Anyway, I wish to read up more on a certain book I was reading. Ill rid of this dragon for you. The old man starts walking away from me. The middleman's subordinate is him. How's he of use? He's old. He suddenly disappeared. Ashu, where did he go? GZHHH. A loud sound reverberated above us. I looked up along with others of my clan. Above us was an even larger purple dragon. What the W wait is is at the old man in the middle of it. The purple dragon quickly plunged down onto the azure dragon boom. The area was engulfed in a large purple explosion. I covered my head as the wind pressure that was produced was quite powerful. The trees around my clan's territory threatened to fall. However, they stood strong. Once the blast was over, the azure dragon was gone. There was no trace of it, except for an old man walking back towards us while grinning. He starts to wave at me. My work here is done, young head. I shall take my leave. Just like that, he was gone. He was a subordinate of the middleman. He certainly has strange taste, but one thing is for sure. They're powerful. I looked back at the destroyed area and felt uneasy. Making him an enemy wouldn't be a wise choice, Jinbu Duman. Everything was going well until that thing appeared. It also looked like a giant version of the black tortoise, the sacred beast of the Duman clan. The head, elders, other members, and I were shocked to see this thing appear from a large magic circle near our territory. But the middleman had warned of such a thing, but I tried my best, but they didn't take it seriously. Even when I mentioned the other clans, and his name, the head, took me seriously, but the elders I sigh as I didn't know if we could repel this attack. Jin-san, the middleman, mentioned this thing to be a god-class threat. Seeing it here, I couldn't help but start believing his words even more. Centurado, middleman, aid delivery service, and middleman. Is this the subordinate you mentioned, Jinbu? She's the one he sent. How do I answer? I instinctively start nodding my head. The lady came over to me and patted my head. Leave it to me, I'll slaughter that thing in an instant. One moment, the beautiful older lady was there. The next, she disappeared and Shiik. Bang! Crash! A loud sound reverberated throughout the area. I covered my ears with my hands. I heard it briefly. It sounded like a sharp noise. But on a larger scale, I looked towards the giant tortoise, and its shell was badly damaged, cracking and breaking apart as pieces fell from the creature while it cried out in pain. The beautiful One-E-san was floating above it, with a dangerous look in her eyes. She had the cold expression of someone who is out for blood. It had a very calm but intense look. She makes some small and quick hand gestures with her open hand. The tortoise let out a sudden cry, and dark purple shadowy tendrils rose from the ground and coiled around its legs. She points a finger up to the sky. A large magic circle appears above the immobilized tortoise. And then, my God, what is that? A monster, an enormous, large, black-purple fireball came out of the magic circle. It almost seemed like a large asteroid. It was both awe-inspiring and terrifying, but an uneasy feeling was still nagging inside me. It told me that she was still playing around. Kaboom! The area where the black tortoise was, it was consumed in a large pillar of black-purple fire. It kept on burning and burning. The One-E-san was floating there with a smile on her face. She waited up there until the fire went out. Once it did, there was only charred ground left. The enormous black tortoise was gone, most likely burned to ashes. Should we form an alliance with the middleman? One of the elders asked. A deafening silence enveloped the area around us, however. That was short-lived as the sounds of fighting started up again. Alliance, it sounds a lot more enticing after seeing that the middleman is going to have an exhibition match with a devil in the future. We may watch it. The elders may be more interested in seeing him in action after this incident. Uryu Nakiri Doom. Jinchuru-san. Uryu Nakiri was defending my home, clan, and people from a monster attack. According to a devil of Citri who came here earlier saying that he will assist us, these things were called cryptids. While some of the members and elders were against his help, I persuaded them, and together we had been killing the weaker ones for the last few minutes. However, around 5 minutes ago, a large cryptid, Jinchuru-san called a divine beast, was summoned through a large magic circle. This cryptid was powerful if what Jin-san said was true. 8 god class being, it was shaped like a big scorpion. It had red glowing eyes and had unique markings all over its body that glowed purple and green. Its stinger would also shoot out laser beams to attack us. We had avoided any serious injuries so far, but I was in my Dragon Man transformation. I had learned this over the years and slowly honed it. Tia, or Tiamat, helped me along the way. She's one of the 5 Dragon Kings. Dragon Man allows me to transform into a golden humanoid dragon. It enchants my physical attributes. It allows me to hurl giant spheres of 2k at my opponents, and as well as infuse it with draconic aura. But even with this, I appeared in front of the scorpion cryptid and punched it, but it had no effect. Its eyes looked at me and bam. Art. It slammed its body into mine, sending me flying. I land beside a downed Jinchuru-san. He had transformed into his dragon form earlier. He called it his Vritra promotion, but even with that he was still toyed around by the cryptid. He also mentioned that he couldn't control it yet. The black dragon beside me got up again and charged the cryptid. He fires some sort of line towards the cryptid and it attaches all over it. A field then suddenly appears around it too. I don't understand what's happening, but I felt the cryptid's powers being reduced. So I charged back in again. I fired multiple 2k spheres towards it, while also adding some draconic aura into them. Zapapapapapan. Bam. Boom. Boom. It hit the cryptid and did some damage. A little bit of its shell was damaged and cracked. Jinchuru-san roared in his dragon form and fired a point-blank black-purple fire breath. Kashoin. I jumped back to avoid being hit by it, and suddenly not bad. Uryu Nikiri, Saji Jinchuru. I felt a hand on my shoulder and a voice behind me. I quickly swing my arm at the voice, and it caught my arm. Calm yourself, future heir. I am one of Jin-sama's subordinates. Subordinates? Jin-sama? Ah, so Jin-san did send over some help. I calmed down and removed my arm away from him. He nods and turns to look at the two of us, and then at the giant monster in front of us. It seems the future Dragon King still needs training. Jin-sama is busy at the moment, so I will help him exit that form. He disappeared from my sight. I couldn't even follow him. I turned to look at the cryptid, but it was blasted away. It crashed further back as Jinchuru-san's dragon form begins to attack anything in sight. The man from earlier went over to him and tapped him. Once he did that, Jinchuru-san returned to his human form and was sitting on the ground. What the hell? I run over towards him while still in my Dragon Man form. He looks at me and asks, "Do we win?" "No, not yet. Jin-san's subordinate is here to help." Jinchuru-san looks at me and then at the man. His face paled and started nodding furiously. Well, leave it to you, Antari-sama. The man named Antares glanced at him before he started to float back up. The scorpion cryptid roared in anger as it came rushing back to us. It launched its stingers toward Antares-san, but slam! He slapped it away, and the force of it made the scorpion cryptid slam into the ground incredible. This man was powerful. I wonder how many more powerful subordinates Jin-san has. He audibly sighs and puts his hand forward. Incinerate. Dagun. A small magic crimson-colored magic circle appeared from his palm, and a large beam of crimson flames appeared from them, consuming everything in front of him. However, before it left our territory, it stopped. What control? He stopped his flames from going further from that border. He eventually cancels the flames, and the scorpion cryptid was gone. He turns to look at us without saying a word before vanishing. You are as scary as ever you know him, Jinchuru-san. I exit my Dragon Man form and kneel down beside Vritra's host. Yeah, I saw him briefly after the peace conference, and another one of Jin-senpai's subordinates, Aurelia-sama, told us some of the names of his subordinates. They were Elsa-san, Zeno-san, Sylva-san, Leanne-san, and herself. She said there are more, and they're more or less the same in strength as Antari-san. They're all the same strength. Where did Jin-san find them? I look back at the destruction Antari-san made as Jin-san, making his own faction or organization. Regardless of what he does, I look forward to seeing his match with the heir of the Devil Family Bale. Suzaku Himejima swish. Doom. Aurelia-san, is something bothering you? That little brat ran away. He didn't show up no matter how long I waited. I didn't feel his presence anywhere. Aurelia Le Guin was cutting down cryptids, monsters, and human mages all around us with quick efficiency. She appeared not too long ago and started helping us. Apparently, many of the Cow's brigade members were slowly being defeated, and some of their key members had retreated. However, where is that fool Shuring? Boom! Never mind. Great timing. From the magic circle came out a giant shadow. It landed and stood on two legs. It was draconic-shaped but stayed silent. It was mostly black, with green markings with black shadowy wings. What is that? Ho ho! How did she manage to make that? No, if Lapis was involved, it isn't impossible. Loa Erebonius. Perhaps Jean would like to make this into a shadow too? I shall deal with it myself. Suzuka, deal with the rest. Aurelia-san started to walk away, and I nodded. She's reliable, and while I can deal with it myself, I'll focus on protecting my clan members. I shot out flames from my hands and killed multiple cryptids and monsters around me. I dashed toward the magician as they opened fire at me with elemental attacks. I cover my fist with Flame's Fire Fist. I throw a punch in their direction as huge torrents of flames consume them. I flicked my left wrist and controlled fire spells that were aimed at me and sent them back to the users as they screamed in pain. Phew, incredible. To think our heiress became this strong. Some elders and members of the clan started to shout praises at me. I didn't like it. It seemed fake. Superficial Rennie taught me this. I turn around to face more monsters coming my way. I bring my right hand in front of me, vertically fire make. Bruktad, I boost my fire magic with the power of the vermilion bird, and the area in front of me was engulfed in a large and wide sea of flames that didn't just hit the monsters, but other cryptids and human magicians too. The attack covered a large area, and I had complete control over it. Bruktad. It's Irish for eruption, much like how a volcano erupts. I made it with Jean in mind. I looked back over at Aurelia-san as she was about to end her fight with the creature known as Loa Erebonius. She had a fearless smile on her face as she jumped up. She gathered energy around her great sword and launched an attack at it. It hit the monster and went through it. It started to collapse as she created a platform behind her and pushed herself off it. She charged through the beast and cut it once again. Her attack kept going and hit the ground, destroying a large portion of it. She covered the great sword again and sent out a horizontal and vertical green slash to the monster. Boom! A large explosion occurred as she put her great sword away and started walking back towards me. Loa Erebonius fell to the ground. She kept her word and didn't destroy the bodium. It was quite weak. You're just powerful. Aurelia-san, she tapped her ear and the communication function appeared. Jean, I have a potential shadow for you. It's Loa Erebonius. Come to the Himejima clan's territory when you are done. Roger that. Good job, Aurelia. She nods to herself before looking around us. The magicians and monsters were panicking as their trump card was already dead. Let us clean up. Capturing them will provide more useful. I agreed with her as she quickly dealt with the remaining forces of the Cows Brigade. Jean Skyward looks like they dealt with the other 5 divine beasts in quick succession, and Aurelia gave me a potential new shadow soldier. Neat, but I also have another one in front of me, Khmer Sparky. It heard me as it fired an ice breath at me. I quickly dodged it, and it seemed quite annoyed by it. Does it have intelligence? It did look like it understood me when I gave it a name. HAA, whatever. Albion, we're going to use Imperio Juggernaut Overdrive again, right? I summon Divine, Dividing, and fly up. Balance Break. Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker. I don my white armor and begin to chant. I, who am about to awaken, am the White Dragon Emperor who will dominate the law to seize the darkness. I walk the road of domination with infinite destruction, and by piercing through the imaginary dream, I shall become a God Emperor of pure white dragon. And I shall have you obey the silvery white illusions and the perfect evil ways. Juggernaut Overdrive. I entered Imperio Juggernaut Overdrive and stared at the divine beast as it had a look of boredom. Geez, at least humor me, Don. Boom! Crash! I quickly appeared in front of the cryptid and punched it in the face. Caught off guard, the cryptid flew away and crashed to the ground. I destroyed a few buildings in this dimension in the process. It got up and looked furious. That part of its face was caved and it suddenly fired another ice breath at me. I put my hand towards a divide. Divide! 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 The attack became smaller and smaller until it became so small that when it hit me, it did nothing. It felt like a piece of cotton hit me. I expelled the extra power through the wings and flew towards the cryptid. As I approached it, It fired a few more shots at me. I dodged them all and Dawn. 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 SBSHHH. I cocked my arm back and sent a barrage of punches towards its eye. Centurado. Though I should do the holding back thing during sparring matches or exhibition matches. Let's end this and get 2 new shadows. The cryptid looks at me, and the spikes on its back detached and launched themselves at me. When I dodged them, they came back to hit me again. Are these things homing onto me? How the hell did she manage to make that? Unless this is mechanical or something, I targeted all the spikes and compress. Compression divider. The spikes kept on shrinking until they vanished. I appeared in front of the cryptid and Dawn. Using more strength than before, I did a simple punch. The cryptid exploded, and everything else behind it was destroyed. I create a wall of true infinity in front of where my punch was going, and it hit it, also stopping it. I exit Imperio Juggernaut Overdrive and land on the ground. Once there, I look around and found the heart. It wasn't mechanical but real, but it was made up of several hearts of different creatures, some of yokai, monsters, and other supernatural creatures. Did these beings willingly let themselves be used for their cause, or forced? I look at the ground and saw that turning this fellow into my shadow was still possible. Arise. KSHHH. The area was enveloped in large black and purple shadows. Slowly, a shadow version of that creature rose from the ground and kneeled down to me. I look at it with observe, and it was only around low-tier god class. I put a barrier around us just to make it safer. I touch its head and changed its power and ranking to the peak of Omniversal. Once that was done, name. How about Etoirer? It means champion of the blue. Etoirer nodded his head before going into my shadow. I look at the destruction I caused. It's a different dimension, so not my problem. Centurado, the middleman's sacred gear. I could hear a few whispers around the place as Suzaku looks down with a frown. So, that's the type of trouble you deal with, huh? Don't worry. We'll have Amaterasu kick their asses into gear once we visit the Shinto god's realm. Want to see how I make those shadows? I asked the 2, and they both nodded. I mean, I made them and didn't actually do the Arise thing, but still. This will be the second today. I appear beside Suzaku and gently lift her up, drawing a small, startled squeak from the woman. Aurelia just smirked at me, and yes, I know that she can reach that spot quite easily, but Suzaku lays her head on my chest and closes her eyes. Yeah, I wanted that to happen. I had to stop myself from grinning and flash step towards the corpse of Loa Erebonius. I put her down, and she frowned a little. Well, good job in keeping it mostly intact. I don't need to rename the guy. Its name is already enough. I point at the corpse and make a small hand gesture to point up into the sky. Arise. KSHHH. Again, like earlier, the area was enveloped in large black and purple shadows. Slowly, a shadow version of that creature rose from the ground and kneeled down in front of me. He didn't change much except for the part where the green markings turned into purple ones. I tapped my ring and used the communication featured and connected to Seraphal. So, how are things on your end? Jean? Oh, this thing has this, doesn't it? Yeah, we're doing okay out here. We caught many members try to escape. How are things in there? Good, we should be done and no casualties. Great, it'll get going. There are a few more we have to round up. They'll see you soon. Seraphal cut off the connection and nodded. What plan do they have? They gave up with Temamo away too quickly. What the hell did Margir mean by first part? Is there a second part to this experiment? Jean? Is something wrong? No, nothing. You'll need to brief everyone about this, as well as the other leaders. Anyway, let's go and regroup. Will you be joining us, or? This is a different dimension, so no real damage was done to our territory. I will go with you. I nod and turn around. Let's go round up everyone. Then Yurikyoto, most of the key members of the hero faction, escaped after George. The sub-leader said that the mission was completed. Yes, even Siegfried, the one I was clashing with, left. Yes, the same with Heracles. Rossweiss, Kiba, and Zenobia gave their accounts of what had happened. We were back in the meeting room in Yasaka's home. It was still the same day. Well, it's the next day. We just didn't sleep. I had a bunch of other magic circles open that were connected to the devils, angels, fallen, Irish gods, Greek gods, and Norse gods. We were telling them of what had happened. I was waiting for my turn since I offered to go last. They were finished, so they turned to me. Scat Hack, and I met a member of the Monkai Association. He called himself Mardgear and was a mix of different races. Anyway, he explained to us that the assault on Kyoto was just part one of their experiment or plan, whatever that means. I expect them to attack another faction, Pantheon, or even a normal human city in the future. As to where, I don't know. What could they possibly do here that will connect to something else in the future? Whatever it may be, Red Dragon Emperor, it surely will be chaotic. I'll look at a monkey Yukai who appears around the same height as a kindergarten, covered in golden fur, wearing a monk's cassock, a wrinkled, creased face, and black skin, wearing prayer beads around his neck and a golden headband around his forehead. That's right, the first-generation Sun Wukong had appeared as the fight with Cao's brigade ended. He was leaning against the wall. "You were late, you know?" Azazel says to him as the now Buddha laughs at him. "I was held up by something, can't help it now, can I?" He also arrived with Yulong, one of the 5 Dragon Kings. But as I said, they were late, so everything had already ended. I asked Scat Hack earlier where she took Tamamo, and she said she brought her to a random hotel, but stayed with her since she suspected the Cao's brigade to try kidnapping her. She wasn't too upset by it. Speaking of Tamamo, she was still asleep. When I went to get her after locating Scat Hack, I healed her right up, but she didn't wake up instantly. We had moved her to one of the rooms in Yasaka's home, so she was safe here. I also removed the blood she was forced to consume. She was around middle tier god class, but once I removed that, she went back to low tier. Anyway, all factions and others that aren't in an alliance with us yet should be on high alert. I mean, we all are already, but it seems like they're up to something big. Ill-informed some of them. The circles agreed with what Azazel said. We discussed a few more things before we ended the meeting. I dismissed the communication circles once it was over. Azazel turns to everyone and addresses us. "Anyway, this meeting is finished. Go back to the hotel and sleep this off. We still have a few days left, so you can spend it easy. Jean here will make sure nothing else happens." I mean, I was going to do that regardless if you told me, or not everyone started to leave, and I was left there with Scat Hack, Kunu, Ophis, Suzuko, Yasaka, and Sharon. I'm tired apparently. Azazel was also fighting off a bunch of cryptids, Yukai, monsters, and magicians. He wanted to meet up with some of the peerages, but became preoccupied. Saji looked like he died, and Antares was the one to get him out of his richer promotion. I didn't know that he could do that. "You're not going yet, Scat Hack. I have decided to move into your home." The remaining people in the room look at the goddess strangely. She explains that I already put the door in her domain like I did for Yasaka and Kunu. They understood, and she comes to sit beside me. Sure, why not? Anyway, nothing happened here, right? No. However, I did get information from my Tengu guards. It sounded quite chaotic out there. It did take around an hour or two for all of it to end. Ophis shook her head. "You know, you won't be targeted by those troublemakers. I'll eliminate Samuel once I see him. That's one thing I want to avoid. Let's go to sleep for now, shall we? It's quite late in the evening. Excuse me. I mean early in the morning." "Yeah, it's around 1 or 2 in the morning." Kuna was already slowly falling asleep. She had shot up when everyone came here to discuss what had happened, but she was sleeping peacefully again on Yasaka's lap. "Scat Hack, will you be staying here to sleep?" "Yes, if you do not mind." Yasaka nodded and had Sharon guide her to her room. I turned to Suzaku. "And you?" "I will go back to my apartment. They'll teleport you there then." Suzaku nodded and we got up. I won't be gone for too long, so I stand beside her and teleport us away. Kyoto I had teleported just outside her door. She opens it and doesn't go inside. "Omzutsaku? Good night, Jean," she says to me before going inside and closing the door. Interesting, what was that about?" She was blushing. She felt a little embarrassed. Maybe she wanted to do something, but didn't have enough courage to do, so I shrug and go back. They'll leave it for another day then. Yuri Kyoto, as soon as I get back, Ophis returns to the necklace. We'll be going to bed, then Yasaka gets up while carrying Kunu. "They'll walk you to there." She smiles and nods. We silently walk towards their room, and we quickly reach it. I open the door for her, and Yasaka goes in to put Kuna down on. She comes back to the door, and I give her a warm wave. "Good night, Jean." "Yeah, good night." I close the door for her. One last stop, then I quickly flash step my way there. I was planning to check up on Tamamo before I returned to my own room. As I approached the room, I felt another presence in there. I opened the door and found Kuroko was sitting on a chair beside her bed. Actually, when did she leave? Probably when everyone else did. Kuroko? She looks up and gestures for me to join her. I do so and stand beside her. I check over Tamama's condition, and she was fine. Just still asleep, I wanted to look at one of the legendary nine-tailed foxes, you know? It's not every day you meet one. Yeah, Cinchureto, we're staying for a few more days, right, Naya? Yeah, I still have my nano flies everywhere. I recalled them back earlier before the meeting started and upgraded them. But I doubt they'll try to attack again. We could go on a date, then Naya. I chuckled and agreed. We then went to sleep. Next morning when I woke up, Kuroko was gone. I felt everyone else was awake already, so I got dressed, fixed the room with magic, and left it. No one's room was near mine, so I started walking towards the dining room. I also felt Tamama's aura in the dining room. I guess she's feeling better then? Partner, we're going to the pocket dimension again, right? Yeah, 15 years. That's what I decided. Why? Just wondering, that's all. I want to try some new moves. He's going full Veldora. Drake, please don't. Shut up. I'm not. One Veldora was enough. Don't make it two, Welsh Dragon. Calm down, Velbrine, you want, right? They banter back and forth until I reach the dining room. I push open the doors and enter the room. Once I entered the room, I was hugged by Kunu. I picked her up and joined everyone on the table. Morning. Morning, Naya. I felt a certain kitsune's gaze on me. Kunu sat on my lap, and I started to mess with her, making her giggle. Good morning. Papa-san Yasaka greeted me warmly, making Kunu puff her cheeks. Good morning. Looks like you're feeling better, Tamamo. I look at her, and she nods and then bows. I am. Jean is your name? Yes. Thank you for helping me. I will be forever grateful. Don't worry about it. Anyway, will you be going back to the Shinto god's realm? Yes. Cool. Before you go, can you come with me somewhere? Everyone looks at me strangely, and I grin. I checked with Comptoir, and it's fine. We'll be bringing a certain goddess back to life, Kyoto. It was early in the morning, so there was no one here. I, along with Kuroka, Tamamo, Yasaka Kanu, and Sharon were in Fushimi and Uritasha. There were many statues of foxes around the place, as well as a few red torii gates. I could feel a few yukai auras around the area. Yasaka said earlier that she has some yukai guard the place in case someone tries to disturb her final resting place. Now it's been many years since she left this world, so normally their souls would definitely have passed one, but according to Comptoir, she hasn't yet. Why? We don't know. We just got to ask her once we bring her spirit back. We eventually reached the shrine of Inari, and I stood in front of it. I kneeled down and started the process. The area briefly glowed bright green, and an ethereal body came out. It was definitely her, Inari, the goddess of foxes. She was mostly green, but she wore your typical Miko attire and sandals. She looks around confused and then back to us. You're probably confused, so let me just get you updated on everything. I approach her and touch her forehead and transferred what had happened since her death to what I personally knew. I step away as she blankly stared at us before sighing. It's your choice. I know, to think so many years have passed, but I am glad that Kyoto has flourished during my time gone. Jean Skyward, was it? Thank you for doing this. And yes, I would like to come back. I have left the kitsunes of the Shinto's realm to fend for themselves for too long. I nod and complete the resurrection of Inari. She glowed again, and her normal appearance came back. Inari Okami had white hair, fur, yellow eyes, and her Miko dress was the same as the others, white top, red bottoms, and sandals. She had large diamond-shaped earrings. Iinagi-sama. Ada, Tamamo, my how you've grown. Come here, dear. You suffered greatly for a long time, no? Come home with me. Tamamo walked over to Inari and started to silently cry. Igirigajis. The two embraced each other, and once the tears dried up, they started to catch up with each other. Once I was done, they looked back at us and nodded. They'll be visiting the Shinto god's realm, soon mine, telling Amaterasu and the other gods that what I did. Gotta score some brownie points with them. Tamamo giggled at me, and Inari nodded. Great, it'll go in there with a decent reputation. Probably higher than most other factions and pantheons I've been to since I did just rescue one of their foxes and revive the goddess. We'll get going. We look forward to seeing you again, Jean. Yeah, see you there. They vanished in a puff of smoke, and I turned back to everyone else. Let's take it easy, then we'll get going then, Yasaka-kun and Sharon. It was the last day of the school trip for the second years, and they were going on they were already going home. I saw them off earlier. Azazel and Rossweiss were with them, so it's fine. I was back in Yurikyoto just to say goodbye to these three. Yes, Jin-sama. You come back soon, okay? Kunu was clinging onto my leg as she wasn't happy about this. I reminded her that they could always use the door to come to my home in Kuo in an instant. Then I'll go there. Well, I did say before that I'll be bringing everyone to the pocket dimension soon. They'll contact you guys when I do. So, we'll be with each other for an extended amount of time again. Hearing and remembering that, Kunu smiled warmly, and he spent a moment with Yasaka before the two shared a brief, friendly embrace. I will be tying the knot during that time, then, Jean. Sure thing. She smiled and blushed. She seemed quite excited by it. Naya, Kuroka just laughed beside me, tying the knot. I don't think she means getting married, but some kind of celebration. I wonder what kind of fun a fox could have. I felt an awkward smile creep up on me. Anyway, I'll see you guys soon. Take care for now, all right? They nod and we teleport away. Nighttime skyward household, we were relaxing in the living room, and Azazel was here with us too. He said he needed to get away from it all, and chose my house for some reason. I mean, I didn't mind, so he's just been here, drinking some tea, coffee, and eating some snacks. Oh, by the way, the house of Phoenix daughter is going to transfer to Kuo before the cultural festival. Other than Rias, Aquino, Chiron, and I, everyone was else surprised. Yeah, I was more than expecting that. I say as Azazel gave me a strange-looking grin. Yeah, looks like she was influenced by Rias and Sona's example, and requested to study in Japan. She should be a first year. The formalities are all complete. The same year as Kaneko, but cats and birds don't get along too well. Watching them together will be fun. Whatever. Chiron seemed displeased. Here we go, the battle in my lap will begin soon. But they'll be in the same year, huh? Jayasuk, please watch over them in your classroom. Okay, everyone is back safe. Let's call it a day. I will ask for the details from Oni-Isama through Astri later. Ria says, and then donned a serious expression. Now then, the school festival is coming up. We have to get serious with preparations. Also the match against Sarorg. This is supposed to be the last battle in the youth tournament. We cannot be careless. Let's prepare together. Yes, they'll be taking everyone to that place again. We'll have an extended training period for you lot. Look forward to it. They nodded happily with that. Azazel just cocked a brow at me. But knowing I won't say anything about it, he didn't pursue it. I also look forward to it. Scat Hack, as she said before, she moved in my home today. She already had her own room organized and was wearing some pretty casual clothing. Vala Lucifer, and that's it. My report is done. Vali-sama. Thanks, le fait. How is Aniki doing? I am very touched to meet the widely known legendary Dragon Emperor and the powerful Dragon Champion. Is that so? Good for you. One more thing. First Jin-sama seems to be looking for Vala-sama and Biko. We may run into them soon. To completely shake the first Jin off our backs will be very hard. Also, the other thing you mentioned. Vali-sama. Imperio Juggernaut Overdrive, huh? Very well. Aniki gave me a hint in how to achieve a similar state. I will dominate those past hosts then. Chow Chow. If you want to defeat us, you'd better do it while it's still possible. Otherwise, I will reach Aniki's level soon. Saidar Bel Saidar-sama. Oh, Keisha, is something the matter? Rumors have circulated that Jin-sama achieved a new form for his divine dividing. It won't be impossible to assume that Hell used something similar for your match for his boosted gear. Fwahaha! I expect no less from my rival and friend. I look forward to it. I felt a wide grin spread across my face. Keisha was also smiling. She felt less sad these days. I am relieved. Jean, I leave her to you. This will be one of the greatest fights I will ever have. I look forward to it. Marred Gear Part 1 of the experiment in Kyoto is done. While we failed to summon Great Red, we achieved in obtaining necessary data for the second part. Yes, Chow Chow is also fixed up. His new arm is an upgrade to his old one. He also got a new eye, one provided by Alice-san. A monster's eye. That man, who is proud as a human, is slowly turning into something else entirely. How will he respond? When will it commence, Promestine Avetsa? If things go smoothly, and with the help of Lapis Sama and the others and the Seekers of Truth, then we can try attracting the false king to our universe. Lapis Sama said it will take time, but with enough chaos created, it will be attracted eventually. Monster Zero, I look forward to it. A few days later, Japan. Kuo, Jean, Skyward, you guys ready? They all nodded. It's been a few days, and the time to venture back into the pocket dimension has come. I told everyone that we'll be in there for the next 15 years, but said that we could take a break a few years down the line, but they didn't mind, so that's good for us. Now, then the Culture Festival is coming up, my trip to the Shinto God's realm, and finally the rematch and exhibition match between Sarorg and I. After that, the rating game between Bale and Grimory jam-packed. Now, will the Egyptian gods approach me after the match? Or will I have to go there myself? They'll visit Kurosagi, just to be sure. All right, let's get started. Chapter 5, Part 1, 15 Years, A Kitsune's Love, and Tournament Warning. 80k words, take your time. Pocket Dimension Year 1 Jean Skyward, all right. Everyone who knows how this works can go off and do their own thing. If you brought anything along for the next 15 years, go put them in your room in a replica of my house. To the ones not in the know, you can have Sharon or Grafia go with you and pick a room out for yourself. We were finally here. We'll be spending the next 15 years training in here. If they wish to take a break of a couple of days to a week or more, I can accommodate that. It would be mind-numbingly boring if we only trained for that long. I'll look at the ones that are new here. They are Kanami, Serafal, Irina, Griselda, Scathack, and Penemu. All I told them was we were going to go training, but where or how I didn't disclose, so they looked around curiously. All right, listen up. I tell them how this place works and how the others got so strong in such a short amount of time. They were obviously in shock, except Scathack, who began laughing, seemingly excited about it all. A place to hone oneself? A perfect place for warriors, is it not? Scathack looks at me with a confident smile as I nodded. I mean, yeah, I guess. Anyway, seeing as how Irina is at high class, that's the lowest the monsters that appear here will go. So it's better if you team up with someone higher in rank, like Zenobia and Asia, since they're both Dragon God class. She nods sagely before jumping away to fight the numerous monsters that have spawned around us. Irina then makes a big sigh. Eche, Nova, and Asia were already beyond my strength, were they holding back during the times we sparred. So frustrating, amen. Irina spreads out her wings and flies off to find those two in question. Griselda looks at Irina fly off and sighs. I will go and train with Gabriel Sama. He'll speak to Gabriel too. Maybe I can get some answers out of her. Penemu looks at me incredulously before flying off, which left me with Kanami and Serafal. I walk over to the two and put my hand on each of their shoulders. You can use this to catch up with your little sister, you know? Go out there and run wild. Sarah, you can catch up with Grafia, and Gabriel too. Both of them nodded before turning away from me. I walk over and sit on the bench as I watch a lot of explosions and big attacks happening in my peripheral vision. Now then, what should I do? Train? I mean, that wouldn't hurt. Suddenly, shing. Shing. A red and white ball came out of me, and Draig and Albion came out in their human forms. Time to get stronger. Draig shouted and flew off while bringing out his draconic wings. Albion sat beside me and sighed. He is way too excited. Do you plan on doing anything for the next 15 years, Jean? As he also looked at the attacks happening in front of us, I glanced at Albion. I mean, yeah, a little bit of training here and there with the help of Rudra. Maybe both out here and in my soul. I still need to improve my relationship with Velgrind. I hadn't gotten a chance to speak with her much, and the times I did, they were a bit tense. In any case, apart from that, I'll try to strengthen other relationships as I move forward with others. How about you? Gonna try to keep up with the Welsh Dragon's energy? While we do not try to kill each other anymore, we still do have our rivalry. So yes, I'll try to match my training with Draig. However, he's been a bit sulky since you used the Imperio Juggernaut Overdrive. I sigh and scratch the back of my head. That dragon, I did say, would use it soon. Have you mastered the chance yet? I guess I have. I don't know if ITLL live up to what you guys expect. Albion smirks and shakes his head. Jean, the one for Imperio Juggernaut Overdrive is fine. You had Garrett and Amorous help you correct it, right? Why not tell Elsha and Belzert about it? I felt a small blush appear on my face. I wanted to surprise all of you. That's all to this. Albion starts laughing at me, and I blush harder. Dang it, man. I'm trying my best here, geez. Anyway, you won't be hearing any of it until the time comes. Go compete with your lover already. Swash. Albion tried to punch me, but I dodged it. The man looked unimpressed by what I said, but sighed in the end and left. Shing. Shing. Hello. Jean. Irene and Ophis showed up. They briefly greeted me before flying off, likely to join Yasaka and Kunu. I wish I could relax for a moment. As if my prayers were answered, my ring glowed, and out came Elsa and Leanne. They stare at each other. A tense silence falls around us. Hockey. Paper and scissors can probably fix this. They glance at me, and then back at each other. They bring their hands close to each other. The ultimate game of rock, paper, and scissors was about to start. Irina Shidu, what the heck? I dodged another attack from a god-class being. Zenobia and Asia were having no trouble. Ingvald Senpai was also with us. Chiron and Kuroko were with us earlier, but wandered off to try something. I flew away and summoned a couple of light spears behind me and threw them towards the monsters that were attacking us. They looked like wolves, but were green with tentacles for their legs. Boom! Boom! My attacks hit them, but once the smoke cleared, they were uninjured. Kuroko mentioned that if I team up with someone else and they kill the monster, some of their powers will be distributed to me as well. However, since I've mostly been dodging everything, I hadn't had a chance to attack. But this should change things, right? Zenobia appeared in front of me and destroyed the monsters in a single strike. I feel like I'm getting stronger. It felt strange. According to Asia, you usually wouldn't feel this, but since I was just floating here and not actively fighting, I would be able to feel it, right? Irina-san, are you all right? Yes, I'm all right. I didn't know this is what it felt like. I feel slightly stronger than I was a few seconds ago. Let's keep at it. Maybe I can ask Gabriel-sama for some guidance on using light manipulation. Asia came over to check over me. I was in top health, so no worries on my end. Natsum-san can perform light manipulation. I think she's also with Gabriel-sama and Griselda-san right now. Sister Griselda is with Gabriel-sama. We need to go there. I grab both of them and pull them with me. We need to go to them. Sorry about that. Don't just randomly pull us away when you don't know how to locate them yet, jeez. Zenobia sighed when she saw Gabriel-sama and Sister Griselda in front of us. They seemed to be speaking to each other. Someone else was with them too. As we got nearer to them, they turned to look at us. Oh, Irina, Zenobia, and Asia. How can we help you? The one to ask was Penemu, the chief secretary of the Fallen Angels of Grigori. I didn't think she would be with them. Hello, Penemu-san. Gabriel-sama, Sister Griselda. I'm here for advice. Advice? Gabriel-sama tilted her head. It was really cute. Light manipulation. I feel like the way I use it is, well, not efficient. I mainly create swords, whips, and the like, as well as light rings to fight, but I think I can use it a lot more efficiently if I ask Gabriel-sama who's experienced in using them. I do not mind, Irina. Griselda here came for some help too. I will be teaching her along with Penemu. I do not mind helping you too. Senshiredo, Kanami Managawa joined my little sister's group in training. But, swash, boom, bam, doom. I felt so out of place. Everywhere around me was destruction. Lavinia Reni-san, Shigyu Neru-san, Little Natsu, Akino Himejima-san, and Suzaku Himejima-san were dealing with monsters and chatting casually. Training? Is this training to them? Just an FYI, this isn't training. It's just about gathering some raw power within us. Jean already explained it to you, right? Natsum says beside me. Yes, Jean did indeed explain what this place is all about to us. It's essentially like a video game, quite exciting. But I hadn't gotten a chance to fight since everything around me has been dying at fast rates. I summoned the spear that Jean upgraded for me from the ring he also gave me. I move it around to get a proper feel for it and place the end of it on the ground. I should try fighting something. Natsu, can you back me up if I get too in over my head? Sure thing, sis. Me, Griffin, and Sylph will be here for backup. I found a lone monster all by itself, and it looked like a giant bear, but just by its appearance, it was much stronger than me. Jean did say that high class was the weakest. Although I have been training in his facility for the last few weeks, I only improved in my technique and only jumped one rank. Therefore, it is not a very significant improvement. I went from the peak of high class to the middle of ultimate class, and from what I can tell, that bear monster is at least peak Satan class. I know this will be a challenge for me. I dashed forward and faced the bear with my spear. While I got near to it, it swiped its big claws at me. While I dodged it, the impact on the ground was quite significant, destroying a small section of the area around us. I thrust my spear towards him, but to my surprise, it tilted its head to the side and it dodged it. Maybe I underestimated it a little too much. I jumped back and ignited my spear. Apparently, these flames grow stronger as I do. In a way, it acted like a sacred gear. Should I start referring to this spear as such? They'll mull it over another time. I dashed back forward and swung at the bear. Down. It defended it with its claws. As it tried to avoid direct contact with its skin? Why? I swung at it again, aiming for its torso. This time it jumped backwards. Maybe it is all right. Let's go all out then. I powered up to my maximum strength since I wanted to get stronger by beating this thing. I dashed toward to give me your EXP. Its claws started to grow and become thicker. It took a swipe at me, and I dodged. It grazed my hair, but it didn't react in time. So, I thrust my spear covered in flames and pierced its heart. I covered my own legs with flames and followed up by kicking in the gut and face, sending it tumbling backwards. Crash. Thud. The bear monster started to get up, but was struggling. I guess I didn't do enough damage yet. Huh? All right, one more time. Scat Hack-san, you're an amazing warrior and a master at using the spear. I'll dedicate this attack to you. I ignited my spear with even more flames. The surrounding around me started to heat up heck. Even some of the ground is starting to melt. What's What the hell is that? I hear Natsun behind me say in surprise, Hee, just watch me. I jump up for dramatic effect. The flames were going wild, and I could feel them becoming even larger. Hey, race a Kanami special. D-ball Kanami version. I shouted then, threw my flame-covered spear towards the bear monster, who hadn't moved at all due to its injury. The spear quickly approached and hit the bear boom. A large fiery explosion occurred. It also sent me back as the force was quite large. I correct myself midair and safely touched down. Taking a step back, I noticed a change in me. Is this when I get the increase in powers? It felt strange, but I can get stronger. I hold my hand out in front of me as Natsun joins me. My spear quickly flies back to my hand, and I nod in satisfaction. One win for Kanami. I put up a peace sign and stick my tongue out. Senshirado Natsu. No, I just want to spend time with Jean. Calm down a bit. Does Jean even feel that way towards you? I don't know, but he doesn't just do this for anyone you know. Natsun sighs and shakes her head. Jean's just like that. He's unconditionally kind to everyone, even to a fallen angel who once attacked Asia and him. Anyway, you're also my sister, so there's that. Let's just keep on training for now. Natsun turns around and starts to walk away. Wait, how does all of this work at night? We stop around 5 to 6 in the evening and just relax for the rest of the time. Senshirado. So I'll catch up with those two soon. If getting this strong is this easy, then can I convince Jean to let Sotan and her peerage in here? I know he's good friends with them, but to what extent? Sotan, don't worry. One-E-chan will get Jean to help you get stronger. KSHSHSH. KZZZT. I flicked my hand and froze even more monsters who were sneaking up on me. I was having my inner monologue. Don't interrupt me. Rias-chan and Latia-chan, who were near me, gave me strange looks. I'm used to that, so no problems. I'm also part of my programs and shows, so I get that a lot. Rias-chan, Latia-chan, Igriega-jis, Leviathan-sama. Both of them answer me at the same time. Just call me Serafal. Then, Serafal-sama. That will do. I'll look both of them straight in the eyes. How can I make Jean fall for me more? Rias appeared confused, and Latia just blushed. Oh ho, Latia-chan is blushing. I wonder how far she is with Jean. Rias doesn't seem flustered by the question and seems to be thinking it over seriously. Senchurito mai. To think Rias-chan is this powerful now. We haven't interacted much since my time in the Greek god's realm. However, we have texted from time to time. I want to get closer to him. He'll be here for 15 years, so you can use that time to get closer to him? Yes, that was my plan. Now that I think about it, Rias-chan isn't Jean's lover yet. Is she? I wonder why. Rias-chan, you're not officially Jean's lover, are you? Why? We haven't gotten to that point yet. I wish to be able to stand by him, even though I'm a Gremory, a devil from a prominent clan. I don't feel like I can stand up beside him, only behind him. Before I met Jean, I was definitely spoiled. Looking back at it makes me angry with myself. When he revealed himself to me, I saw him grow from there, both socially and personally. He grew from a nobody in the supernatural world to a famous figure that many know. He's united several factions and pantheons together and became the legendary dragon to inspire the next generation, even though he was a bit unwilling at first. Rias-chan laughs at the thought. I even help him with that through my shows, spreading his love for fun and entertainment. He sent an annoyed text to me about it, but brushed it aside since he doesn't mind seeing happy kids. He helped me my peerage to become stronger even after Oni-Sama's request ended. I knew it. Surzek-chan did ask Jean to help Rias-chan. Then I should ask Jean for help as well. Sotan will have her own match against that Agar's heiress. We have spent time together, but as I mentioned earlier, I want to prove myself to him, I guess. Even though if I tell him my feelings right now, he would probably accept them. So, when will you confess? After my rating game with Sarorg. Whether I win or lose, I will tell him how I feel. But I believe we'll come out victorious. If he told me that before Jean revealed himself to me, I would have been skeptical. Since I have learned the truth and seen your power right here, along with the others in your peerage, I can truly believe it. Saror Bale is no slouch, you know, Rias-chan. I know, Sarafal-sama. I'm not looking down on my cousin Sarorg. In fact, the opposite is true. He mentioned he would be using something during his match with Jean and isn't afraid of us knowing. So with that in mind, I, along with my peerage, will train even harder for the next 15 years. Wow, she's really changed a lot. Huh? A year hasn't even passed out there in our world, but Surzek-chan, you can rest easy. I think Rias-chan will do fine. With everyone else supporting her, she'll be fine. Is that so? Very well, Rias-chan. I can see your determination. I turn to look at Latia, who is also looking at Rias with an amazed expression. They hadn't interacted a lot in the past, but I guess the time they spent here wasn't all for naught. Then, Latia-chan, how about you? Jean and I are just friends, Sarafal-sama. At Sundara, or at the very least, one that's denying her feelings or is unsure of them. Latia-chan points behind me, and a large explosion occurred. I turn around to see a bunch of monsters slowly fading away. I see. It will take time for Jean to conquer you. Hee enough chatter, then let's go and get stronger. The two of them nodded as we continued our training session. Yin skyward boom. 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 Maybe I shouldn't have agreed to this scat hack after going on a killing spree, came back to me earlier and asked for Aurelia and Leanne to come out, but seeing as how Leanne was already there, Aurelia was the only one left. She scat hack had been killing so many monsters that I can to increase the spawning rate for them around her vicinity. It was quite a spectacle to look at, but now she and those three were having a group sparring match. Elsa and Elsha. That will be interesting in the future. I was just watching while resting my head comfortably in Elsa's lap. I'm trying to remember, you knew of me first. They'll keep that in mind. Elsha, as I watched the three of them duke it out, Elsa was knitting dolls. I have no idea where that came from, but she just summoned some knitting needles and started going at it. How does this look, Jean-sama? Wonderful. Satisfied with my answer, she gets back to knitting. I closed my eyes as I heard the sounds of weapons clashing against each other, explosions, and spells being used. What a chaotic life. I live Jean's soul. I didn't expect to be pulled in here. When I turned around, I saw Kuntuar sitting on a bench, tapping her lap. On the same bench, to her left was Velgrind, and across from her was Rudra. Both of them were playing a game of chess. I walk over to them. How's she able to touch that? She isn't. She says her move, and it moves for her. Rudra is the one physically moving his, or he can do the same. Kuntuar answers me. The two of them too engrossed in their game. Also, what's with people playing chess? Is that so? All right. Excuse me then. I was resting against her shoulder while she sat down. Barato makes a gesture with her hands, and a screen appears in front of us. In it, we could see me, resting my head on Elsa's lap, and the three women still sparring. Centurito, one thing is certain. Everyone is moving up ranks, and a lot of them. Apart from that, in a way, look at this as a vacation for all of us. It'll need to do this again. When more join, everyone is getting stronger is the priority, right? Apart from that, I guess, growing my relationships? Rudra makes a grunt to answer me. I just shrug and reach out toward Barato. Admire me closely. Are we? Yes. Where's everyone else? They've retreated too deep within your soul. Perhaps resting? I see everyone is slowly reaching higher levels of power. Soon enough, you'll need to try a little more. I know, but when I evolve, that'll change again, right? I'll ask them if they want a race change, yeah. They'll probably end Nyarlathotep. Once that's done, we'll be missing an outer god. The rest will be asleep. What'll I do with them? I don't know. Kuntor said he'll be having a chat with Azathoth when I evolve, so they'll ask him a few questions. One of them will be something like, how are the other outer gods like? The same as Nyarlathotep? Or something different? And if I get the same answer, then I guess there will be multiple additional outer gods in the Omniverse. When he answers they're the same as her or worse, then I won't take any chances. Nyarlathotep is already an annoyance. I would rather just live a relatively lazy life. Deal with problems as they come. Her blood just makes things more complicated. Or any idea what they're planning with those experiments? I am unsure. However, seeing as how they've been running around attacking multiple parts of the world with their cryptids, monsters, and such, I believe they're trying to start more chaos. Well, it's in their name after all. Bonk. Aid lightly hit me while Velgrind groaned. Rudra just chuckled at my expense. Well, I'm technically right. You know any places they're specifically targeting right now? Aid closes her eyes and falls silent. She's probably scanning the whole world. After a full minute, she opens her eyes. Egypt, Russia, and Ireland. The other countries are seemingly at random. However, those three I mentioned seem to be the focus of their attacks. They may try targeting more in the future. Lucky me, they'll be going to the Egyptian mythology soon. But why Russia and Ireland? It doesn't make sense unless they're targeting the Irish mythology in the country because of me. Perhaps. Does that mean the Russian mythology will be on your list of places to visit? Most likely Russia. I can't wait to make some comrades. Am I stereotyping them? I won't say that out loud over there. I know next to nothing about their mythology. I know some things like the Baba Yaga. I think she's neutral. I remember something like she helps or hinders you depending on circumstances. But that's what I read in my past life. Fact is, weirder than fiction, Zeus was a surprise here. The gods and goddesses that I'm aware of are Purin, the god of thunder, Zbog, the god of fortune, Velis, the shapeshifter, Belobog, the god of light, and Chernobog, the god of darkness, but they're sometimes referred to as just one god. So I'm not sure. Lada, goddess of love and beauty, Marzana, the goddess of winter and death, Mokosh, the fertility goddess Svarog, the fire god, and Zoria, the goddess of dusk and dawn. Are they part of their own pantheon, or are they in different groups like the Irish gods? Whatever, they'll find out when I go there in the future. How about the Egyptian mythology? How do you plan on getting there? Velgrind was the one who asked this question. She doesn't turn to me, but keeps on looking at the chessboard. They'll travel to the Greek god's realm, find Kurosagi, and confront her. She has to have a reason for being there, right? She has that title, the Spear of the Sun God Are. That has to mean something. What do you think, Kuntor? She closes her eyes again, and I wait for her. However, this time it takes a little longer, and after 5 minutes, she opens her eyes once again. Civil war. Oh no. Why? Why the heck? No, wait. There may be a legitimate reason. And if not, then darn. Well, they're on the brink of it. It hasn't started. Perhaps she fled? With a spear like that? Kuntor puts out a theory, and Rudra asks a rhetorical question, making her chuckle. I'm just putting out a wild guess there. Rudra, I do not know her reasons, but there is some tension. Tension over what? Kuntor smiles and points at me. Excuse me? Me? A certain group is apprehensive in letting the middleman and Red Dragon Emperor enter their realm, while the others welcome you with open arms. Why? Come to our size and looks back at the screen, and I do the same. One of your past hosts was erased when you upgraded your boosted gear. In the past, the Red Dragon Emperor and White Dragon Emperor came across one another in one of the cities of the Egyptian god's realm. You know what happens after. They fought. She nods. They entered their balance breaker forms, fought, and destroyed everything around them. Many lives were lost. The Egyptian gods came to try to stop those too, but they then entered their juggernaut drives, making it even harder for them to control and stop them. Eventually, Aten and Osiris came and stopped them. They had to put an end to their foolish rampage. However, the damage was done, and the scars of that battle remained in many of the inhabitants' memories and hearts. So, that's why they're hesitant in letting me there? Yes, you have revealed to the supernatural that you have both boosted gear and divine dividing. It's because the group that's okay with letting you, and they have viewed your accomplishments and deemed you not a threat. The other side is skeptical. That's why, well, I more or less expected this. Not every faction or pantheon will welcome me with open arms. I can't exactly correct the past mistakes of one of my wielders, even if I go over there and offer to bring them back to life. They're probably traumatized or already reincarnated. I shake my head and rest my face against her lap. How the hell all right. Kurosagi, she's my ticket back. She's strong and has that title. She has to wait. What if she's against me? No, didn't Zeus or someone mention that she has a rival? She didn't participate this time around, so she won. Okay, maybe the rival is also from the Egyptian mythology, and I could take advantage of that. Who's part of the group that's letting me in? Aten, Osiris, Ra, Anubis, Batet, Isis, Horus, and Amon, as well as other gods and goddesses. The ones against are Seth and Ta. The others are neutral or do not care and wish to judge you when they meet you. Of course, the people there will side with the gods that they worship, so you'll also need to prove to them that you're no threat. Great, proving not a threat? I'm like a natural disaster and a half. I sigh and sit back up. I look at the chessboard and it's been reset. They'll get going then. Pocket dimension, nighttime, am dead. Everything hurts that went on for too long. Kanami was sprawled out on the living room floor after ending the session for the day. To the ones who weren't tired, mostly the ones who were used to it. They were unwinding for the day and doing their own thing. Dinner was being made by two maids right now. They seemed fine, but they were definitely competing over something. HAA, the other newcomers, were also quite exhausted. Seraphal was taking a bath by herself since it was quite draining for her. Irina was getting a lap pillow from Griselda, who was also sitting on the couch with her eyes closed. The only one who was still energetic was Scathack. Once we got here, she quickly took a bath and came back wearing a white jumper that went down to her hips and black leggings. She, along with Leanne and Aurelia, she fought for the next 6 hours. After that, she continued on another relentless pursuit for the rest of the day. She was outclassed. That much wasn't a surprise, but she didn't dwell on it and wanted to quickly catch up with them. The rate at which she rose was something. She's nearing the peak of God class already. She may reach Dragon God class by the end of tomorrow. She's the most motivated right now, and I wouldn't be surprised if she manages to outpace Irene and Ophis. Who's on the schedule for tonight, Jean? Scathack stands in front of me. I was sitting on the middle couch as Rennie was to my left and Natsum resting beside me on my right. Let me check. I summoned a blue holographic table in front of me, courtesy of Barato. She, along with Graphia, came up with this a few months back when my group started to get bigger. Rennie, Natsum, Shigyun, Zenobia, Latia, Graphia, Rias, Chiron, and Gabriel. Why do you ask? How does it work? Random. I summoned another holographic screen. It had the names of everyone here. There was a button near the bottom middle. When I press that, 9 names will appear at random. No one gets to go 2 times in a row unless special circumstances happen, like a birthday or something else like that. I added this function to Graphia's ring since she helps manage it. She nods before going back to sit down. I wonder if she wants to join? Well, whatever. It'll wait for her to say something. Jin Zenpai? Hey, are we part of it? Irina puts her hand up and asks while looking nervous. No, unless you want me to add you. I generally ask that individual if they want to, otherwise you won't be in it. Irina doesn't say anything, so I leave it at that. For the rest of the time before dinner, we just sit there relaxing. We talk about things they expect to improve on or how long they expect to reach another rank. Year 1, 6 months, boom. Scat Hack and Kanami were sparring, though. In reality, she was training her. Scat Hack has been training her more, but doesn't label her as a disciple since everyone who has come to her in the last 6 months has been asking her to train them in certain aspects. Now, how has everyone progressed in 6 months? Everyone else? Not much. I've seen their stats go up, but no ranks. Seraphal, Kanami, Griselda, Irina, Penemu, and Scat Hack grew a lot, though. Seraphal quickly reached God class and is in the middle tier. Griselda and Irina reached peak Satan class and have been mostly focusing on getting better control of their light, manipulating with the help of Gabriel and Penemu. Natsum also joins them from time to time. Kanami, since she's been training with Scat Hack a lot, she's reached low-tier God class, and finally Scat Hack herself. She's Dragon God class A. She really did go hunting down a lot of monsters the last 6 months, not including her near-daily sparring with Leanne and Aurelia. Sharon and Shala sometimes participated. Koratia hasn't been out much. She says she's building her army, so I left her to it. Hurrah! Drake shouted and launched a fire breath at Antares. Drake and Albion have been asking to spar with Antares a lot. They wanted to fight a fellow dragon who's stronger than them and not me. Even when they fought together, they couldn't touch Antares. Albion's divide had no effect, and Antares barely felt Drake's boosts. But with enough boosts, Antares would dodge them more consistently, not adding his Pierce ability, which I hadn't used yet, or Albion's Reflect, the same with Divide. Those two were also Dragon God class, and were nearly breaking past it. Half I looked down at my lap as Konu happily ate some jello. She was taking a break, and Yasaka was being put through the ringer by Reen and Ophis. How is it? Good. How was your training coming along? Fine. Fiz and Renee helped train Mother and I. Fiz has been smiling more the last few months, the same with Renee. Scat Hack-san is also helping me train in hand-to-hand combat. Is that so? Glad to hear. She's really taken up the role of teacher or shish. Kunu giggled as I patted her. Does she see everyone else as like Andy's or other mothers? She refers to Sharon as Sharonay-san. So maybe she sees her as a sister figure? I've been thinking of changing both Kiba and Jayasuk's potentials to peak universal since they've all but reached their maximum power output as super devils. I'm done. They'll get going now, Jean. Kanu puts a cup on the table and then jumps off my lap. She turns around to wave to me before speeding away, leaving a trail of dust. Hugh sighing, I throw away the cup. I've been training some swordplay with Rudra during the last few months, and he's starting to like my progress. Velgrind usually just watches us without saying a word, while she doesn't say much to me, but speaks a lot to Rudra. Jean. I look up as I was looking at the ground to see Scat Hack in front of me. She was still in her usual combat attire, but I didn't see Leanne or Aurelia with her. I started to lab them as the combat trio as to how frequently they have sparring matches as well as kill monsters together. I wish to spar with you. I refuse. She seemed a bit shocked, so I continued. I'm a little lazy right now, maybe in a few months' time. I see. I'm too weak right now. Very well. I shall get stronger first. She somehow comes to that conclusion and looks even more determined. She turns around and leaves. Did I just give her more motivation or something? I meant what I said, you know. I'm way too lazy right now, whatever nighttime. So, how's it going with Coriana? Jayasuk? To that, my junior, Gasper Vladi blushed and looked away nervously. We were currently waiting around since dinner was still being made, and the girls mentioned they would join us shortly. I turn to Kiba, and he shakes his head. Nothing on your end. Huh? I am too busy, Jean Senpai. I'm satisfied with my current life. Whatever floats your boat, Kiba. Gasper eventually starts speaking. We're friends, Jean Senpai. For now. Why did she suddenly start coming over? And speaking to me? He looks at me for an answer. Now. How should I go about this? Tell him the truth? Give him a hint? Play dumb? Patent to D? Gasper's probably been wondering about that question for a while. I didn't know Jayasuk. She just asked me if she could speak with you. I said that she'd have to ask Rias about it, and I guess she allowed it. ITLL be up to you to find out the reason. I left out the part where she likes you, but what I said was the truth, but I can guess you know the like part already. We continue to talk about random stuff, and Gasper joined in a few of them. He was seriously thinking about Coriana and himself. Year 2 months tang. Down. Scat Haxky Balg and my Ascalon clashed as we were having our rematch, though I opted not to use my sacred gear per Rudra's request. I also told Scat Hack this, and she didn't mind. She found out the truth about me, as well as the others around a few months ago. Clank. Down. KZTKT. Scat Hack was already a master at using runes, and her efficiency and speed at using them only increased as the time she spent here increased. She had sat down and spoken to Rennie and Rose about their own magic circles and went to improve her own. It feels wonderful going up in strength after years of stagnation. Glad to hear. I moved my neck as her spear went past my face, and I swiped my sword towards her only for her to make an acrobatic move to avoid it. Scat Hack then followed it up with a kick to my face, and I blocked that with a free hand. She smirks at me as we backed away from each other. This is still not enough, huh? I shrug as we disappeared from our spots and clashed over and over again, large shockwaves and sparks produced each time we did so. How about a wager again, Jean? Down, down. And what would that be? Scat Hack jabbed her spear at me multiple times at fast speeds. I parried them all and sent a kick to her stomach. She blocks it with the handle and is sent backwards. I shall train with you tonight. We've done that already. No, just you and I. Then you can wash my back. Very well. I nod, appear behind her, and chopped her neck. She didn't see it coming and was knocked out. I caught her as she was about to fall. Was that cheap? I didn't teleport if that's what she's going to complain about. I grabbed her spear and teleported to the bench, where Valerie and Ingvild were sitting. They see me with an unconscious Scat Hack. Who won? I answer Valerie's question by lazily pumping my fist as the two smiled at me. I lay Scat Hack down and waited for her to wake up. I joined the other two. You two want to go on a date when I get back from my visit to the Shinto god's realm? They look at me in surprise, but nodded in the end. Sorry, things have been a bit hectic, and I didn't have time to bring some of you on one. I still need to do that for Grafia, Asia, Gabriel, and Seraphal. Of course, the two of you as well anyway. Anywhere specific you want to go? I was thinking of Ireland. Valerie told us about it. The same with Natsum and Shigian. Maybe we can meet those Irish gods too? I mean, Scat Hack San speaks about them from time to time. Ingvild says, and Valerie adds, I also want to check up on Queen Mia and the citizens of Tirnanog. Hopefully, they have recovered from the incident from back then. Maybe even on King Dara and Queen Isabella. Little Princess Siobhan did want you to go visit the land of giants and heroes after all. Yeah, I made a few promises to many people. You'll need to go back to a few of them. I also want to ask Aine why she leaked that. I mean, I wasn't trying to keep it secret, but I want to find out from her own mouth. Sure thing, I wanted to visit Aine myself for personal reasons. Huh, has Aine caught your attention, Jean? Scat Hack speaks as we turn around to see her sitting there with a hand on her cheek and an elbow on the table. She was smirking at me, and I roll my eyes. Well, she did tell the supernatural about my illegal move Triana, and so I just want to ask her why. I see. She may have her own reasons. You must find that out yourself. To another point, would you like to see me dressed casually or with a row for tonight? Valerie and Ingvild freeze and turn to look at me as I facepalmed. I both like and dislike her bluntness and straightforwardness. They'll leave it to your judgment. Before either of you asked, it was a wager I won, so Scat Hack will be helping me with chores tonight. Sure. Both of you come too. Sure, Ingvild agreed easily as Valerie blushed, but also agreed. With that, Scat Hack set off to find her usual group to hunt down monsters. The group prepared for their evening mission. Ready. Cinchuredo, they requested it. Jean, come out. I need to scrub your back. Oh, right, I got out of the water and joined Scat Hack, who was already kneeling down and waiting for me to sit on a small stool. I noticed Ingvild and Valerie nearby. I sat on the stool and felt wet bath sponges gently pressed against my back as Scat Hack began to wash it. Cinchuredo, 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 Cinchuredo. She was sporting a small blushum. You seem quite confident, Scat Hack says, but doesn't do anything else. We sit in silence, just staring down at the table until I look up and see her staring at me. She then starts to lean in closer. This is getting a bit intense. I think to myself, Censurado, Censurado, Censurado. I've been alive for thousands of years, you know. Regardless, that's how I do things, even if my intentions of you are clear as day. Yasaka's issue was the same, and we're still working on that. Scathack stares at me for a full minute before nodding to herself. She brings her face closer to mine, and as we bumped heads, she had a normal smile on her face, not her usual smug, smirking, or confident smile, just a normal one. Then I will follow your rules, Jean. She gave me a kiss on the cheek before getting off me. Censurado, it's fine. Jean and your towel. I sat down beside Ingvild as she points out that I still didn't have it. I chuckle and summon it back on myself. Ingvild to my right and Valerie to my left. Scathack was across from us as she was still sporting the small blush on her. Now that I was finally back to my senses, she had tied her hair into a ponytail. Nice. Barato. Answer. You like women in ponytails? I guess so. I mean, they look nice, Barato. Answer. Understood. Poke poke, I was brought back when I felt something poking my side again. Scathack was teasing me nearby as I looked at her. I just deadpan at her and so I'm making her laugh. You're 2-9 months, Jean soul. I don't know what's happening, but all the women in my soul, so Cuntoir, Elsha, Amorous, and Velgrind all have been wearing their hair in a ponytail lately. Since Cuntoir can change her appearance, she made her hair longer and tied it in a ponytail. The same could be said for the other girls. That Scathack, she definitely told them, and now most of them are wearing ponytails. The ones with short hair were thinking of growing out their hair. I told them they look great in them, just to stop them. But Lutsky in. Yes, gaining favor from all of them. According to Rudra, Velgrind tied her hair like that before coming in here, so that's how she changed it. The others did it with help from Cuntoir. Belzard and Garrett pat me on the shoulder, and I sigh. Jean. I turn to look at Velgrind, as she called me. She gestures to the chessboard, and I join her. During our game, Rudra sat beside me and watched over us. Is everything going well for everyone? Rudra asks as I move a chess piece. Yeah, everyone's getting stronger and progressing nicely. We've only been here for 2 years after all. They'll see more progress as the days pass. Checkmate. Velgrind looks at me unamused. That was quick. Rudra shakes his head beside me, and I reset the board. I move my piece again. We silently play chess until checkmate. Few Velgrind looked annoyed but didn't say anything, and I just reset the chessboard again. Swoosh. Bah. I swing my bodkin around while Rudra instructed me. Velgrind, Barato, and the past hosts just watched me as they ate some food. I told the girls I would be training with Barato in my soul. Both Drake and Albion were out in the pocket dimension. They were hunting down many monsters like Scathack in order to push past their current rank. Both of them said that they felt like they were close to breaking into Universal. Both Ophis and Irene have reached a rank in Universal, so they're doing fine. I thrust my bodkin forward and create a large shockwave in front of me. Step a little deeper, Jean. I nod and try again. Swoosh. Good. You should head out. You're being called. Right? We'll see you guys soon. Pocket Dimension, come with me, Naya. As soon as I opened my eyes, I was pulled away by Kuroka. I was on the sofa, and suddenly she pulled me up, and I started walking with her. We arrived outside, and what the heck? Jean! Rhea shouted and rushed over to me. 2 more joined her, and they were Shigyun and Irina. They were all so excited to see me that I had to steady all 3 of them. Why were they so worked up? Well, that's simple. Censurado, please do something. I mean, you guys can defeat it. Boing boing, but seriously? Crimson something bonk. 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 Don't look at that spot. Rias, Shigyun, and Irina smacked me. I look at the others, and I let out a sigh. Enough. Everyone in my peerage attack. And Natsum. Rennie. Suzaku-san. Please help. Gabriel-sama. Zenobia. Sister Griselda. Penamu-san. Each girl ran off to their little group, while hysterically crying air. Censurado. He can still see. Barato Drake. Ha 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 ha. Jaya. Rudra Velgrind. Why? How did Velgrind hit you? I hit him on her behalf. Good to know. I was in drag back inside. I could still see, though. That incident became quite famous. Rias had striking crimson hair. I should have expected that. But I didn't. Years 6, 7 months, 6 years have passed in a blink of an eye. Today, we relaxed. Well, today and tomorrow, it was a unanimous vote, and we decided to take it easy today. Everyone obviously got stronger. I also changed Gasper and Kiba's potential so they could get stronger again. Apart from that, I progressed some relationships, but nothing too extensive since they're mostly occupied with training. I had created a pool beside my home since we didn't want to be inside. Splash. I was sitting on a chair watching everyone have fun. During those last 4 years, Gasper, my god Jayasuk, started text Korean more to him 6 years past, but for her only a few. The guy was starting to notice his own feelings for her. He even said to me he'll go and hug her, or he'll go on an outing with her. Something along those lines. He seemed a bit nervous saying them to me, but I'm glad he's moving forward. Kiba, I don't know, he's still doing the weird teasing thing, but if I can find Tosca, maybe he can move on with her? She survived the Holy Sword Project when her sacred gear manifested. It's a barrier-type sacred gear, and whoever or whatever is in it stops, they're aging. You'll look into it when we get out. BZZT. I summon my phone and look at it, dude. There's a sale in the shopping district. It's wild. You gotta get over here. Sorry, man. Busy right now. I wish I could go shoot. I'll get some for you then. Just pay me back. Cool, thanks. Najima was the one who texted me that. I have no idea what's on sale, but I'll trust him in that. I threw my phone back into my inventory before looking back up. Rennie was standing over me in swimwear. She grabs my hand and jumps into the pool, dragging me with her. Splash! We came back up as she giggled and wrapped her arms around my neck. Gene a bit forceful there, but I don't mind. Rennie smiles at me and leans in close yank. Anatsum. Don't hog him all to yourself, Rennie. Yank. That's right, Natsu. Don't leave him out. I was being pulled along by Rennie, Natsum, and Kanami. I looked at the other girls for help, but they kept their distance. Clap, clap, that should be enough. We're here to enjoy ourselves for the next 2 days, so stop dragging Jean around everywhere. Graphia claps her hands and tells the 3 to leave. They eventually give up, but Rennie clings desperately onto me. Graphia just shook her head and sat back down on her sun lounger. I get out of the pool while carrying Rennie with me and sit back down on my own lounger. This is heaven, is it, Jean? I look to my right and see Gabriel in her own little swimsuit. It was white. Who the hell? I hear some giggling and a kino. Did she make this adorable angelic fluff do this? Yes, it is. It's my personal heaven with all of you. I make some room and Gabriel sits beside me. We all into a comfortable silence as we watch everyone else playing around. Gasper was sitting on a lounger under a parasol as he was busy texting someone. I wonder who. That's a rhetorical question. Yeah, who would have thought, Drake? Anyway, why aren't you and Albion out here? You said a 2-day break. So we're taking our break 2 days of sleep. Well, all right, have fun, I guess. I turned back to face Rennie, and she had fallen asleep. She always falls asleep quite easily when with me. Huh? I look at Gabriel, and the same thing happened. It's true, Ridra. He's surrounded by blondes. He really does have a thing for blondes. Velgrind. Cinchuredo. I also summon another and let Gabriel sleep on that one. I glance at Graphia as she nods at me. What would I do without you? I left with Yasaka as she held my hand and led me back into the house. We entered my room. She gestures for me to enter first, and I do so. Yasaka goes in after me. Cinchuredo, 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 Cinchuredo. Most just awkwardly shuffle away or leave, but I stayed and heard some of your conversations. Yasaka sits up and her fox ears droop down. I became a little jealous, but I knew my turn would come. I also consulted Graphia and Irene about it. Graphia gave me some advice while Irene wasn't too sure. So, Cinchuredo. Yasaka smiles and reaches out to hold my hand warmly. I hug Yasaka, and she feels really warm. After a tender moment, she gently pulls me closer and we share a quiet, comfortable embrace. We sit together peacefully, enjoying the closeness of the moment. Cinchuredo, 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 Cinchuredo. let me share a moment with you. Our faces come close, and we share a brief, friendly embrace. But my focus remains on my next move. I can't hold on any longer. Everything is happening so fast my thoughts are scattered. Yasaka keeps encouraging me enthusiastically. Our words tangled together as we shared a deeply emotional moment. I could feel how overwhelmed she felt. Small tears were falling from her eyes. Am overwhelmed again, my love. Am overcome again. Am so moved. Am so moved. Darling, I love you, love you, love you. Centurado, 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 Centurado. I wonder if Yasaka will be okay after all of this. Please stay by my side through this one last time. Even when things feel overwhelming, we will make it through together. Please, let's face this moment together at the same time. Together with Yasaka. Ah, this is it. Here it comes. We're getting through this together. Centurado, sorry, Yasaka. I got a little too excited. And no, it's fine. It felt really nice. Can we stay like this for a little while longer? Anything for you. Thank you. The hug Yasaka had on me lightened into a more loving and caring embrace. She let out a satisfied and content sigh. Ha, I haven't felt this happy in a long time. I didn't respond as I just hugged her back, trying to be as gentle as possible. Lemon and Yasaka had fallen asleep in our embrace, so I laid her down. I cleaned up the mess since it smelled pretty bad. I stayed beside her for the next few minutes while stroking her hair, a smile present on her face. I guess I'll ask her about that forever part later. But she probably meant it, right? I finally get up and let her sleep it off. I cancel the barrier around the room and step outside. But she felt that much loneliness, huh? I kind of guess she did, but to what extent? I didn't know. Well, until now, I guess. Maybe Kanu felt the same? This group dynamic thing is a lot more complicated than I thought. I gotta look out for everyone. I look to my side and see Kanu. She was leaning against the wall. Kanu? Is mother asleep? I guess she heard us. I nod. Yes, she is. She'll be asleep for the next few hours, did you? She nods to my question. I guess I got caught up. My bedroom was a little bit away from the pool, but Yasaka did get pretty loud before I put the barrier up. I walk over to her and then kneel to her level. She stares at me for a few seconds before speaking again. You love mother, right, Jean? Yes. She seemed hesitant to say the next bit, but you won't hurt her? No, censurado. But I could tell that she was worried with how I would answer. I hug her. If you're serious with what you said, then go ahead, Kanu. I won't stop you from pursuing it. But feelings and people change over the years, you know? I'm confident these feelings won't change. Kuna hugs me back before letting me go. I also go back a bit. She smiles at me before running away. I sigh as she finally leaves my sight. What did I just promise her? She did mark you already, partner. I know. So she already made her intentions to you quite obvious a long time ago. Yeah, I'm aware. I just didn't want her just fixating on me. There are probably others out there that are better than me, you know? I'm not exactly Mr. Perfect. You live and learn. That's part of life. Now go back out there already. Yeah, thanks, Drake. Nighttime I was outside. Everyone else was inside and still relaxing for the day. Dinner was finished around an hour ago, and I just want to have a quick jog, so I summoned some sweatpants, tank top, sneakers, and off I went. This place was basically infinite, so I could keep running forward endlessly. Yasaka had woken up 2 hours before dinner started, and she was limping. It was obvious what we had done, and she got teased a bit. Aquino said that she knows how she feels since she suffered the same fate. I guess she's over that little memory, if she can say it so casually. Hue the temperature in the pocket dimension changes, so at night it's quite chilly, though if they just wear the enchanted clothing, they won't feel that, but some girls sleep comfortably without feeling it since I also had the temperature control in the house. Shing! Shing! Albion and Drake came out and started a job beside me. What's up? Just wanted some fresh air. I also felt like stretching my legs. The two glared at each other before having a little competition between each other. I swear they're usually fine in my soul, but when out here I shake my head at their stupidity. But I create a small chair and watch them. 2 points. 4. Me, I'm still ahead 40 points to Albion and 39 for Drake. Huh, screw you. They were doing dumb stuff for this competition, but now they started a fight. I just wanted a calm evening jog. It's been around 30 minutes since then. We'll just start heading back. I'm going back, you two. They stop their bickering and go back into my soul, talk about quick attention spans. I flash step back since I didn't want to be out. So, Suzaku? When I got back, Suzaku was outside waiting for me. She smiled at me and opened her arms. I chuckle and go in to hug her. Welcome back. Did you go for a run? Yeah, I felt a bit restless. Anyway, what's up? Why are you outside? Am I not allowed to wait for you? Well, you or she nods, pleased with my answer. She grabbed my hand and we go back inside. Huh? Have you guys been drinking? Are we not allowed? Rhea shouted back, drunk. Cinchuredo. I stop her and just hug her, seemingly okay with this. She just stays like that in my arms. Everyone should have accepted that proposal from Jean. I can enjoy drinking without getting drunk, Rose said to everyone while taking a sip from her mug. She looked flustered but wasn't drunk. She was lightly scolding others who were drunk too. Yasaka was sitting there quietly while taking glances at me. So, anything in particular you guys want to do tomorrow? Akino raises her hand. Rias wondered if you could summon some characters from the Dragon Shout manga as enemies when we resume training. Sure, why not? Anything else? Fight me. Not right now. Get lost. Maybe another time. I looked at Scat Hack and gave her a look that said, are you serious right now? And she shrugged at me. No one else said anything, so I left at that. I sat down beside Griselda and Irina while Rias still clung to me. We enjoyed the rest of the night with a light-hearted chat. Next day, when I woke up, no one else was on my bed. This rarely happened, but still surprises me. I felt everyone else was either outside or still inside the house. A few were up at the entertainment room, and some were exercising outside. I got up and left my room. Once outside, I came across Penemu. Morning. Good morning, Jean. Penemu greets me and walks over to me. I look at her confused, and she touches my hair. I lower my head to make it easier for her. While rare, you do sometimes wake up with a bad case of bed hair. Do you not look in a mirror to check yourself? It's a guy thing. We're known to be mostly slobs in our own home. She shakes her head as she continues to try to fix it for me. After a few more seconds, she let out a sigh and backed up. There, that should do it. Come on, time for breakfast. I nod and follow her. Penemu and I have become a lot friendlier in the past 6 years. Normally, Penemu isn't a fighter, but being invited here, she was forced to and got stronger. When you look at us now and compare us to when I first met her, it's like night and day. But we haven't really moved beyond just being friends, it seems. Like some women, I see her glancing at me at the most random times. Whatever Azazel complained about, I don't see it. Being aloof and lost in thought, she hasn't shown any signs of that. There were only a few at the table, Grafia, Leanne, Irene, and Griselda, an interesting combo. I sat down and made some food float towards me. I closed my eyes and started eating. I didn't really pay much attention to their conversation. But from what I heard, it was mostly talking about fighting, strategy, and hair products. What do you think, Jean? Huh? Think of what? I look at them confused, and they repeat the question. What do you think of holding a small fighting tournament at the end of our stay here? To see how far everyone has come and see where else we can improve. What's up with these women and fighting all of a sudden? I admit it's my fault for asking them to stay here for 15 years. We still have 9 left, but a fighting tournament, huh? What do you guys think? I'm not participating. Neither am I, Cuntoir. Answer. Huh? Why not? I would have thought you guys would have jumped at this opportunity, partner. You should know these girls will probably only show some things they learned or mastered and not anything new they created, right? Like attacks and techniques. Also, it's for them, not us. We have lived for a long time before our death and rebirth. We know our current strengths and limits. I don't see why not. I'll make a little sign-up form to see who wants to participate or not, depending on the amount and who I know some might not want to for whatever reason. Let's inform them at the end of the day. I created a holographic form, and at the top, it said fighting tournament, and below it is when it will be held. What about the rules? Anything goes? Well, no killing is obvious. They agreed to that. We discussed a few more things like where to hold it, how large of an area should we make it be, or make a little ring or arena for it, and things like that. Nighttime ring, I summon my phone, and it's Azazel. I answer it. What's up, Jean? Where the hell are all of you at? I'm in your home, and it's like all of you vanished. Don't worry about it. We'll be back in like 10 minutes. What's up? Right anyway, before you go to the Shinto gods, come to Grigori. We need you to remove Agimus seals, and I want you to reevaluate some fallen, They'll go back to Grigori then. We'll be waiting there. I see. Yes, sure, they'll be there. Azazel grunted before cutting the call. Agimu and Raynar's group. Huh? Does he deem them fit? Whatever. They'll see if they're when I get back. But if what Raynar said were true, then he'll reconsider it. I put my phone away and turned my attention to everyone. We had everyone gather in the living room, since we were about to tell them about the impromptu tournament those guys thought of earlier today. All right, hey Race, what's up? At the end of our stay here, we'll be holding a friendly fighting tournament. Anyone can participate, but you don't have to if you don't want to. Is there a prize? Aquino puts her hand up and asks. I look at the other organizers as they smirk at me and shrug. Yeah, thanks a lot on prize. You guys got any suggestions? You. Anything they desire? Comptoir. Answer, you. Anything you want, I guess. I can make anything into reality after all. After I said that, many of them had a very weird and dangerous glint in their eyes. I looked beside me, and even the ones organizing this with me looked like they were thinking of joining the tournament. A few minutes later, there are quite a few who have signed up, but not too many, so it should be doable with this number. I looked over at the list. 1. Lavinia Rennie 2. Aquino Himajima 3. Kiba Yudo 4. Rosweiss 5. Latia Astaroth 6. Rias Gremory 7. Scathach 8. Ovidia Lugunov. Serafal Leviathan 10. Valerie Teeps 11. Gabriel 12. Kanami Managawa. In total, there are 12 participants. I honestly was expecting more, but I guess I can deal with this. I summon another holographic screen, and it's a random number generator. It ranges from 1 to 12. Whichever number I pick, it'll have them fight. Scathach versus Kanami Managawa, Rias Gremory versus Aquino Himajima Lavinia, Rennie versus Rosweiss Latia, Astaroth versus Valerie Teeps Gabriel versus Serafal Leviathan Kiba Yudo versus Aurelia Le Guin. Kiba had a strained smile on his face, and I could tell the guy wasn't too happy with his matchup. He was fighting Aurelia after all. The woman in question had a confident smile on her face. But some of these matchups were interesting. King versus Queen, teacher versus student, magician versus magician, Serafal against someone she considers her rival, and Latia and Valerie. That's the only odd matchup here. Those two are good friends, so I wonder how that will turn out. So, those are your opponents in a few years. Train like your lives depends on it. Rias and Aquino smiled at each other, but they were really glaring at one another. A competitive atmosphere covered the room. They were all raring to go. Already did I turn them into battle maniacs or something? Just a prize. They're gunning for it. That I guess? Well, whatever they want from me can be done. So we'll see by the end of this session in the pocket dimension. And in reality, when they reach the peak of their powers, they'll only be bringing a select few in the future. Unless they want to come here for another reason. A few people had questions about it. I, along with the others that were organizing it, answered them. Year 8 months, 2 years passed since the announcement of the tournament. The ones participating have been hard at work, either by getting stronger, making new techniques, or honing the ones they already have. Of course, the rest weren't slouches either, as they also put in a lot of effort. Swish! I dodged Latia's sword attack. As she sent a slash my way, the area behind me was destroyed. I had finally given Latia her weapon. It's one that can change from a sword in grimoire. She can use the sword in conjunction with her spatial magic. In addition, the grimoire increases her demonic power by quite a bit. Grows alongside her, much like Rose's wand. Latia sent out several slashes towards me, and I dodged them again. Shambles. She moves to be in front of me and swap places with one of the slashes. Now she was behind me, while one of the slashes was again going towards me. Pretty creative of her. Tact. Large debris were made earlier from her attack, and she used a larger rock. She lifted it up and threw it at me. I made a small circular kicking motion to repel the attacks with wind pressure. This also knocks Latia back. She steadies herself and changes her sword to her grimoire form and summons several spheres behind her that were translucent and had many pocket watches within them. Latia's inherent ability has the power of time of the Agar's clan. I can assume some old devils joined hands in the past, and Latia was born or her parents or grandparents. I wonder what she'll do with those a small clock symbol appears above Latia as the arms did a full 360 and she became faster. Did she speed up her time? As Latia disappeared, I sensed her presence behind me. The spheres also began firing at me. I dodged them, but the ground underneath them warped and disappeared. But after a few seconds, they returned, heavily damaged. Did she mix both her spatial magic and the power of time into that attack? From behind me, Latia fired several fireballs, lightning strikes, and icicle shards at me. I swiftly dodged them and dashed in front of her. She had a defeated look on her face as she put her hands up in surrender. I stop and reach out my hand to poke her on the forehead. Good fight, Latia. No fancy moves on your end? I have a fighting tournament coming up in a few years. I can't reveal too many things, especially with my potential opponents around me. True, anyway, well done. Are you planning to rest up, or? She shakes her head and puts her grimoire into her ring. I will drink some tea before going back to training. Thank you for sparring with me, Jean. Geez, you're still formal after all these years, Latia. Loosen up a bit when you're with me. A proper lady and the heiress to the Astaroth clan has to act as certain Wakia. After she began explaining herself, I picked her up and started running back to my house. She tried to protest, but quickly gave up. Try to be careful, she said. I will, I replied. I chuckle at her as she smiles. Even though she can act stiff at times, she can act more like her age when she does let her guard down. She's been doing that a little more, but she really does try hard with the noble act. Maybe it's just ingrained in her. We quickly reach my home and find Sharon there with Yasaka, Kunu, and Griselda. Oh, you're all here? Welcome back, Jean-sama, Latia-sama. We're just having a small tea break. Sharon welcomes both of us back, and Griselda answer my question. I see. I guess Latia wasn't the only one to have that thought. I let Latia down as she fixes herself and sits down. I join her, and Sharon pours us some tea. How are things on your end? Kunu jumped and stood beside me this. She then covered herself in golden-colored tuki. She looks at me with a proud smile. I wonder when she started learning how to use that. I look at Yasaka, and she nods. Kuroka and Chiron started to teach Kunu and I a few years back. We have been slowly mastering it since, as well as our Fox Dragon mode. We can combine them now, and we're quite formidable with it. I see I changed mine to Fox Dragon God mode since I've been training regularly with a certain someone, right? Cincherito, while Yasaka chatted with me playfully and Kunu scolded her mother, we sat around and chatted for a few minutes. All in all, another normal day in here. Nighttime, I had gone into my room to look for something only to remember that I had lent it to Rias. Cincherito, I had been on a small date with Rias at the time and found it in the same shop we first met. I read the summary, and it was interesting. Sacred gears were turned to overgears. The main character was turned into a fallen angel, and it played out like that. It was weird when I told and showed Rias that she said she liked it and found it interesting. As a result, we bought out all the current volumes. I had read everything up to the latest and was looking for that volume to give to her. But I heard the sounds of someone playing the piano. I only know two people that had pianos in their rooms. They were Ingvild and Shigen. Ingvild was downstairs chatting with a group of girls. So, she's out of the question. I go over to Shigen's room and knock on the door, but she didn't answer. Knowing her and her love for the piano, I just gently pushed open the door since it was already unlocked. I step in and watch her play. Her eyes were closed as her hands glided across the keys, making a wonderful tune. She does this for another minute before it ended. She opens her eyes and sees me there. Jean, how can I help you? Just heard you playing, so I came to check. I knocked, but you didn't answer. Anyway, what piece was that? Mozart List, Ave Verum Corpus S. 44 mm. I have no idea what that is. Shigen giggles at me and looks back at her grand piano in her room. Cincherito German, for a vulgar colloquial phrase, is a canon in B-flat major composed by Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, K. 231, K. 382C, with lyrics in German. It was one of a set of at least 6 canons, probably written in Vienna in 1782. This is one of the few things I remember looking up in my past life because of its absurd title. Who the hell names it that? Geez, you already know the answer, Jean. Why ask me then? She looks at me with a little huff, and I chuckle. What? Is it a bad thing that I want to spend some time with you? And no, I summon a chair and sit on it. Then, let me hear you play for a little bit longer, Shigyan. She nodded timidly before closing her eyes. She began to play another piece. I closed my eyes and enjoyed our time together. I opened my eyes back up and stared at Shigyan. I don't know much about her apart from being a glutton and her family apparently having that trait. She's a total mystery. I know she likes playing the piano, is a kind and caring individual who looks out for her friends and teammates. She's gotten a lot better at utilizing her whip and po, her sacred gear. Shigyan eventually finishes playing her piece and opens her eyes back up to look at me. Shigyan, yes. Do you want to go on a date? Shigyan blinks a few times before turning red and looking back down at her piano. But she does agree to go on one in the end. Great. We can go on one after I come back from the Shinto god. Can I go with you? Go with me to the Shinto god's realm? I mean, I don't mind. So that makes Sisko, Akino, and Shigyan? Sure thing. Maybe we can have our date there then. I was going to say I had Ingvild and Valerie planned before, so we would go on ours after that. I don't mind either scenario. All right, we'll find some time to go on a date over there then. Pretty unconventional, but I like it. I didn't know you were that adventurous, Shigyan. It's just a coincidence. Jean slam. Jean. Oh, sorry, did I interrupt you too? I turn around to see Rias there. Did I take too long to go back, and she came looking for me? While it's not a nightly ritual for us, we do sometimes just cuddle and read light novels or manga together. Sorry, Rias. Did you find it? I did remember I had lent it to you. Yes, I did. Were you playing the piano, Shigyan-san? Yes. Jean was just listening in you. Can leave now, Jean, if you want well stay. I haven't heard you play in a while. I mean, if you don't mind, that is. Shigyan smiles and shakes her head. She turns back to her piano and starts to play again. I summon a chair and put it beside me. Rias starts to read the novel beside me as we listen to Shigyan play. Every time she finishes, we stop to chat before she goes back to playing. This repeats for the next hour or so until we decided to end the day. Year 10, 5 months swish. Swoosh. Bang. Using that form is cheating, Jean Senpai. Yes, it is. I was in my perfected Ultra Instinct form as I sparred with Kiba and Gasper. Kiba was using his blade blacksmith and was using the balance break of it. So he, along with his glory drag trooper, were attacking me simultaneously. Gasper was also attacking me with creatures made out of his darkness, though all he did was shape his darkness into a different form and was attacking me with it. Come on, Kiba. You won't be able to hit Aurelia if this is all you got? You to Gasper gotta impress Coriana in your upcoming rating game, you know. These two have steadily grown in power. While they've only recently joined Dragon God class, they've spent a lot of time improving their technique and skills. If Kiba gets creative or decides to show something new in his match, then he may be able to catch her off guard. I decided to model it like the Tournament of Power, a small square-shaped arena. It's indestructible, so breaking it to force your opponent into an out is impossible. Cinchureto, you too. Who knows when he'll come back here again? Yes, Senpai. I summoned several balls of ki behind me and shot them towards the two. Kiba and Gasper dodged it, but Kiba's Knights and Gasper's Shadows were hit and destroyed. But it didn't take long until they started to regenerate and come back. Dveen, Kiba-kun. Gasper-chan lunch, we stop our sparring and turn to see Rennie by the picnic table with a tray of sandwiches. We power down and walk over to her. Thank you, Lavinia-san. Food, thank you. Lavinius and Gasper was quite happy and started to eat like he was starving. Sheesh, man, slow down a bit, or you'll start choking MGGM. He started to choke. I summoned a glass of water and gave it to him. He quickly took it and drank it. Thank you. Senpai, slow down, or you'll choke again. What's the rush? He blushed and took out his phone. He wanted to text back Coriana, eat slowly, and text her back. Gasper-chan, yes, I'm sorry, he apologized and ate slower this time as Kiba patted his back. Rennie sat beside me and leaned against me. How's training on your end? Fine, I'll be fighting Rose, so I have to be ready. You gave her new armor and a new wand. I have to compete with that actually, Jean. Can you upgrade my wand and broomstick? Sure thing. She smiles and takes them out of her ring. When I examined them, I could see that they had been used a lot in the past. It'll just make her wand grow with her and make the broomstick unbreakable, as well as make the flight speed faster, as well as add something else to it. I hand it back to her. Here you go, it's like Rose's wand. I tell, grow alongside you. Right now, Sincerito, I was in the open bath with two other women, Seraphal and Gabriel. Seraphal was lightly glaring at the angel, while she remained oblivious as she smiled back at the devil. Sarah, tell me, why do you call Gabriel your rival? Seraphal turns to me with a huff. Gabriel and I look at her curiously. Look at her. She's adorable. She's so amazing. How can I compete with that? She does all of this unintentionally too. What the heck? That's your reasoning. So, from when I first saw her, and until now, she will be my biggest rival. Bigger than Grafia-chan. Gabriel was clearly confused by her logic, as was I. Seraphal started to go on a ramble about her shows, her acting career, her roles as a Satan, some things about Sona, and other topics. We sat there listening to it all, until poke, I looked at Gabriel as she was looking at me expectantly. She had been spending a lot more time with me lately. When I say lately, I mean over the last 10 years in here. Much like Grafia, she really shows affection, especially in warm, romantic ways. We hadn't crossed the line, though. In all honesty, I have no idea when. She's way too adorable, and if I somehow lead her astray, the thought makes me a little sad. But I will have to cross it someday. I lean in and kiss her for a brief second before pulling away. While she was blushing, she was also pouting. I inwardly chuckled and kissed her again. I do this a few times as she lightly glares at me. Teasing is bad. Jean, sorry, don't just go off into your own world. We turn back to a Seraphal Leviathan standing there, looking very embarrassed and glaring at us. Actually, Gabriel, do you know what love is? Yes. Gabriel tilts her head cutely while answering Seraphal. Unfortunately, Sincerito. It'll beat you to it then. Jean, let's enjoy the evening. Just calm down. I pulled her towards me and gave her a tender embrace. She let out a satisfied sigh and smirked at Gabriel. The Seraph frowned before sitting closer to me too. For the rest of our time there, they kept on staying close beside me. They made it into a competition, but you can't beat the angel who loves kisses. So the Satan Leviathan was beaten by the Seraphim Gabriel that day, year 12 months. It's today. Today was the day that our training session ended. When the tournament started, I had constructed the miniature arena in front of my house the night before and built some seating platforms around it. Once you step into the ring, it's covered by a barrier that will stop any attacks from leaving that space. Of course, this also includes the elimination zone. We are safe, and spectators don't have to worry about attacks running wild and hitting us. The arbiter for the match is Leanne. I'm on standby, just in case there are some injuries. Everyone else had snacks with them, and Sharon walked around giving everyone iced tea. I looked at the list again. Scathack versus Kinami Managua, Rias Gremory versus Aquino Himajima Lavinia Rennie versus Rossweiss Latia Astaroth versus Valerie Teeps Gabriel versus Seraphal Leviathan Kiba Yudo versus Aurelia Le Guin. The first match was Kiba versus Aurelia. He looked quite nervous. Chapter 5, Part 2. Shinto Gods and a Deal Pocket Dimension. Jean Skyward. Who do you think will win? Jean-sama? Shala asked. She was sitting in front of me, as well as the other Electa, except for Mothra and Godzilla. They were still in the dimensional gap. Realistically, Aurelia. But maybe Kiba can pull off a miracle? Or show us something new that will catch Aurelia off guard and force her out of bounds. Kiba-san did achieve an unusual balance break with his sword birth sacred gear. Maybe he can do it again? Asia said as she cheered for a friend and peerage member. I'm not sure, but let's hope he does something amazing here. Kiba Yudo, are both fighters ready? Yes. Of course. Leanne-san was the arbiter for the match. Aurelia-san may be the most challenging opponent I have faced to date. If I don't include Jean Senpai. She is part of the perfect humans Jean Senpai, created with godly strength. I can't let my guard down here. I summon a holy sword using Blade Blacksmith and ready myself. Aurelia-san did the same with her great sword, the Arcadia. Begin. Doom. Ugh. As soon as Leanne-san started the match, Aurelia-san dashed towards me at a speed I couldn't follow and attacked me. I could barely block it in time. She was forcing me back slowly, and I was nearing the end of the ring. Balance break, glory drag, trooper. Multiple knights appeared and attacked Aurelia San. Two of them were quickly destroyed, and the other managed to make her use her other arm. She was forced to hold her greatsword with one arm, giving me a chance to fight back. Using every ounce of my strength, I pushed her back. She smirked at me and jumped backward. I didn't let her have time to compose herself as I dashed towards her with my knights. Dang, clang, catching. My holy sword clashed with her greatsword, as well as my knight's holy sword. But Aurelia Sin didn't look like she was having any trouble, huh? Boom! I was pushed back by an enormous wind pressure. I looked behind me at Aurelia San as she had her greatsword on her shoulder and gestured for me to attack her. Eagerly, I charged back towards her. I sent several slashes at her. KSH, 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 gong, dang, catching. My knights also followed up with their own, but they were all easily repelled by Aurelia San. Damn it, is this really useless? Even after reaching Dragon God class in strength, after 15 years of training, I couldn't even make her get serious? Why not use your sword birth, Kiba Yudo? I believe I have pushed this sacred gear to its limits, and thus wish to fight with it. However, for my blade blacksmith, I don't think I have. So please bear with me for a moment. I look at one of my knights and nod. It quickly joins my side. I had thought of this thanks to Jin Senpai giving me a small hint. Why not use a technique to fuse with your knights and make a scale mail-like armor? Is what he said. So for the last few years, I had been perfecting it. The knights started to fuse with my body. My legs were covered in armor, along with my torso, arms, and shoulder. This is it. This is my strongest form with blade blacksmith. Huh. Now that's something new, Kiba Yudo. Cool me. Yes. Here I come. Aura blasting boosters appeared behind my back, and combined with my Godspeed, I blasted towards Aurelia San and appeared beside her. I then swung my sword to her side, catching. Wow, boom. Arg. She blocked it. At that speed, they really are monsters. I stabbed my sword into the ground to stop myself, and looked back at Aurelia San, who still had her confident smile plastered on her face. This is inspired by Jean's armor, isn't it? Interesting. You even have those boosters on your back. Ha ha. You really look up to him, huh? Of course. With his help and that of my comrades, I was able to acquire my sword of Betrayer Balance Breaker and even this Sacred Gear's subspecies Balance Breaker. Yes, I do. So, I will show him and everyone my progress so far, even if I don't win. I ready myself again and charge back at Aurelia San. I summoned other knights, and they fought alongside me. It was futile, but Aurelia San had a smile on her face as we clashed swords. Jin Senpai changed my potential again during these last few years, but it's not enough to overcome her. Very well. One moment I was charging toward Aurelia San, the next everything turned black. Jin Skyward Winner, Aurelia. Lian announces. Kiba's armor vanished along with his dragon knights. I jumped toward the ring and healed the guy. He was asleep, and the injuries that I just healed weren't anything major. Aurelia had essentially cut him multiple times and karate chopped his neck. I carry Kiba on my back and bring him to the stands. I place him down and sit back down in my seat. The next two that went up were Kanami and Scat Hack. Student versus teacher. I wonder how this will play out. After reaching the top tier of Dragon God class, Kanami decided to hone her skills and techniques. She essentially arrived at the same place as the girls did in 5 years, though I really did push them at the time. Ophis and Irene are the only ones who have reached multiversal. And as I mentioned before, the rate at which you gain power slows considerably after reaching those levels. Everyone else was in universal at varying ranks. Kiba, Gasper, Seraphol, Penemu, Kanami, Irina, and Griselda were near the peak of Dragon God class. Scat Hack was the outlier since she kept on pushing and pushing until she reached universal like the rest. Kanami and Managawa, are both fighters ready? Yes, ma'am. Begin. I summoned my spear and pointed at Shish. You've taught me a lot these 15 years, Shish. Let me show you the fruits of my labor. I jumped in and used all of my power from the start. I appear beside Shish and thrust my spear. but she only needed to move her head an inch and dodged it. I saw a smile on her face as she looked at me. Then show me, stupid student of mine. Clang, dang, ting, ting. Both of us disappear and clash several times in the limited space we had to fight in. Each time our weapons clashed, wind raged around us. The air reverberated around us as small shock waves erupted around the area. Shish was smiling as was I. In these last 15 years, she's become an older sister figure to me. I dragged Natsum with me to train from time to time. Shish helped her with magic while I was taught many things. I sent a flurry of attacks toward Shish, but she dodged them all easily. She did the same thing, and I managed to avoid quite a few and got a few light scratches. I jumped back and ignited my spear. These have become quite powerful since they grew with me. They're not just normal flames, but draconic flames? Jean sure does influence a lot of people. Shish laughs and powered up. She was overflowing with divinity as she took a stance. Yes, since I was around Jean a lot, as well as the Ophis, Irene, Draig, and Albion. They influenced me a lot, though Jean was the main reason. The flames that were once orange had turned dark red. They danced around my spear, and I readied myself. Here I come, Shish. DWSH. Shish disappeared from my sight, and I instinctively dropped down. Why did a spear appear where I once was? Shish had tried to kill me there. Wait. Isn't there a no-killing rule? Good reaction, Kinami. As she stomped at the spot, I rolled away and jumped backward quickly. No Shish knew I could dodge it, so she attacked me that way. Zong. Ting. We clash again, but I was being overpowered this time. Shish was using even more strength to overpower me. I feel like I've been losing for the longest time, either before I became aware of the supernatural, or even during the Tournament of Power. KSH. I cover myself in 2k. I learned how to use this thanks to Kuroka and Chiron. Those two offered to teach a lot of us, and many accepted the offer. I was one of them. I dashed back to Shish and pretended to perform a thrust attack. She falls for it, and I duck down to sweep her with my leg. But to my surprise, she was already jumping. I look back up and see her smiling at me. She read me like a book. Her foot bam hit me in the face and sent me backwards. I stabbed my spear into the ground to stop myself from falling out of the arena. I was inches away from falling. I get up and look at Shish. She was waiting for me. I look at Jean and then back to Shish. I didn't think I would use this here, but I guess it's fine. What are you talking about? Kanami? I smile at Shish as a burst of white flames erupts from beneath me. Flashback, Kanami. You seem to like using fire magic and flame manipulation. Jean approached me as I sat down after sparring with Shish. Igesido, the spear he upgraded for me, and the magic I used mostly after being taught by Reni-san, Raswai-san, and Suzuka-san was fire magic. Yeah, I think so. Why do you say that, Jean? Afterwards, he sits down beside me and sighs. Well, I have a certain sacred gear I evolved not too long ago, and it evolved from being a common sacred gear to being on par, or maybe even stronger than the original 13 Longinus. He grins at me, and my eyes widen. Is he? Seeing as you love using fire magic so much, and I didn't want to give this to Suzaku since her clan's still quite stubborn about sacred gears, and all I thought of giving it to you. Cinchureto Jean. I remember those words pretty clearly the day he gave me my own sacred gear Ashen Burst. What is this? Is it possibly a sacred gear? Did you awaken one? Or Shish looks over at Jean, as did many others. He just grinned and chuckled to himself. He then gives me a thumbs up. Go for it, Kinami. Cinchureto. I say to myself before sprinting towards Shish. I slash down towards her as she parries it, but gained a surprised look when I pushed her back. Interesting. Dwash. KSH. Dang. Clang. With my sacred gear's flames, I was slowly pushing Shish back as we clashed with our spears. I don't believe he'll win, but if I can just do enough, then maybe she'll acknowledge me. I summon magic circles around Shish and send out vines to try to immobilize her, but she easily destroyed them with her runes. Shish jumps back and then dashes back towards me. I parry-ack. She disappeared from my sight, and I felt knee connect with my stomach. I swing my spear sideways to counter, but bam! She disappeared again, and I felt a punch hit my way, sending me back near the edge again. Even with my sacred gear and new powers, I still can't win. She really is amazing. Everyone's amazing. Kibakuin from earlier managed to hold himself against Aurelia-san. It felt like he did more than me. I still have a lot more room to grow. Even the last 15 years weren't enough. I don't have talent, so I have to try harder than the rest. I look back up at Shish with a smile. This isn't my limit. I can still improve my technique, my movement, everything. With these thoughts in mind, I braved one of many powerhouses' ill encounter and fight. Doom, here I come, Shish. A final stand, huh? Jean Skyward Konami was gathering a large number of white flames around her spear and cocked her arm back. Scat Hack did the same, but with divine energy. I had heard from Natsum that she had copied Scat Hack's Gibalg when we first came here, but with flames. I wonder how that will fare with her upgraded Sacred Gear's flames. They had both finally finished charging up their attacks. Scat Hack jumps up into the air and threw her spear. Konami matched it and threw hers as well. Both spears were slowly approaching each other. The area had gone silent as they waited in bated breath for those two attacks to collide. Eventually, boom. The arena was covered in a large explosion, and we couldn't see anything for a few seconds. Eventually, the explosion subsided, and both women were still standing. Scat Hack had her spear back in her hands while Konami was standing there unsteadily. Still not enough, huh? She says weakly before falling to the floor unconscious. Winner, Scat Hack. I teleport beside Konami and heal her. She had a few minor injuries, but since Scat Hack held back, and she was a Dragon God class, being she didn't get too badly injured. Well done. I didn't think you'd reveal that now of all times, Konami. I jump back into the stands and put her beside Natsum as she looks proudly at her sleeping sister. She really got stronger, huh? Yeah, she did. I always looked up to her, but seeing her that determined, it reminded me of when we were younger. Natsum started to stroke Kanema's hair, and I retreated to my seat. I felt her gaze linger on me for a few seconds. The next match was, this should be interesting. Seraphal versus Gabriel. The two of them step into the arena. Are both fighters ready? Yes. Today, I will win against my biggest rival. Yes, I'm ready. Lian smiles at Gabriel then. Begin. Seraphal grins and spreads her arms out. First come first, Sarabam. Gabriel covered herself in Tuki and appeared in front of Seraphal. She became alarmed and tried to change her attack, but was uppercut by Gabriel as she was forced into the air. Yada and no Kagami, Gabriel forms light between her hands and fires it towards Seraphal. She panics and fires some demonic ice toward the attack. A small explosion occurs, but she had been surprised when Gabriel appeared above her. Gabriel then follows up by kicking Seraphal. Boom! Seraphal blocks it using a defensive spell and with her arms, but she was knocked away. The dust settles as Seraphal stood up, dusting herself. Mount, that was sneaky of you, Gabriel Cha winner, Gabriel. Wait, what? Why? Seraphal was shocked as she looked at Lian. Lian just points to where she was standing, and she was out of bounds. Seraphal looks to the ground and falls dramatically on all fours. No, I lost in the stupidest way possible. Seraphal unfolds her wings before flying toward me and clinging to me. Life is a lie, console me. There I started to pet Seraphal as she kept carrying on with the act. I sigh inwardly and look back at the arena. Gabriel flew away looking like she lost. She was staring our way while puffing her cheeks. Seraphal won one way or another. The next match was between King and Queen. The longtime best friends, Rias and Aquino, stood facing each other. Both of them had confident smiles on their faces as they were already showing each other their demonic powers. Are both fighters ready? They silently nodded. Begin. Aquino Himejima Rias launched a large ball of power of destruction towards me, and I fired back with a large lightning blast with light infused with it at her attack. The two attacks collided and exploded. I didn't feel her move, so I also stood still. When the dust settled, we were staring at each other, not making a move or sound. Over the years, I was always convinced that you were stronger than me, Rias. But when I met Jean and he took Kuroka, Rennie, and I here for the first time I started to get stronger and gain more confidence. After 15 years, we should be more or less the same in raw power, right? What about technique? Hand-to-hand combat? Other aspects? I want to find that out today. While I want to win, I don't mind losing either. Rias opens her hand, and small balls of power of destruction are created. Cinchuredo Rias summoned even more balls of power of destruction behind her, and they slowly changed shape. They turned into small needles, and then started to multiply. I touch the ground, and Beastie, a large magic circle appears, and Ruor, a dragon made out of lightning, came out of it. I had asked Rennie about her own ice dragon when she used an attack like this. President Sona might be able to do something like this. The dragon flies around me and then settles down. I wave my hand and summon magic circles behind me. Large icicle spikes appear, and they were also imbued with light. Rias finally launched her attacks at me. I also return fire, and they strike each other. This time I felt her move. She's not in the same spot as before swipe. BZZZT. Doom. My holy lightning dragon attacked her as she tried to get closer to me, and they were really not compatible as opponents. Aren't we? Rias then appears back in front of me as she stares at me and then at the ground. What was she thinking? She then turns to Leanne. I surrender. Don't misunderstand. I am not looking down on you or anything like that. I just want to keep my current trump card for our match against Serorg. When that's finished, and if you still wish to continue, let's have a rematch. She walks over to me and whispers into my ear. It's my way of confessing to him. She pulls away as I look at her in surprise. Rias then walks away. Winner, Aquino. Jean skyward now, that was unexpected. I didn't think Rias would just throw in the towel like that. I wonder why. Shala asked everyone, but no one answered her. I look at Rias as she smiles at me. What are you thinking about, Grimuri? Well, I want Pry and ask you a later date, who knows. She probably has her own reasons. Let's leave it at that. The next match is going to start. It seems like both participants are forfeiting the match. Leanne seemed a bit confused as Latia and Valerie were beside her. They both nod and go back to the stands. What the hell, why? I look at the two, and they shake their head. I mean, it's their choice, but I was kind of looking forward to it. This time, Rennie and Rose step into the arena as they look at each other with unchanging expressions. They were quite serious about this begin. Leanne starts the match. Suddenly, Rosweiss created multiple magic circles behind her. They were all different. Norse, fairy, black, white, and other types. They all hurl their attacks at Rennie. She calmly looks at the attacks and summons her wand. She makes a small gesture with it, and the attacks vanished. Rosweiss looks on in shock, and then summons her own wand. This looks like a Harry Potter fight. Everyone looks at me strangely before looking back at the match. Rosweiss W. What? How did Rennie-san? It doesn't matter. I have to win this since I want to ask Jean for something, but the ones after Rennie-san are quite strong, especially Aurelia-san. I wave my wand and create more magic circles behind me and launch the attacks toward her. However, this is just a diversion. As soon as Rennie-san waved her wand again, I dashed in front of her and punched her in the stomach. This is crack, shatter. I had punched an ice doll. The doll shattered after I punched it. If the one I punched was a fake, then where did Dawn? A powerful impact struck me in the side, and I was knocked away. I roll on the ground and then steady myself. I look back up as Rennie-san had her fist covered in 2k, and she called out her ice dolls. She used regular ice magic to create that copy, made me punch it as a distraction, and then attacked me herself using 2k. But why KR? I felt my legs being covered in ice. I look down and see that it was already too late. I won't be taken down without a fight, though. I launched more attacks at Rennie-san, but her ice dolls were countering them with their own attacks. Balance break, assoluto argento mondo. The entire area around us started to be covered in ice. The temperature was rapidly decreasing, and my body was rapidly turning into ice. Well, I didn't feel cold. I couldn't move either. This is her balance breaker? Assoluto argento mondo. It's also known as the snow world, believed to be eternal. It has the ability to create a strong blizzard that can make a distinction between friend and foe. Right now, Rose is an enemy. Did Jean's prize distract me that much? And it made me lose my thoughts? Did I lose focus and let myself be tricked like this? I tried to break the ice with all my power, but it didn't budge. Rennie-san is stronger than I am, so I can't break free from a prison winner, Rennie. Once Leanne-san said those words, Rennie-san canceled her balance break and ran to me. Are you okay? It doesn't hurt, does it? I'm fine, Rennie-san. Haha, I was too distracted by myself and lost focus. But a loss is a loss. Did I get too comfortable with my new powers and become arrogant? I look at my hand and clench it. It's frustrating. I just wanted to be with Jean a little more. Are my desires holding me back? I look at Jean as he smiles at me. I should consult someone about this scat-hack-san maybe? Leanne-san? Or Jean? I go back to the stands as I think about how pathetically I lost. Jean Skyward, I was expecting a more intense fight between these two, but I guess that's it. Huh? I wonder what was distracting Rose. Her mind seemed to be on something else. The next match should be Scat Hack versus Aurelia. This will ring. My phone rang again, and I took it out of my inventory. I answered it. Jean, where are you? Ah, dang, all right, I'll be there. Give me a minute. I throw my phone back into my inventory and look at everyone. I'll reward everyone who participated. We'll need to leave now, otherwise Azazel will keep complaining to me. Yes, everyone looks at Rose as she jumps up and looks quite happy with herself. She caught herself and blushed. Excuse me, is it my fault she lost? Yes, yes, yes. Anyway, hurry and get your things if they're still in your rooms. We will be leaving the pocket dimension right now. The ones that still needed to get things. They went to my home and got their things, and the rest of us just waited outside. Scat Hack seemed a bit annoyed at the sudden cancellation of the tournament. The rest didn't seem to mind that much. Even Aurelia. I look at her as she just smirked at me. What is she planning? Eventually, everybody came back out. Ready? They nod, and I cancel the pocket dimension, and we were brought back out. I go over to the door and open it. I glance at everyone and look over their current ranks. Aquino Himejima, Universal CC Asia Argento, Universal C Gabriel, Universal CCC Gasper Vladi, Dragon God AAA Grafia Lucifuge, Universal CCC Griselda Corda, Dragon God SSS Ingvald Leviathan, Universal CC Irene Belsirian, Universal SSS Irina Shidu, Dragon God SS Kenami Minagawa, Dragon God SS Kibayudo, Dragon God AAA Kanu, Dragon God X Kuroka, Universal CC Latia Astaroth, Universal C Lavinia Rennie, Universal A Natsa Minagawa, Universal CC Ophis, Universal SSS Penemu, Dragon God SSS Rias Gremory, Universal CC Rossweiss, Universal CCC Scat Hack, Universal B Seraphal Leviathan, Dragon God X Shigian Anaru, Universal CCC Chiron 2, Universal CC Suzuku Himejima, Universal B Valerie Teeps, Universal CCC Zenobia Corda, Universal DDD Yasaka, Universal CCC. I nod, satisfied with them for now. They'll try to aim for another 15 in the near future. Hopefully, another 15 will have some of them break in a multiversal. Sorry about this, but he'll be heading to Grigori, and then he'll come back. He'll come with you, Jean. Penemu stands beside me, and we leave. Grigori will get going then. How about you? He'll accompany you. Maybe immediate? I nod, and we start walking toward Azazel's office. I already found his aura. The new Grigori more or less looks like the old one, structure and color-wise, but there are some changes here and there. By the way, Jean, the annual Leader of Fallen Angel Mahjong competition is going to start soon. Care to watch it? It should be our 317th competition. So, the leaders are the only participants, huh? How many did you win? To this, Penemu huffed. I guess she hadn't won yet. We kept on walking and talking about it. Who won the most then? It's the smarter ones, such as Azazel, Sahariel, Shimhazai, and strangely Barakiel. I, along with everyone else, can't win unless it's dumb luck. Maybe if you're there, your luck can rub off on me? Sure thing. Should I have you sit beside me as you play? Penemu shook her head and looked away with a light blush on her face. I chuckle at her as we reach his office. I touch the door and it automatically opens. We step through in the room where Azazel, Ajamu, Rainier, Calawarna, Donasik, Middle, and Shemhazai. Finally, you're here and you brought Penemu. Where the hell have you been to? Somewhere. Anyway, so you want me to unseal their powers? Yeah. Anyway, I have some reports here. He hands a few documents over to Middle, and she walks over to me with a scowl on her face and hands it to me. It was a good chance to check on all of them as they delved into detail about how each of them has been progressing and who advocated for them. Just like Rainier said, Calawarna has been making significant progress and has a few fallen. Cookie advocating for her, whether that's because it's his crush on her speaking on his behalf or not, he'll ask another time. Donasik is the one with the most advocates, since he works in several departments and assists with many things. Even Penemu was on the list of advocates for him. I could trust her judgment on this. Calawarna's and Raynar's lists also include her when I take a quick glance at the lists. Ajamu has also been making a lot of progress. A few weeks ago, I returned some of his powers, but not fully as he couldn't wield Gallatin. In light of the report and many voices advocating for him, especially Team/Dog, the decision becomes very clear. Middle is practically non-existent with barely any progress. She needs a reality check. Maybe the other three really did turn a completely different leaf, or they're just plotting, but we'll see once I restore their powers. After reading them, I nodded. I see, well, it's an easy decision for quite a lot of you, except for when I glance at Middle as she glared at me while holding a broom that wasn't there a second ago. I look at the rest and sigh. All right, but this is just the beginning. In the coming weeks and months, you'll be monitored by me. I summon bracelets, and they attach themselves to everyone except Ajamu and Middle. Since I trust Team/Dog's judgment, Middle won't be included since she hasn't made any progress whatsoever. Those will monitor your emotions and usage of your powers. In short, they'll know about your emotions and mental health, and after a few months, I will come back and choose to remove these or not. It will depend on your actions again. I then unseal their powers. They seemed a little relieved by this, except Middle, who started to stomp her foot in annoyance. What the heck? Why not me? You haven't improved yourself, nor have you tried to reflect on your actions. These four have, and are genuinely trying. You haven't. The last time we interacted, you assumed that I was there to mistreat you. Perhaps you need to go to therapy and get a mental wellness check. Middle gritted her teeth as she glared at me silently. Anyway, you have full access to your powers again, Ajamu. You can also wield Gallatin again. I trust/Dog's judgment, so don't consider betraying them. The same with you three. Igriagajis, Calawarna, and Donasik saluted me for some reason. Rainier just silently nodded, the same with Ajamu. My work here is done then. I'm going back home. Are you going to the Shinto gods right now? No, in a few days. I left the room and stretched my body before teleporting home. Just as I was about to do so, I felt two people come out as well. I glance back and see Penemu and Rainier. Hey, need something? They glance at each other before Rainier bows to Penemu and walks away. She stands at a distance from us, where she couldn't hear what we would talk about. What's up? I spoke to Grafia and the others about it during our time there. They'll be moving in, Jean. I was a bit stunned by what she said. More roommates, huh? Sure thing, did you already pick out a room? Or are you going to use the same one as you did in the replica? The same one. Anyway, they'll be moving in when you're in the Shinto god's realm. They'll see you soon. Jean. She slightly bends over and pokes my nose before turning to leave. I wasn't sure if I was imagining things, but it seemed like she walked away in a noticeably cheerful manner. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Coo-coo-coo. Bam. Ow. What the hell, Rudra? Ignoring the fuss these three were making, Rainier started to walk back to me. When she gets here, we stand there in silence for a few seconds. H, how have you been? Good. I plan on taking it easy for a few days before I head to the Shinto gods. You? T, the other fallen I work with advocated for me, as well as Penemu-sama and Azazel-sama. Thank you for unsealing our powers, Jean. She bows to me, and I wave her off. You guys still need to prove that you want to go doing the same stuff as you did a few months back. Until then, those bracelets will stay on, and only I can remove them. Yes, of course we'll be leaving then. Goodbye. She bows again before leaving. She's still quite stiff around me, even after we spent a few days together in Asgard. I shake my head and sigh. I'm not going to snap and kill you, Rainair Asia already forgave you, and I don't hold a grudge against you. Japan. Kuo Skyward Household? Ah, it's on fire. Cease. Why did you try cooking? I wanted to surprise Jean. You're terrible at it. Also, why did you use your sacred gear's flames? I had teleported back into my home and just heard screams. I look at everyone in the living room, and they just pointed me to the kitchen. I quickly go there to see Graphia sitting down looking calm, but her aura around her body said otherwise. So what's happening here? I heard a bit of what just transpired. I will need to teach Kanami how to cook properly. Yasaka, Suzuku, Kunu, and Sharon left for Kyoto. Serafal has retreated back into the underworld, and Gabriel is back in heaven. KZHZHZHZHZ. Hi. Graphia lightly stepped with her left foot as ice erupted from the ground and stopped just as it reached the two sisters. They both freeze and back up. Behave. Cinchuredo, it was a school day, and I had my avatar go to school as I was traveling to the Shinto realm today with Akino, Suzuku, and Shigen. I was a bit surprised when Rini didn't make a fuss, but told me she was planning something for me, whatever that is ready. I turned to the three people with me, and they nod. So I teleported us back to Kyoto. Japan, Kyoto. I had teleported us just outside of Kyoto just to be safe. It was a weekday, and there were a lot of people out right now. From there, we walked in the direction of Takamagara, the Shinto god's realm that's separated from the human realm. If my assumptions are right, then we need to pass through that barrier and go through Aim no Okahashi, also known as the Floating Bridge of Heaven. Once there, a deity is supposed to be guarding the entrance into Takamagara, Saradahiko Kami, the god of earth. It is rumored that Takamagara is located somewhere in Mount Karama. Suzaku says beside me. Mount Karama, huh? I look north of Kyoto and at the mountain itself. It was supposed to be the largest mountain in all of Kyoto. It's also rumored to be where the king of Tengu lives. His name is SJB, unless he also lives in Takamagara. Then we'll see him there. SJB is rumored to be the one who taught the legendary Minamoto no Yoshitsune. But everything will be cleared up once we're there. Let's go then. I check ahead, and there aren't too many tourists there at the moment, so we can probably teleport quite near the entrance. We walk to a spot where no one could see us teleport. Mount Karama, we arrive at a little alleyway near a home. We walk out of there, and we're greeted by a few houses around us. There was also a tourist center that probably also does tourist guides up the mountain. There are multiple stairs ascending up and toward Mount Karama. At each side of the stairs were red poles with lanterns attached to them. When I glanced at my companions, they too could feel the barrier. It's not a far walk. You guys ready? They nodded, and we started to ascend the stairs of Mount Karama. They looked around, but I was scanning the entire place for any signs of the supernatural and could feel small traces of them. Many of them were yokai, but a few were human. I could also feel someone near the barrier. They were circle it, maybe a guard. As we kept descending, more and more trees came into view, and we also passed a gate like the Torii gates. We could see a little clearing with a temple of swords up ahead, but the barrier wasn't that way. I checked to see if anyone else was around us, but no one was. I turn right and go into the woods. The girls follow me. I step over a railing and keep going north. I cast invisibility over us, and we kept going up the mountain on a more unconventional path. The only things in our way were trees and large roots. It didn't take us long to reach the barrier, and the person who was patrolling the area was also standing there. She has blue eyes and long black hair tied in a ponytail using a white ribbon, and has pale skin. Her body is very athletic, but also quite petite. She wore some kind of school uniform and had a sword around her waist. I undo the invisibility, and she becomes alert and puts her hand near her sword ready to draw it. Who are you? I summon the letter I got from the Shinto gods and make it float toward her. She squints her eyes and receives the latter. She reads over it, and her fighting spirit that was powering up immediately calmed down. She nods and looks back at us with a smile. Middleman Sama, forgive me for the hostility. If you pass through this barrier, you will arrive at Aim no Okahashi. Normally, Serdeko-sama is guarding the bridge, but today they were called back to Amaterasu-sama's abode. I am Yoshitsune Minamoto. I may not look like the legends and rumors of Japan, but I'm the same one, however, They do mistake me as male, that is my own blunder. Anyway, I shall be your guide. Please follow me. She walks over to hand my letter back, and she walks back and through the barrier first, and we follow after her. Amano Kieshieta. I didn't think the legendary Yoshitsun-san was a girl. She seems cute. Akino says beside me as she hugs my arm. When we arrived in Aim no Okahashi, we looked around to see it was mostly white. There were clouds in the distance, and when you look below the bridge, it was also just pure white. In front of us was a portal. It was swirling with white, blue, light purple, and orange colors. This is the Aim no Okahashi, also known as the Floating Bridge of Heaven. This is where Sarita Hiko-sama is usually sitting and watching over visitors. The bridge was quite long as we were still walking over it. Yoshitsun, what can you tell us about this realm? Like how big it is, what kind of beings live there? Yukai? Spirits? Or anything will do, I ask her, and she nods without turning to us. Yes, there are 4 areas in total. They are in their own sub-realm. Once we go through this, we will be in our main realm, the one where the gods and goddesses govern. Takamagara. As you know, our leader is Amaterasu-sama. The main realm will have all kinds of yukai in it, from Tengu to Kappa, wolf, cat, kitsune, and others you can think of. And yes, humans like myself. We were blessed with immortality by the gods there, and we serve them. You may have heard of some famous historical figures apart from me. Yes? Like the one you rescued, Middleman Sama. Tamamo no Mai. 2 others I can tell you right now are Minamoto no Reiko, or Yorimitsu, and the famous Oni, Shuten Doji. The Satan Lucifer got to Okita Suji before the Shinto gods did, so we didn't have a chance to recruit him into our realm, but if we did, he would be with us. The other realms are Kitsune, Oni, and Tengu. You may have heard of the king of the Tengu, yes? Yoshitsun turns to us, and I nod. SJB, right? Are the rumors true that he trained you? Yes, when I was still young. He helped train me and hone my swordsmanship and many other things. I am indebted to him. While I mostly reside in Takamagara, I do visit the Tengu realm. We finally arrived at the portal after saying that. Yoshitsun looks at us first before entering, and we then pass through it as well. Takamagara, Yoshitsun. You're back. Who are they? Benkei, Yoichi. That's the middleman, and he brought some companions with him. Benkei? Yoichi? As in the Satan musician Benkei and Nasu no Yoichi? They do look like their Magikoi counterparts, but I didn't think I'd meet them here of all places. Who? So he's the middleman, huh? Puffed. Weren't you saying that you'd get an autograph signed by him? Yoichi? Shut up, Benkei. Yoichi blushes and turns away, sulking as Benkei and Yoshitsun look at me. I walk over to them and put my hand up for a handshake. Gene Skyward, middleman. Nice to meet you. Cinchuredo. He also wears another one over that as well as jeans. Benkei is a pale-skinned girl with wavy black or dark ash hair that goes past her waist and purple eyes. Benkei carries a staff and a gourd bottle in her left hand containing sake. She wears a messy-looking uniform with pantyhose and black shoes. The girls join me as we look over the ridge down at Takamagara, and it was a pretty nice sight, almost like old-era Japan. Much of the buildings are made of wood, both walls and roofs. The rooftops were green, and the walls were pain brown. The thing that stood out the most was the large castle in the background. Sakura trees were also spread throughout the city below us. A bridge also went over a small river going through the city. I could see many people down there, mainly yukais and a few humans. In the background were mountains that varied in size. So I can assume that Amaterasu lives in that castle with the other gods? You assumed right, Jean-kun. Who would have thought you would resurrect a dead goddess of ours? Add to that fact you also rescued another kitsune. You already had a good reputation before that, but even some gods here that were skeptical of you changed their mind because of that. Benkei stood to my left, and Akino kept on clinging to me on my right. Suzaku and Shigen were beside her, and Yoshitsun and Yoichi were by Benkei's side. I usually ask this, but are there any current problems here? Problems? Not that I'm aware of. We're in relative peace here. Not including the random attacks by the Cows Brigade, then we're fine. Benkei answers the question and looks over to Yoshitsun and Yoichi, both of them shaking their heads. Anything over at those mountains? Dragon Mountain, just like the one in the underworld. Raijin-sama is the dragon of the sea and storms, so he governs that part of this realm. Humanoid dragons and normal dragons are both welcome. Benkei explains. I see, I look down at the city again. Better get started then. Who will inform the gods that I'm here? Yoshitsune looks at Yoichi and he shrugs. They'll go tell the guards. They'll inform everyone. They'll see you soon, middleman. Yoichi then disappears from our sight. Yoshitsune gestures with her hand for us to follow her. She starts walking down the path toward the city along with Benkei. The two chat as we look around our surroundings. The ridge connected to a small hill, and on both sides of it had blooming cherry blossoms. The ground was littered with pink leaves. We walked down it as some yukai poked their heads out from behind a tree and waved at us. Middleman, middleman, a few of them say. It looks like my arrival is already spreading. It didn't take us long to arrive by the bridge where there was an Oni and Tengu guard. The Oni was male and the Tengu was female. Benkei-sama, Yoshitsune-sama, welcome back. Is this the middleman? That's right, Kuroda-kun. The one and only middleman, Jin-kun. I see. Welcome to our realm, Jin-sama. Kuroda has gray hair tied into a ponytail, red eyes, and had a scar on his right eye. He wore a mask that covered his mouth and it was golden colored. He wore a unique-looking outfit that had shoulder guards and Chinese attire around his waist like Chow Chow. He gave the vibe of Oni ninja. He also had a sword around his waist and two kama blades behind him. The Tengu guard stared silently at me, showing very little expression. When Benkei walked over to her and patted her head, she turned her attention away from me. This is Mio. She's a little weird but a good person. Benkei-sama, she complained, but Benkei just chuckled at her. Mio has brown hair and light purple-colored eyes. Mio had a unique-looking kimono. It looked like the Iramuji variant, mostly in white and various shades of purple. She also had a sword on her hip. Anyway, let's go. Amaterasu-sama and the others should be aware of your arrival and will be waiting for you. The two guards nod at us before we went onto the small bridge and go to the other side. We turned right, and we could see many different houses, shops, and a few vendors along the street. Various yukai walked along the road, and a few were selling their goods. This place may be even more diverse than Yurikyoto. Yurikyoto? Oh, the West Yukai faction? Yes, our world is a lot bigger than theirs after all, not including the other realms. How is Yasakaheim? Well, she's been close to Jean for a while if that counts. Benkei seemingly knows Yasaka, and Akino answers for me. She stops and turns around to look at me, a wide smirk on her face. Huh, I didn't think Jean-kun's circle of friends varied that much. To think that Yasakaheim would be involved in a group as large as yours. Benkei chuckles before we continue on our way. We pass by a few more shops and come across a blacksmith. It had all sorts of weapons and armor displayed, but no one was there. Kathleen-san isn't here. Huh? I wonder where she went. All right, Kathleen-san is the local blacksmith here. I come here for repairs and to check out any new armor. Yoshitsune sighs and explains who the person she was talking about. You mean me? We hear a female's voice behind us, and we turn around. Kathleen is a striking, beautiful woman with brown hair and aqua eyes. She wears a white collared shirt under a red vest, blacksmith gloves, and a long blue skirt. Along her barato is a blacksmith apron with several pouches. Kathleen-san, where did you go? You normally don't leave your smithy unattended like that. I needed to buy some breakfast. I wasn't gone that long, Yoshitsune-sama. The two seemed friendly with each other as their conversation was in a casual tone. After a brief exchange, Kathleen looks at me. Is this the middleman the city is fussing about? Nice to meet you, I'm Kathleen. If you need a new weapon or a piece of armor, then stop by my place to get it. I'm Jean, and yeah, I might check this place out later. We should get going, then we'll see you around. Kath, yes, goodbye for now. Yoshitsune-sama, Benkei-sama, Jean-san. Kathleen nods before entering her smithy again. We start walking away, and there was a straight road ahead of us, and we could see the castle a lot more clearly now. More and more cherry blossoms were present, and there seemed to be a gate we had to pass through before getting to the castle. As we approached it, there were two shops across from each other that advertised and sold novels. In front of them were two kitsunes. One was male, and the other was female. The male kitsune had long white hair, white ears, and red eyes. He wore a yellow Nagagi kimono with a shoulder plate on his right shoulder and a single glove on his right arm that went up to his elbow. The female kitsune has purple eyes and long, muted pink hair that is tied at the bottom. She also has fox ears and a single pink tail. She wears a unique and stylized variation of clothing inspired by the colors of a shrine priestess traditional outfit. She wears a golden head accessory accompanied by matching golden earrings. The earrings are attached to her ears by diamond-shaped studs. Ye-san Kajitsumura-san, what's wrong? Yoshitsune-sama. Listen to this. This stupid fox won't stop trying to steal my customers. Huh? Are you not the one stealing mine, boy? The two kitsunes glared at each other before stopping to look at us. They both seemed curious. Ah, this is Jin-san, the middleman. He's here to form that alliance with the Shinto gods. Yoshitsune introduces me to the two, and I finish her sentence for her. Both their eyes had a dangerous glint in them. Oya, oya, so the gossip was true. Welcome, Jin, to our realm. It may not mean much, but thank you for bringing back two of our own. Yeah, I barely agree with this person, but thank you for saving Tamamo-sama and resurrecting Inari-sama. Two of our own. Oh, she means Tamamo and Inari. I nodded, don't worry about it. Yay, and Kajitsunemuru? They both nod before running towards me as they held a book in each of their hand. Will you buy my novel, Jean? No, buy from us, Jean-san. Ours is top quality, unlike hers. Ignore this buffoon. Ye's publishing shop has much better quality novels. HAA. Kajitsunemura's novels has better quality and quantity. The two of them start bickering back and forth, so we decided to slip away from them. I look at Yoshitsune and Benkei as they chuckled to themselves. They're always like that. Their shops are coincidentally across from one another, and they have been competing with each other since. It usually accumulates at year-end sales, and the loser buys the winner food and drinks for the night. Is that so? They seem to get along in a strange manner. The two of them chuckled again while agreeing. We eventually reached the gate and walked through it. In the distance, I saw another single guard. It was a female and a tengu. As we got closer, she spots us and landed in front of us. Benkei-sama, Yoshitsune-sama, welcome back. Is this the middleman and his companions? Yeah, that's right. Sarah-chan. Sarah is a woman with indigo hair cut into an uneven bob and golden eyes. Her attire is primarily black and white, with hints of mauve, red, and gold. On the side of her head lies a red tengu mask that resembles a crow's face, having white accents, a black crest, and a hexagonal piece resembling a token. Being a tengu, she has two pairs of black raven-like wings that can unfurl from her back and wields a black feather fan. She also wears red and gold tengu geta sandals. Sarah nods and gestures for us to follow her. Amaterasu-sama and the other gods are waiting for you. We were alerted by Yoichi-sama and others earlier. However, not everyone could make it, only a few. She pushes open the large doors into the castle. The inside was mainly made out of wood with unique designs. Many of them were of mythical animals and creatures such as dragons, kitsunes, and various yokai. There were floating balls of light illuminating the halls. In front of us were stairs that split off into two. One went up and another went down. It looks like this place has some sort of underground section. Sarah starts to walk over to the stairs that went to the next level, and we follow her. Akino was still clinging on to me, while I felt Suzaku had become a little tenser as we arrived inside. Shigen was behind me while grabbing a hold of my shirt. I reach over and hold Suzaku's hand as we make our way through the castle. We go through some hallways and another flight of stairs. There were several types of furniture and decorations everywhere, typical old-era Japanese decor. There are also portraits of different people. I would assume they were the gods of this realm. I did recognize Inari in one of them. We eventually arrived at the door, and Sarah turns around to us before pushing it. While I understand that you're well known and have a reputation, please be respectful to Amaterasu-sama and the others. I nod. I was already planning on doing that, Sarah. It also looks like Benkei and Yoshitsune were going in with us. Sarah then turns around and pushes the doors open. Once they do, the various gods in there turn to look at us. I have brought the middleman, Amaterasu-sama. Sarah bows before walking to the side and standing there. I took this as a signal to walk forward alongside everyone else. Benkei and Yashitsun joined Sarah as I felt their gazes on me. All the gods and goddesses were sitting around a rectangular table that was positioned horizontally. In the middle of the table was Amaterasu. If what Suzuko told me was true, then the ones to her left and right are Jin and Raijin. The rest were sitting around the table. Tsukuyumi, the moon god, dresses up the old Japanese kimono. He has a crown with a picture of a crescent moon on his top head. His face is good-looking and round in shape, with long white hair and a mature body posture. Tenjin, the poetry god, appears to be a middle-aged man in his late 50s, with gray hair that is shoulder length when down. He is normally seen wearing sokutai, sagata, a very formal outfit worn by courtiers at the Imperial Japanese court in the Heian and subsequent periods. Susanoo, the god of sea and storms, is a handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes. His hair is styled in a pompadour. His body is muscularly built, and he has a cleft chin. I didn't expect Susanoo to look like that. I can almost call him Johnny Bravo or eyes meet. And he gives me a toothy grin. Sarada Kami appeared to be a helpless old man, but was surprisingly fit and muscular for his age. He has a ponytail, a thick beard, and stretched earlobes with 2 piercings in both ears. Sarada was commonly seen wearing a traditional man's kimono and a pair of getas with 1 tooth. Some of his physical characteristics are similar to those of Buddhas and their Buddharupas in Buddhist art, like large protruding ears, exaggerated eyebrows that curve upward, half-closed eyes, thin lips, and a hair bun that points to the top, and even a mustache. Raijin, the dragon of sea and storms, appears as a young man with shoulder-length hair, 2 long horns, and a facial tattoo over his right eye. He dons a dark coat over a long shirt, accompanied by loose pants tucked into pirate boots. His accessories include a necklace with 3 circular ornaments and black gloves that only partially cover his palm. Inari was also there, and she waved at me. I nodded to her back. Beside her was a Moikane, the god of wisdom. He appears as a short old man with white hair and light skin. He is bald with bush eyebrows covering his eyes entirely, reaching his beard, which completely covers the lower part of his face, with his small round nose being the only visible feature. He has stretched earlobes reaching down to his shoulders. He wears traditional Japanese robes and a pointed hat. He carries his weather sack on his back. One of the weirder things I'm seeing is Hachi, the god of war. He literally looks like Hikigaya Hachiman from Oreguru. However, Hachiman is a man in his early 30s of average height and build. He has medium short black hair and an ahogue. His most prominent feature is a set of dead fish eyes. Unlike most of the deities here, he wears a black suit that's unbuttoned with no tie. The last 3 were Jin, Raijin, and Amaterasu herself. To the left was Jin, the goddess of wind. Fujin's appearance is that of a beautiful, elegant woman in her 20s who is over 170 centimeters tall. She possesses long black hair and golden eyes. She wears a set of black traditional Japanese kimono with unique floral designs along the bottom, and a pink undershirt similar to a hatajuban. She also wears a red Japanese-styled hairpin and piercings on the top of her hair, as well as worn orange sandals. Raijin's appearance is that of an adult woman, with long braided violet hair behind her back, and on the right side of her head is attached a hairpin with pale violet flowers resembling morning glories and a fan-shaped piece. Her eyes are purple, and she has a beauty mark below her right eye. She wears a small crimson ribbon on her neck as a choker and a dark-colored bodysuit underneath her kimono. The sleeves of her bodysuit completely cover her arms and are looped over her middle fingers with golden rings to partly cover her palms and the top of her hands, and her nails are painted purple. Her kimono has an assortment of patterns in different shades of purple and crimson, along with a badge bearing the lightning emblem tied to the front of her clothing below her right barato, and a more elaborate emblem on a pauldron on her left shoulder. On the back of her outfit, she wears a crimson bow with tassels. She wears dark purple thigh-high stockings with small diamond openings at the top and high-heeled sandals. The one on the right is adorned with 2 of the same violet flowers on her hairpin. Finally, Amaterasu has hazel brown eyes and light, flowing brown hair, and she has white horns that point downwards. She is wearing what appears to be a white Koriginu with an elaborately tied sash, Nagabakama, and a divine cloak wrapped around her arms. Welcome, Jean Skyward, to our realm, Takamagara. I trust that Yoshitsune and Benkei told you a little bit about our world. Yes? I nod and she continues. Splendid. Without further ado, I would like to give you our thanks. You saved Tamamo no Mei from the hands of the Cows Brigade, and, as well as brought back to life our very own goddess of foxes, Inari. Words cannot describe and how thankful we are. She bows, and so does the other gods. It felt weird, and I put my hands up. Don't bow. That always feels weird for me. I was just doing my job as the middleman. Inari was just a coincidence, so I went with it. They stop bowing, and Amaterasu looks at me with a smile regardless. We still wish to thank you. So again, thank you, Jean. Now then for your visit, it's about joining the alliance, yes? We have already discussed it, but there will be documents, yes? Yeah. Here you go. I snap my fingers, and 250 pages of paper appear in front of them. I'm sorry, but Odin became overly harsh and added around 50 pages to it. They all look at it with some degree of surprise. It was 201. That old fellow Odin became a bit mischievous and decided to add 50 pages of relevant items onto there. Normally I would try to lessen it, but when I read through it myself, it was all relevant. That old fellow. I see. We shall go over these documents thoroughly then. A few gods' faces paled as they looked at the amount. They had to go through ill. I'll come back in a few days then. They'll go check out this world if you don't mind, yes. Feel free to, Jean. Come now, everyone. Take a few pages each and read through them. Sarah, fetch a maid for some refreshments, will you? This will take some time to go through. We will need to discuss the pros and cons of these terms. Yes, Amaterasu-sama. Benkei Yoshitsune, can you guide Jean and his companions around the world? Bring Yoichi as well. Yes, Amaterasu-sama, you betcha, Terasa-chan. I turn around and walk away. Sarah looked annoyed at Benkei being all casual with their leader, but she didn't seem to mind. The two of them joined me as Sarah went ahead of us. Thank God I'm not part of that, otherwise I would die of boredom while going through those. I had to do that myself, anything new. So 50 pages of the Norse stuff. Then anything irrelevant can be put aside. Did you know it was 500 pages before I took it to the Norse? I cut it down to 201. Thank you for your hard work, Jean-kun. Do you want some sake? Benkei turns around and starts walking backward while offering her gourd to me. No. Thank you, Jean-san. Where'd you like to go to? I will assume you want to explore the other subrealms, right? Yoshitsune asks, and I nod. I want to check this place out a bit more before moving over to those realms. I may be able to see Tamamo when we go to the Kitsune realm. Yeah, that's the plan. But can you show me more of this place first? Yes. We were back outside, and the first stop that Yoshitsune wanted to bring us to was the two novel shops that belonged to Ye and Kajitsunemaru. We first went to Kajitsunemaru's shop, much to Ye's dismay. The inside of the shop was simple in design, with a few wooden shelves with a series of light novels on them. I recognized a few that Rias, Gasper, and I were reading. Hey, Kajitsunemaru, do you only sell light novels, or do you plan on expanding to like other books and manga? Kajitsunemaru was sitting by the counter reading a novel. He looks at us and nods. Yes, like that woman across the street from me. I will be expanding my collection within a year. I just need to find some series that the residents of our realms like. Chie has already started to sell some. She might beat me this year. TCH, Kajitsunemaru frowned while he looked across the street. I nod and continue looking through the lineup he had. We eventually finish, and I bought some novels for Rias and Gasper. Thanks for your patronage, and come again. We go across the street and greet Ye. Welcome, it seems you bought some novels from that barbarian shop. My shop has more diversity. Please take a look. I see Akino's eyes glint and follow their gaze. Ye's shop had a restricted section up top, and Akino went over to it. She browsed the higher shelves with interest. Suzaku and Shigyun stood beside me as we watched her eagerly look for whatever she was looking for. Centuredo, Akino's eyes widen even more, and she agrees with whatever Ye whispered to her. Seems like Jean-kun has quite a lot of energy. Huh? Benkei teased me, while Yoshitsune sported a small blush while looking away. I would rather not comment. I also looked through what she had and found a few novels that Rias also wanted, so I went ahead and bought them. Thanks for shopping here. We left the shop as Aquino also bought some books of her own. I look at her as she was quite happy with herself. I don't know what Ye said to her, but he'll be on guard just in case. You shit, son. Before we continue this tour, is there an inn here we can stay at? I want to try to get a place to stay before nighttime gets here. Yes, there's a well-known establishment here. Follow me, we know the owner well. Yoshitsun nods as Benkei cheers with her gourd. It looks like she likes the place too. We slowly walk over to the place as they chatted about its history. Many visitors to our realm, even if they were few and far between, have stayed in this place. It's Yamane Inn. The owner is called Yuwabami-san. Well, she's a yukai, but you'll see when you get there. She's a type of snake yukai. Benkei was laughing to herself as Yoshitsun tried to explain to us. She's keeping it vague? I wonder why is she kind of a unique snake yukai? After a few minutes of walking, an inn came into view. It was large in size and looked like your traditional Japanese old-style inn or hotel. Outside, it was a sign that said Yamane Inn. Welcome all visitors. Yoshitsun, along with Benkei, enter the establishment, followed by us. Yuwabami-san, we're here with guests and customers. Ada, Yoshitsun-chan, Benkei-chan, welcome. Is this the middleman? Welcome to my little inn. I'm Yuwabami, the owner. The inside of the inn was quite fancy-looking, unlike the outside. It had expensive-looking furniture, a carpet with polished wood for floors and walls. Centuredo, vertically slit pupils. Her most distinguishing feature is the 3 snakes, a rattlesnake, a yellow king cobra snake, and a Japanese rat snake that are seen protruding from her hair. Is that what you meant by unique, Yoshitsun? I point towards the snakes protruding from her hair. Yoshitsun nodded and Benkei burst into a fit of giggles while Yuwabami glared at her. I do not look like your typical lamia or snake yukai. Yes? I was born to a human father and a snake yukai mother. Normally you would get a female lamia or snake yukai, but this is how I turned out. She sighs and shakes her head. Anyway, is the middleman staying here? Yes, call me Jean. He'll stay here for a few days until Amaterasu and the other gods read through the documents. She nods and gestures for me to join her at the counter. We go over the details, how many rooms, and the like. Will you and your group be sharing the same room? I look over to the girls, and they nodded. They'll take that as a yes then. All right, take this key. Your room is on the 2nd floor. It has good sound insulation, so you can relax without disturbance. Yuwabami hands over a key and smiles at me and the girls. I turn around to see both Suzaku and Shigen blushing, while Aquino was nodding sagely. I nod and put the key into my room, confusing her. You're not checking it? You're a fancy-looking lady. We'll trust in your judgment. Here, I hand over the amount needed to pay for the room, as well as an extra tip of $145.39.50, or around 10,000. Her eyes look like they would pop out of her sockets. It's a tip. I won't accept it back. Oh my. It seems like you're offering quite generously, Yank. I was pulled back suddenly. I turned to see Shigyun, and Aquino had pulled me back, making Yuwabami laugh at them. I'm joking. Geez, your entourage is quite protective of you, huh? Shigyun isn't officially part of it, but I can see what you mean. Even Suzaku has that smile on her. Right? Anyway, we'll come back here at night. We serve dinner and breakfast too, you know. Come back here for it, unless you plan on eating out. We'll eat out. Thanks, though. We finally left alongside our guides. Once outside, Benkei looks at me and says, so, if I join your group, you'll give me some money? I could use some for more sake, Benkei. I just blankly stare at her before shaking my head while sighing. She started to laugh and say she was kidding. But you must be loaded? Huh? Since you just threw that much money away. I guess so. Anyway, where to next? As mentioned earlier, our realm is relatively peaceful. However, Dragon Mountain will be the next best place to visit. Raijin-sama is in the castle. However, he will have appointed 2 of his seconds in command there. 2? Well, sure, why not? To the Dragon Mountain, then. According to Yoshitsun and Benkei, the only way over there was on foot or flying. Raijin didn't make any kind of teleportation circle to the place, so we were making our way there on foot. Knowing the girls might want the more scenic route, I didn't offer to teleport us there. We just left a different entrance into the city and we're on the road. It was mostly open fields to either side of us, but we were going up a sort of hill, and once we got up to its steep drop, below us, the environment changed. The grass was a lot more widespread, while rock and stone became more prevalent. However, there were puddles of water or small lakes around. Maybe they used them as a drinking source? Beyond this path, to the right is where the dragon's home is. As I mentioned before, humanoid dragons or full dragons live here. Sometimes humans also come here to learn to use dragon slayer magic. However, it's very difficult magic to learn and master, so not many people know how to use it. We started walking down the path, and it became a bit windy. I know a thing or two about dragon slayer magic. Really? Then you'll be popular among the dragons here. Anyone that can learn that powerful and rare magic will earn respect from them. I don't know about the other dragons across the world. 10k asked in surprise as we kept walking. We decided for me to use it once we get there as a little showcase for them. I didn't really mind. We eventually walked down the path and turned right. In front of us was a large open area with huts, small houses, and holes in the side of the mountains. I could see all kinds of dragons and humanoid dragons there. There was no entrance per se. Instead, just a giant open hole for us to enter. 10k and Yoshitsun lead the charge, and we followed. Interesting. I will observe more, Jean. Irene. Same, partner. Drake, Albion, and to my surprise, Velgrind also announced their sudden interest. Well, it did involve dragons, so we entered the Dragon Mountain, and a humanoid dragon who was quite buff and was mostly colored black walked over to us. 10k-san, Yoshitsun-san, welcome. Who are these with you? Dreffel. We're here with the middleman and Red Dragon Emperor, though he's slowly being called the Dual Dragon Emperor as of late. He's here to visit. Red Dragon Emperor? I see it looks like our alliance is near. Welcome to Dragon Mountain. Our leader and ruler Raijin-sama isn't here, as you know, but Yuru-sama and Haru-sama are here. I see. Thank you, Dreffel. We'll get going to them then. After leaving the humanoid dragon, we walked through Dragon Mountain. We passed by many hut-like homes, or simple homes made out of wood or stone. There were holes in the wall above us, and the dragons that had larger bodies flew into them, so I assumed they're their homes. There was a larger building in this entire place. It looked a lot more modern looking than the rest. I wonder if the guy was against me, seeing as how this place is, or am I just stereotyping? Dragon Mountain is in the middle of renovating its entirety. Raijin-sama is the one who rules over it, so they started with his home. I can tell from that look from you, Jean-san. Yoshitsun smiles at me, and I awkwardly cough into my fist. Okay, I was wrong. This building Raijin lived and looked like a Victorian home. That's the most accurate description I can give. From the color choices and design, this is where open-close them. Oh, if it isn't Yoshitsun and 10k. What brings you here? We heard that the middleman, it seems like he's here too. Two humanoid dragons came out of the home. To the left was a white-haired woman sporting red fringes. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, and she had red horns coming out of her head. She had elf-like ears with earrings on them. She had purple eyes and was wearing a white and red qipao. Her light purple tail could be seen protruding from the back. From her elbows down to her hands, she showed strange markings and a reddish shade. The female beside her looked similar to her, except she had black hair that reached down to her waist, red eyes, and green horns. She had the same elf-like ears with earrings and also wore a qipao, but it was turquoise. Her tail was similarly turquoise-colored. She also had the same markings as the one beside her, but in the shade of turquoise. Hello, Uru, and yes, we're here with the middleman and Red Dragon Emperor. Yoshitsun turns to me and gestures to both female humanoid dragons. To the left is Haru, and to the right is Uru. They are Raijin-sama's second in command. He found them when they were young and has raised them. They're in a way his daughters. Velgrind question. What's up with female dragons and qipeos? Coincidence. If you say, so do you not like them, Jean? Qipeos and ponytails the Haru female. Isn't she an ideal woman, no? No comment, Irene. I should change my clothing in the future, please don't, Velgrind. I see nice to meet you. The name's Jean. I put a hand out for a handshake, and Haru shakes it while smiling. Nice to meet you, Jean. Ofufu, qipeos, and ponytail, she hits the mark, right, Jean? Aquino says while hugging my back and looking over my shoulder. As we ended our handshake, Haru had a surprised expression on her face. Aquino Civilini-san also hits that marked ponytail, Suzaku sighs beside me, while I hear Shigeon whisper ponytail behind me. Yura seemed a bit wary of me and stuck close to Haru. So why did the middleman come here? He's just visiting the different locations of our realm. He also said he can use Dragon Slayer magic, so we thought he can show it to you guys. Benkei answers Haru's question as she looked at me in surprise. Even Yoru became a little interested. I felt a few eyes on me as the chattering around us stopped. I guess I gained some attention with that. I didn't think being able to use it was that big of a deal. He really? That's something. Who taught you? Was it the Welsh dragon? Or the vanishing dragon? Or both? Drake did. Haru nods and turns to Yoru, and they both nod in agreement. Come with us. We have a dedicated area for training. It's just this way. Haru and Yoru began walking away from us and went to the east. We followed. There's also a small crowd of humanoid dragons, smaller dragons, and a few humans following us. On the way, we passed a few buildings, including one that looked like an open butcher shop. However, some humanoids and small dragons were eating the meat raw or cooking it with their fire breath. This entire city is being illuminated by Raijin Samus fire. Do you see the torches scattered around? As well as the floating flames. Those are his flames. Raijin Sama cares deeply for all dragons, whether they be humanoid, full, or hybrids. That's why Yashitsun stops as she stares at the backs of Haru and Yoru. Maybe something happened to those too. Not many know that I'm a hybrid. Many assume I'm still human with 2 sacred gears. If I assume that Raijin was one of the ones against me coming here, then maybe it has something to do with humans? Or even sacred gear wielders. As I thought this over, we eventually reach a wide, open area that was mostly white stone. This is where we usually train the smaller dragons, humanoids, and humans. The larger dragons train over there, where they can fit their whole body. Haru explains to us and points further ahead of us to an even larger open space. I could see around 3 large dragons over there, just waiting and watching us. I use Observe on both Yoru and Haru. Both are ultimate class dragons and have special titles to them. Yoru has Dust Dragon and Haru has Dawn Dragon, kind of fitting for them, color scheme and personality-wise. Haru looks at me expectantly, while many others were also looking at me. I sigh and decided to get this over with. Let's go with that then mode. Lighting Flame Dragon. KSH. KZTKZTKZTKZT. Flames and lightning started to surround my body, and I look at Haru as she had a wide smile on her. Yoru looked stunned. So, what do you want me to do? Haru points towards a dummy made out of stone. I nodded and punched toward it. It sends out a large lightning flame beam toward the stone dummy. Boom. I held back since I didn't want to cause unnecessary damage to this place. But I could always just repair it once the dust settled. There was a small hole in the mountainside, and the stone dummy was obliterated. I can fix that. I point at the damage, and it fixed itself. I cancel my Lighting Flame Dragon mode and look back at Haru. Amazing. You have such a high level of mastery over Dragon Slayer magic. The Welsh dragon taught you well. The look of excitement was apparent from her face down to her body language as she jumped around while also looking at Yoru, who was looking at me intently. There were also a few murmurs, sorry lady, but I didn't exactly spend years on mastering this, yeah. So are we done? Can you show us more of your moves or techniques? I glance at the girls, Benkei and Yashitsun. They seem fine with staying here a little longer, so I decided to show them some stuff. They'll stick with just fire then. When I ignited my fist, I began showing them the Fire Dragon Slayer techniques and moves of Natsu Dragneel. I held off using Fire Dragon King and God modes since that would be overkill. As time progressed, more spectators came by and started to ask me questions from the crowd. And that's all I know. The sun was begging to set, and I didn't get a chance to go anywhere else. I was stuck here answering questions from many dragons. Even Draig and Albion had to appear via their sacred gears to answer some things. The crowd began to disperse as my QA session had ended for the day. Haru had to ask them, as well as Benkei and Yashitsun, to leave since this wouldn't have ended otherwise. I thought it would never end. Thank you guys. That was fun. I'll go relax then. I concur. Both divine dividing and boosted gear vanished. I turned to the girls, and we started to walk back into the city. Benkei, Yashitsun, any place you recommend for dinner? Before they could answer me, Haru answers for them. Even though we're mostly dragons here, we do have a small tavern here that serves human meals. I recommend it, since those who frequently visit here to learn how to use Dragon Slayer magic give it high praise. It's called Draver Dragon and Tavern whoever the owner is they have the same naming sense as me. I chuckled inwardly and followed Haru and Yura's lead. I looked over at Suzaku as she had been silent for the whole day. Has that been on her mind? He'll talk to her before going to sleep. Shigen had been enjoying herself, though she had Po out from time to time, just hugging him. Now that I think about it, Po was out when she couldn't be near me or hold on to me. If I told someone these quirky ladies are universal level type beings, they would think I'm crazy. We eventually reach the tavern called Dravern, and we go inside. Pops, we got some guests here, Haru shouted as a few of the patrons turned to look at us. They cheered and started to get a bit rowdy. We approached the bar, and a humanoid dragon with brown scales and yellow eyes looks at us and nods. Hello there, Imdai, the owner of this cozy place. What can I get for you? We look at Haru, and she starts ordering for us, since we had no idea of what was being served. We saw no menu, so we really had no idea. Maybe you should get some? He kick easy there, Shigen. I had never seen her drinking before, not even during both times in the pocket dimension. However, a bit of coaxing from Haru, and she did. She's a poor drinker. She had 2 cups and was drunk and woozy. Suzaku and Akino declined to have some, but Benkei was wawahaha. Bring me more. Extremely drunk, Yashitsun opted to drink some juice. I was immune, so I was fine, but she really was going wild. She was arm wrestling, roughhousing, in which she was winning quite easily, and just being generally rowdy. Jean? Oh, it's nothing. It's getting late, right? We should go back to the inn. Akino checks the time on her phone and agrees. I pay for our meal and add a tip. I was quite happy with it and asked us to come back. I like you, Jean Cohen. Come back here in the future, all right? He'll try, Dai-san. Yashitsun restrained Benkei, and somehow we left the place. The night sky of Takamagara. It was quite something since I could see a vast sea of stars in the sky, cloudless, and there was a small breeze making it better. Even at night, there were still some dragons flying around. The place seems a little livelier than daytime. Suddenly, Raijin-sama, welcome back. Yashitsun, good work. She got drunk again? It's how Benkei is. Oh, these are Jean and his companions. I hope you enjoyed your day in Takamagara and in Dragon Mountain. It's nice to meet you. Raijin puts his hand out, and I shake it. Likewise, Raijin. Haru and Yuru were great companions for the day. Is that so? I'm glad I raised them. Right, he had a nostalgic look before looking back at me. We're slowly reading through those documents. They're quite detailed. Who was the one who made it? I'm pretty sure it was done by Azazel and Ajuka. They just had the other leaders tell them and what they wanted to add to it. He nodded solemnly before looking behind us, probably at his own home. As I turned around, I saw the lights on and Haru waving at us from the window. Looks like they're waiting for you. We won't delay you any further. Yes. Thank you again, Jean, and good night. He walks past us and gently taps me on the shoulder. We look at him as his silhouette slowly fades away. Raijin-sama was against you visiting our realm. But I guess your own deeds and saving Tamamo-sama and reviving Inari-sama changed his opinion, much like 2 others. I see. I guess my earlier theory was right. I nod, and we continue on our journey back to the main city. It didn't take us long, and we parted ways with Yashitsun and a drunken Benkei. We slowly made our way back to Yamane Inn. We walked through the front, and Yuwabami was there. Oh, good evening, how was your day? Great. We mostly stayed at Dragon Mountain, though. That place? You sure do have guts for being there. Only strong people venture there, you know. But I guess you're one. You did bring back Tamamo-sama and Inari-sama. Did you guys have dinner yet? Yeah, at a place called Dravern, pretty fun place like many of the taverns I've been at anyway. I got a drunk here that I need to put to bed. Good night, Yuwabami. Yes, good night. Make sure to have breakfast here. You did tip me a lot. Sure, we finally left and made our way to our room on the 2nd floor. The room was quite large since there was no bed, but there were futons on the ground instead. We're going old school. Huh? They were also ready, so we didn't need to lay them out. Take your pick, it'll put Shigen on one. Akino changed into something else as she tapped her ring and then jumped into the futon to the right of the middle one. Suzaku did the same except for the jumping part and picked the left side near the door. They'll put Shigen here then. It's near the window and balcony, so she can get some air. I go to the furthest right and put her down. I make sure she's settled comfortably with fresh clothes. I guess I was in the middle then. Jean's in the middle, but I didn't change yet. You guys can go ahead. I have someone that I need to meet up with. ITLL be quick. Don't worry about it. I go over to Akino and kiss her. She clung to me, trying to keep me from going, but I pried her off as she pouted at me. Fine, but be quick. I nod and glance at Suzaku. She seemed to want to say something, but he'll do that when I get back. Let's talk when I get back, okay? Try to get Akino to fall asleep. She glances at me and nods. I turn around and jump out the window. I then bring out Divine, dividing, and fly back towards Dragon Mountain. Dragon Mountain, it didn't take me long to arrive. I fly over to the training area I was in earlier in the day and fly further north. I could feel his aura there, and he hadn't moved since we were in Dravern. I spot him from a distance, and he looks up with a smirk. I land a little away from him, and we stand there in silence. Father. Ignia. That's right, Ignia was here. Why? I don't know, I'll ask him why he randomly showed up here. Why are you here? Would you believe me that I wanted to see you? He puts his hands up before scratching the back of his head. I don't know if Mother did this purposely, or if it was just my own personality, but as you are aware, I'm not a planner or schemer. I'm more of a battle maniac, you know? He pauses to look at me, and then continues, you already met Frisia. I don't like him. Total weirdo. Lapis isn't any better. She's been having tantrums since you hurt her. The last guy I don't even know. I feel like he looks down on all of us, but is also quite clueless, like a blank slate. If I'm being honest with you, the best chance of any of us joining your side is me and him. Join my side? What the hell is this guy talking about? Switching sides, can he even do that? I mean, Nyarlathotep is locked up and has zero control over these guys, but she did give them a command in pranking me. Explain. Mother is locked up. We both know that. All that I'm saying is he'll be a double agent for you. What's in it for you? He grinned, and he had an excited look on his face. Be my sparring partner. And in the far future, let's go to another universe, and let me fight strong people. I don't care about scheming or planning, or the stupid pranks Mother wants. I want a good fight. Whether I die in those or not, I'm fine with it. I hadn't detected a single lie from him since he started talking. Now, what should I choose? As powerful and as high in position as he is, an informant like him would be ideal. I can't wait forever for Valet to leave Cow's brigade, so this guy is my next best option. You can put some binding contract over me or something. Like if I lie or break it, he'll die. He still had that smirk on him, but he was telling the truth. Tell me. The last sibling, and he'll consider it. She grins and nods. Maruam, that's his name. You're probably familiar with it, right? The blank slate? The Chimera King? If you play your cards right, you can have him by your side too. The guy can change sides if he finds the right triggers. Him, the one from Hunter x Hunter? Ignia wasn't lying. He hasn't lied a single time during this conversation. But if what he was saying is true, then Maruam. Huh? If he's multiversal, and if I can get him on my side, but who? Who will be his Kamugi here? Where's Cow's brigade located? I knew you'd ask that, but I don't know. Lapis stops any of us from checking where it is. Although I can tell you with confidence it's not in the human realm, it's most likely a realm created by Mother. It had moved bases. The last major base was located in Europe, Sweden. Other bases were in Russia, Norway, Spain, France, Romania, Malta, Finland, Lithuania, Latvia, Philippines, Australia, Mexico, and the state of Hawaii. Now, though, I don't know, like I said, Mother made a new realm and hide it. He answers me again, truthfully fine. I gesture for him to come closer, and he does. I touch his right arm, and an invisible tattoo appears on it. If he as much as thinks of betraying me, he will die, and it will destroy his soul. I relay that to him, and he smiled nervously. Then it's a done deal, Ignia. Report to me in what you know actually. Do you know anything right now? He looks away sheepishly and whistles. I don't pay attention to any of them unless I'm involved, so no. I sigh. This absolute idiot, whatever. They'll get future updates then. Fine, but pay attention from now on, even if it's subtly, or else Lapis will find out, all right? I know. Anyway, I said I was heading to Hawaii to check out the local myths and everything over there. I gotta get going. Remember, Father, every time I tell you what I know, I get a sparring match out of you. I know. He grins and vanishes in a flicker of flames. I have a double agent, then this will make things easier for me. Cinchuredo, I close my eyes and follow Ignia's movements. He definitely was in Hawaii Barado. Warn me if I'm sitting here for too long. I still need to speak to Suzaku. Barado, answer. Very well. An hour later, dang, that didn't work. Ignia spent an hour in Hawaii before he literally just vanished. What Kuntuar put into that tattoo should be able to track him anywhere. Do tell me Nyarlathotep anticipated this? I closed my eyes and looked into the future. Oh, Jean Chan. Hi. You hid Cow's brigade somewhere. Where is it? He now, with a fun in telling you that. Did you try tracking one of our children? If you did, ITLL, just destroy whatever that was only your wife can do such a thing and track her children. Well, before you evolve, but that's still not happening, I spit at her. Cinchuredo, and she's the weirdest person I know. I glance at Azathoth's eye, and it was just staring at our interaction. I shake my head and leave. I attract a lot of weirdos, don't I? You think. I snort and fly back to the inn. When I get there, Akino was asleep, and Shigeon was still asleep. Suzaku was sitting in a seiza on her futon as she waited for me. I quietly slip inside and tap her on the shoulder. She opens her eyes, and I touch her shoulder to teleport us out of there. We ended up back on the ridge where we gazed down at the main city of Takamagara. Once there we looked down at the city. Most of it had grown dark since many of the residents were asleep. I look at the bridge, and the guards are nowhere to be found. Do they go to sleep as well? They're quite lenient. I thought it would be a 24/7 kind of thing. You've been pretty silent all day. Is something bothering you? I believe I know what it is, but it's better to confirm than think I know what it is. Suzaku sighs and turns to look at me. I'm just nervous. I was nervous when I met Amaterasu-sama, but we didn't get to interact with her much. Maybe when they're done reading through that. Yeah, probably. He'll talk to her about it. She may even see this as a small favor for me. I did help Tamamo and Inari. Now that I say it out loud, it sounds like I did that on purpose in order to get her help. I awkwardly chuckle to myself. That wasn't the intended effect, but whatever, please do. I grab her hand and pulled her into a hug. She puts her head on my chest and hugs me back. Don't worry, Amaterasu should be able to help with that. If not, well, we could try a more forceful approach, of course, with your permission. But it will be a last resort, so just keep that in mind. Last resort, I don't think Shurioba-san would like that. Oh, I know. I've come to know what kind of person she is over the last few months. But as I said, it's a last resort. But I'm confident that Amaterasu will help you and your clan. Do you think they'll say no to a literal Shinto god asking them? Suzaku falls silent as she thinks about my question. I do not believe so. But if they do, then Amaterasu might just use force herself. You said it yourself, right? Shall be cruel if necessary. Cinchuredo, was I jealous? I was a part of Jean's group. He treats me well, but I think it's because I'm a close family relative of Aquino. I can't believe it. I never thought I would hear Aquino say such words. Wow, you really did it, Jean. I heard cheerful sounds of celebration in the background. Cinchuredo, I felt my own body tense as I waited for Jean to answer. Well, yeah. Papa, I felt my face turn hot and my heartbeat quicken even more. Jean loves me? I was interested in meeting her after finding out about her from Tobio. I mean, the first time I heard her voice, I kind of froze up and blamed it on Drake. Cinchuredo. I froze, and again I blamed Drake for it, but it didn't work since Drake came out and ratted me out. Anyway, during the first 5 years we got closer, then the Kyoto incident, then the 15 years, and now we are closer. I mean, it would be pretty difficult not to be in love with her after that. Cinchuredo. I hear them return back to Jean's futon and just started getting all lovey-dovey. Those two, they know I'm awake. They did that on purpose. I can't relax enough to fall asleep. In next morning, Jean skyward. Why did I play along with what Aquino was doing? I had noticed that Suzaku had woken up but still went with it. Well, I did indirectly confess to her, so she should be aware of my feelings now. Akino and Suzuka were already gone, and I was waiting for Shigen to wake up. Shuffle, shuffle. I saw Shigen moving around her futon until she faced me. There was a small blush on her face. She was awake when Akino and I talked. Morning. G, good morning. J. Jean. Sorry for keeping you up. Shigen immediately turned red and didn't try to deny whether she was awake or not. She nodded and got up. She started to try to fix her futon. I'll put them away. Just leave them. As she did before, she nodded and quickly scurried out of the room. I chuckle and snap my fingers as all the futons and blankets started to be moved to where they were previously stored, and the room was quickly cleaned up. I left the room and headed downstairs. Following their auras, I stepped through a door and I was in a dining-type room. There were multiple tables and many chairs and stools around. I spot the girls at a table and join them. How's the food? Amazing, is what they should say. Before they could answer me, Iwabami came over with more food and answers for them. She had a cheeky smile on her face as she put more plates of food down. Yes, it tastes delicious, Iwabami-san. Shigen answers, making Iwabami give me a satisfied and smug look. I look strangely at her and shrug. I summon some chopsticks and try the food out. I could feel her gaze on me as I ate. It felt a bit awkward. It's delicious. I like the texture. And did you boil these vegetables for around an hour? And add salt to this. She looked stunned when I started to pick apart what she made. But she did nod along and answer my questions. I didn't think you would be this knowledgeable about cooking and food, Jean. Jean plans on opening a restaurant in the town where we live and then expanding it worldwide. Both in the human realm and in the supernatural. Akino answered for me, and Iwabami looked to the side while thinking about something. We ate and talked about this, that, and the other. She eventually looks back at me. If what Akino-chan said here was true, then will you consider putting one here? If you gain permission from Amaterasu-sama, that is, it's as you say. If I get permission to open a restaurant here, as well as in the other realms, then he'll do just that. Why do you ask? She gains a wide smile on her face and slams her hands down on the table while getting uncomfortably close. A business proposition combining the restaurant of the middleman with my inn. It will surely gain more customers. Right. I guess so. How about it? I look around the room and then scan the rest of the inn. It will need a renovation, the inn part, and then my restaurant will be combined with this part of it. I don't see why not. This place was already popular. I don't mind, but I'll need to think about it more. I have the funds, so we will need to renovate your inn to be a bit more spacious. This area might become the restaurant area if certain areas are expanded. Those staying at the inn will be able to get breakfast as part of the package if they stay the night. The same with dinner. Iwabami nods as she goes back to thinking, and I turn back to eating. Akino was just staring at me with a weird smile. Smile, yay fox. Wait a minute. Did she get that idea last night from Ye? Or one of her novels? I look back at Akino in horror as she looks at me confused. By the way, Jean, where are we going today? Suzuka speaks up and glances at me. She had a small blush on her face and wasn't exactly looking me directly in the eyes. Instead, she was looking a tiny bit towards my side. I was thinking of venturing to the Kitsun's realm. We'll need to ask you Shitsun and Benkei how to get there, though. Oh, do you mean Yogana? That's the name of their realm. The one giant city they live in is called Tailless City. I believe Inari-sama enjoys silly jokes and puns. A pun connoisseur, a fellow pun enjoyer. Inari, that's worrying. Jean likes stupid jokes and puns. You may have found a comrade in Inari-sama then. My first wife's instincts are tingling. One giant city? Anything in particular you can say about it? Very bright at night. It feels both old and modern, a lot of cherry blossoms around the place. As you visit those realms, such as Kitsune, Oni, and Tengu, please keep these things in mind. While they're mostly populated by those types of yokai, there are others there, like humans and other yokai, but they are few and far between. I see. That makes sense if this place is in relative peace. Wait a minute. Who was leading the Kitsune then? If Amaterasu took in quite a few of them, the entire realm won't just be abandoned, right? Good morning. Do you have more sake? Iwabami. Just then, Benkei's voice resounded throughout the inn as she shouted quite loudly. Benkei, Yoshitsu, and Yoichi came through the door. Yoichi still looked quite tired and seemed like he didn't want to be woken up this early. Good morning, Jean, everyone. Good morning, Yashitsun. You guys came here early. Yes, we wanted to be ready and cover as much ground as possible for the day. May we know where you want to go today? Kitsune Realm, Yogana, right? And the Tailless City. I want to see it as well as catch up on Tamamo. Yogana. I see. We shall head there then. I nod and continue to eat my breakfast. The three of them seated themselves at the next table. Yuwabami asked if they wanted to have some breakfast, but declined since they already ate. Can I have some sake then? Or at least refill my gourd? ITLL cost you, Benkei. I know he'll pay. The usual. Yuwabami sighed and disappeared into the back. It was still quite early, and Benkei was already thinking of drinking. You sure do love drinking, and you didn't get drunk even with the amount of drink last night. I'm immune to getting drunk. Lucky. So lucky. If I had that ability, I would drink all day, every day. Benkei continued on a rant for the next minute before Yuwabami came back with her gourd. Benkei then paid up and immediately started to drink from her gourd, making Yoichi, Yashitsun, and Yuwabami sigh at her. We were nearly done eating our breakfast when I remember I wanted to ask Yashitsun something. Yashitsun, if Inari was dead and many of the kitsunes were taken in by Amaterasu, who led the remaining ones in their realm? Ah yes, it's Meho-sama. She's also a nine-tailed fox much like Inari-sama. They were quite close, almost like sisters. Anyway, once she died, she decided to take over as ruler, but since Inari-sama came back, she has resumed the position. Meho-sama became her advisor, though I believe they rule together. While Inari-sama is here, Meho-sama has reverted back to ruling until the alliance is signed. Meho, huh? Another nine-tailed fox. I wonder how many are here. I met a few already, right? Yasaka, Kanu, Tamamo, Inari, and now this Meho individual. Eventually, we finished breakfast and decided to start the day. Once we go outside, I glance at Yoichi. Where did you go yesterday, man? I was busy. I got a job from someone. He's pretty bad at lying. Benkei just laughed at him. You've always been terrible at lying, Yoichi. That's right. Tell him that you were looking for a poster you wanted him to sign. The legendary dragon is here after all. Shut up. What a lively trio. So, how do we get to that realm? We will need to walk back to the castle. Sarah-san stopped us because she saw you and didn't know you or your group. Did you see the stairs that led down to the entrance hallway? That's where we go to teleport to each realm. I see. Let's go then. We quickly make our way through the streets of Takamagara, passing by the same smithy where Kathleen was as she waved to us. We passed by the two novel shops as Ye and Kajit Tsunemaru were already glaring at each other. A typical day, huh? Yes. We quickly approached the entrance, and Sarah was there. She nods at us and lets us through. Once through the door, we go to the stairs that led downwards. We had to walk down them for the next few minutes. Why is it so unnecessarily long? I also asked that when I first took them, Jinkun. Benkei answers me as she drank from her gourd. Akino had been clinging to me the entire way. I was holding Shigyun's hand, and Suzaka was a lot calmer today, which was a relief. Jinkun, after this, what's happening to you? Benkei glances at me as we continue to descend. I look at her and nod. If my stay here goes as planned, then I have my exhibition match with Sarah or Bale, and after that the Bale and Grimmery peerage rating game. I'm going to the Greek god's realm again to find a certain someone to help me get to the Egyptian mythology. All right, I also have a school culture festival to work through as well. But yeah, it's something like that. Benkei nods sagely and takes another sip from her gourd. Busy schedule, huh? Are you excited to graduate? Or are you also planning on applying to college? Well, since I have an avatar or clones assigned to school for me right now, I'll mostly have them do that, and they'll focus on opening my restaurant. By that time, I should have more free time to do things that pertain to the supernatural side of things. I see. What about staff? Do you have anyone in mind? I do have one employed right now. She's my secretary, so I do need someone to help me. But I'll probably hire some students from Kuo who want a part-time job. I don't think Kuo has any problems with students having a part-time job. I glance at Akino, and she shakes her head. I didn't read anything about that in the handbook, but if you're worried, you can ask President Sona about it. They'll do that. Then we talked about everyday things until we eventually reached a basement sort of room. It was quite large for a basement. There were 5 floating flames in each corner and then in the middle of the ceiling. They gave off a light blue hue. There were 3 door-like structures with magic teleportation symbols carved into the ground. Above the doors were signs showing where it would take you. To the left was Oni, in the middle was Tengu, and finally Kitsune was on the right. How do you get back here? Akino asks, and Yoshitsune points to the ground.